Part 2. Chapter 21. When Dr. Carol Rothschild came into Dr. Sidney Ficino's office, she walked right by his secretary and into his office. She had never done anything as bold. Ficino realized that he had made several big mistakes. Now he was going to have to pay. How much could he tell her? She was pale, almost white. Ficino said into the phone, "Excuse me, an emergency has come up. I'll call you back." He hung up the phone and said, "What's the matter, Carol?"
"Sidney, just what is going on?"
"Just a minute." He switched on his intercom. "Clara, Dr. Rothschild and I are having a conference. We don't want any interruptions."
"First,
Why don't we sit down, Carol?" Sidney stood up. "Play for time. Keep your voice calm." Sidney was a short man, running to fat. His hair was thinning. But nature had compensated Sidney by giving him a deep, resonant voice, a quick mind.
"First I get a call."
"Carol, please. Do you want a drink? You need a drink."
"Just some coffee."
Too stimulating. Liquor. A stiff shot. He got up and walked around the desk to the cabinet. He was thinking fast, monitoring every move Carol made. Slight shock, shallow breathing, pulse racing no doubt, anxiety, outrage, deep breaths, trying to get control of herself. "Sit down, Carol, please, darling." He gestured toward the deep leather couch. Those associations were strong. Use every advantage you can.
"I don't want—"
He passed her. He touched her hand, took it, squeezed, very non-sexual. "Please, Carol. It's about that young man? Come on, sit down." He was almost a half-head shorter than she was. "You saw him?"
"Sidney, what is this all about? We don't do this kind of thing."
"And maybe that's our trouble," he said. "We're over-specialized." He mixed the drink, made it stiff. Little ice. Mixed one for himself. "Come on, Carol, sit down." He handed her the drink. His other hand rubbed her back slowly, soothingly, going up and down to her neck, almost down to the jut of her behind, but not quite. She moved away from his hand, almost as though repulsed, but she took the drink, and she did sit down. "All right, Carol. Maybe I've been playing games with you, and maybe I'm even a little afraid of you. Dr. Ficino loves games. You got this urgent communication from me. Go down, take a case history, begin giving therapy to this young man. He's disturbed."
"Who is he?"
"He's going through a psychotic episode. You tried to call me up. What's this all about? Suddenly Dr. Ficino is unavailable. Dr. Ficino is unresponsive. Why did he do it this way? Carol, I have this terrible thing in me. We've talked about it before. We've talked about it at lunches and over cocktails. We've talked about it right there on that couch, the two of us, naked."
"Sidney, stop it."
"Ficino likes to play games. But it's not merely a game. It's important. You don't know how important this can be to us."
"Who is he?"
"You want to know who this kid is?" "Frankly, I don't really know. A someone's kid. A someone who's very important. For a variety of reasons, reasons that may become quite important to us, reasons that can lead to the realization of all our professional dreams. We should take care of him. For God's sake, Carol, you had experience in psychiatry before you switched to neurobiology. You had patients. You've dealt with psychotics."
"Not since my residency."
"You've done therapy?"
"Not for 5 years."
"It's not a skill that goes away. Anyway, you have that God-given gift, the feel. You're the only person I know and trust who combines two important skills." Time to begin switching to the attack. "All right, what is it you saw that disturbed you? What disgusted you?"
"I wasn't disgusted."
"What frightened you?"
"I was not frightened."
She took a sip of her drink. She breathed deeply. Because of the depth and softness of the couch, she had to work to sit straighter. The leather creaked. He hoped the creaking of the leather would remind her. She drank off a quarter of the drink. Good. He moved toward the couch. Not being able to reach Sidney Ficino, Carol had gone down to the section where the young man was being kept. It was in a part of the hospital she had hardly ever been, in the psychiatric section. She was greeted by an attendant and led to a little alcove. She moved in quietly and sat down in front of a one-way window. She saw a room, a bed, a little table, no windows, an overhead light. A young man was sitting on the bed naked. His body seemed to be almost in repose. It was beautiful. She almost blushed and looked away. The young man's head turned into the light toward her. The face was twisted, tortured. Such anguish. The face was different from the body, tense. The head and body might belong to two different human beings. The eyes stared in horror at something between the wall and himself. Whatever it was he saw, his eyes followed it. Hallucination? The message reached the body. Why so slow? The body tensed now. Muscles stood out. There were discolorations on his body and face. Bruises. Had he done this to himself? The penis was erect. Suddenly the eyes focused and looked at her. She felt... What was the matter with her? He opened his mouth. He emitted a sound, high, ringing, a beep tone. The speaker above the one-way window transmitted the sound to her. A little static. The sound made her even itchier. The flow was stronger. She felt uncomfortable. How long has he been here?
3 days.
What's wrong with him?
A nut.
Why is he like that, naked?
The attendant shrugged. Those are my orders.
Who gave you those orders? The attendant looked puzzled.
Why, Dr. Ficino. Should I let you in?
She looked at the body again. Pectorals. The ridge that the external oblique muscles made as they shaded into the behind. The enormous tension. The thighs rigid, swelling. All the signs of terror. The triceps ridged as if pushing something away. The penis... No, I'll be back, she told the attendant. She left. Sidney was sitting beside her. He had moved there while she was telling what she had seen, omitting certain details. Sidney's hand was on her thigh, just above her knee. Why was he brought here? We don't have the facilities. Why is he being kept like that?
Like what?
Without clothes. Isolated.
We're keeping him like that?
Sidney's hand squeezed her thigh. His voice deepened. He sighed and looked ahead as if remembering. We're keeping him like that because that's the way Barnstable recommended he be kept. And with Barnstable, a recommendation now had the force of a command.
It's a kind of shock. Bring him out of his state.
Well, it certainly hasn't worked. That's barbaric, primitive, Sidney. They haven't done that kind of thing in years.
It was recommended.
We have a case record. You sent me down without the case record.
You remember the cases we worked over, Carol, the remote assessment? Remember number 7, the young man who was so disturbed, the rich father, the business secrets? That's him.
Sidney, we don't have the facilities for this kind of work. Sidney's hand stroked further and higher. She drank a little more. She was upset. Was she relaxing? He turned toward her and leaned over. He kissed her neck. His hand worked its way along her thighs and began to slip inward between her legs. Her legs parted slightly, but her back became more rigid. She refused to lean back. Now he leaned down and kissed the white cloth of the laboratory coat, where it covered her breasts. Sidney...
Carol, we've been together now for a few years. My love for you still grows stronger.
Be careful, he thought. It was only 8 months since they had begun having sex. It had been a long project of seduction. Now he knew why. They hadn't even spent a night together in a proper bedroom, only in the office. The first months were spent getting to know her body thoroughly, to know exactly what gave her pleasure, what opened her up, what made her trust him. He adopted a set sexual approach, because she seemed to find security in the predictable. It allowed her to lose control in a safe and charted pattern. That young man...
Carol, that young man is not the issue. I have to say it.
His hand, almost absent-mindedly, had reached above her stocking-tops. There he let it rest, moving his fingers slightly to feel the flesh. They had sat there in the past in just this position, talking professionally, letting the arid words of their discipline defer their excitement, become part of their foreplay. "You've had it easy. We've had it easy. We go along with our machines and we map the way the central nervous system works almost neuron by neuron." He squeezed hard. As if becoming aware of his hand, she reached and put her hand around his wrist and tried to remove it. "There. Shall we tell one another the pathways the signal of that squeeze went? We know, but there's a something else that we don't know. We accrete knowledge at a snail's pace. The people who come to us are volunteers, and they work under restricted conditions, or we get those who have suffered some injury to the brain. We make small, incremental gains, and from time to time we write papers which—" "I write the papers," Carol thought. "You just put your name on them because you're the boss." Sidney had become more and more of an administrator and less of a scientist, especially in the last year, since they had gotten grants. He put down the glass. "Papers which get properly printed in the proper journals, but only after months pass. You've been complaining that you didn't really have much real material to work with. The fact of the matter is that you're really comfortable with this approach, this neuron-by-neuron approach. But what we need is a real-life, real-time situation, someone in the midst of some kind of breakdown." "Are you saying that this man is our experimental animal?" "No, no. He's just one of the keys to experimental subjects." He upset the soothing pattern. He moved quickly and squeezed the inner bulge of her thigh again, reached his other hand and shoved it under her lab coat and blouse, cupped, almost grabbed, her breast, turned his body and head, and was now kissing her face all over. She struggled slightly. She moaned. His hand moved up now and was under her pants, reaching fast to touch each area that would excite her, but harshly. She gasped. "Sidney, stop. We have to talk."
"Carol, there are lots of ways of talking. This is one of them. Body to body. That's what's made our work so good. Love and intellect." She resisted, but he could feel her beginning to writhe. She was surprisingly moist. Usually it took a long time. He unbuttoned her coat, her blouse. He teased her nipples with his teeth. He made his voice go deeper and deeper until the resonance was affecting her. He was speaking to her breasts, to her belly, as though her body was some kind of delicious ear. His finger played furiously on her clitoris. "Carol, we have an opportunity. Why don't you just let go? I mean, really let go for once."
"Sidney, I've let go. But Clara's still out there. Clara—"
"Fuck Clara."
Sidney got down on his knees in front of Carol. He yanked her pants, garter belt, stockings down below her knees and was kissing, biting her thighs. Her hands were on his head. She was both pushing and pulling. He moved his head up closer and closer. It was more than a matter of pressing Carol's right buttons. He needed her. Barnstable had made it clear he couldn't alienate her. Sidney was calm. Sidney was excited. He unbuckled his belt and unzipped his pants. With one hand he pulled away at his pants and underpants. He hoped he was doing it gracefully. The situation was unexpected. It was confusing her. He counted on the unexpected. Her body was excited while her mind drew back. She could almost watch both of their reactions as if she were tracing neural activity. He was agitated, urgent. He was taking chances. His need came close to turning her away. There was something pleading, begging about his manipulation. She had never seen him like this before. He kept whispering, "Carol, I love you. Carol, I want to marry you." His head moved from side to side, kissing the insides of her thighs, licking, moving his head forward. A kissing and licking frenzy. He was a man attached to a mouth with its own volition. She resisted, trying to keep her legs together. He pushed inward, the motion of his head forcing her legs apart, and plunged his face into her vagina, his tongue moving furiously, not giving her a chance to recover. She was getting more and more excited, losing control of herself. Her clitoris was against his teeth. She was terrified. What if he bit her? Soon she would begin to orgasm.
Suddenly he stopped and drew back. He stood up. His penis was erect. It was blood-filled as never before with Carol. It ached. He said, panting, "No, I'm not going to do it this way. Ficino is through playing games. There are things I have to say to you." He looked ridiculous standing there like this. So did she. She moved her legs together. She started to straighten her clothes. "No, leave it alone. It's time for some home truths. Carol, underneath you're a winning, warm person, but it's buried deep. You're exciting, no, potentially exciting, but you don't want to recognize what you are. I think the longer you work on our projects, the more detached and icy you become, the more detached from living human concerns. Carol, we can never let ourselves forget that the ultimate object of our studies is the liberation, the transcendence of the human being, and we can never let ourselves forget that the human is more than an aggregation of biochemical wires shooting messages. We dissect everything, Carol. We play God not in order to control the lesser beings, but to liberate ourselves, to become God, for everyone to become God." "Sidney." "Carol, you remember the first time you had an orgasm? You remember how long it took us to reach that plateau? Carol, you're 36 now. Until a few months ago, you never had an orgasm. There's more than one reason you left psychotherapy. You were afraid of human contact. It takes two to make contact. You are afraid of yourself." "Sidney, She pulled at her clothes. "Leave those fucking things alone and listen to me. Nothing humans do is anything to be ashamed of. Do you think Clara is going to burst in here? And if she did, so what?" "No, but—" "Are you ashamed of the way we look? When you left therapy, went back to school, and got into this area of research, you made the right decision, but for the wrong reasons. I looked up your history, Carol. You were good, really good. You had a certain something, a winning quality that engendered response from your patients, and that was what frightened you. You were afraid of what was inside you. Carol, do you think I hired you only because you were a top student? The first time I saw you, I saw a deep and latent fire that marks the great scientist. We work well together, and not because of our minds alone, Carol, but because of our bodies, too. You can't sit on your intuitions. We do our research with our brains, our cocks, and our cunts. Well, now we stand on the verge of the big time. All I can tell you is that certain people are interested in our work. Certain people are ready to fund a more expanded research. Carol, I don't only need you because of my love for you, but because you can have the feel. Who? She has no need to know, Ficino thought. Still, he had to tell her something. I've never had an unwilling patient before. I can't do objective tests on someone who doesn't cooperate, who's psychotic. Calm him down. Talk to him. Be patient. He'll respond to you. Carol, this isn't a neat world. We want to do good research, but we don't control the money to do it. All kinds of things that have nothing to do with one another get mixed up together. The Coffin Foundation is interested in us. That's the story he would stick to. We've gotten money. We can get more. So they come to us one day and say, look, we'd like you to do us a favor, a personal favor. What's the favor? There's this kid. They don't tell me who he is. The kid thinks he's in a public psychiatric center. I suspect that he's the wayward and psychotic son of someone important, someone tied up with the foundation, maybe one of the trustees. Whoever it is, they're ashamed. You know how relatives can be, the stigma of insanity. They want confidentiality, a little favor. What's the big deal? You've had the experience. They don't say to you, if you don't do this, there'll be no grant. But we're grown up. We live in the real world. We know how it works, don't we, darling? Look, there's no telling how far we can go. He came to her then, embraced her, and started to make love. It was exhilarating for him. For her, it was something less. He wasn't telling her everything. There were a lot of questions she didn't dare ask. She wondered, as she pretended to get excited, if she was really frigid. The more she worried about these questions, the more she had to pretend to be excited. It went on for a long time. She felt no response in herself. She felt despair. She would have to think. Then, when it was finished, they lay there for a while and talked. Sidney was full of the future and what could lay in store for them. Afterward, they got dressed. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Carol went downstairs again to the room where Richard was being kept. She watched him again through the one-way mirror screen. He was sitting there, legs crossed, just staring ahead. He was silent, still naked. How pitiful he looked. She sat there, looking at him for a long time. Then something began to happen, an uncontrollable urge, and she began to have the orgasm she didn't have with Sidney Ficino. After a long while, she got up and walked out of the viewing alcove. She told the attendant, "Let him get dressed. I have to talk to him." When she walked into the room where Richard was being kept, old habits asserted themselves. She smiled. "Hello," she said. "I'm sorry I kept you waiting. So many people are in trouble, aren't they? We're so understaffed." Richard's head turned toward her, slowly. He seemed to have difficulty in focusing. A minute passed. 2. 5. "We should talk, shouldn't we?" she asked. He said nothing. "My name is Carol. What's yours?" He waited. Then he said, "You know." She smiled. "If I know, then why am I asking?" He said, "You know." "No, I don't. Look, why don't you just give me your name? Your first name only. Or make up a name, so I can say something other than, 'Hey, you.' All right?" Richard raised his hand and waved her closer. She moved and smiled. Nothing to be afraid of, she told herself. Anyway, the attendant was watching through the window. Richard looked around and then held up one hand as though it were a pad and made writing motions. Carol reached into the pocket of her lab coat, took out a pad and a pencil and gave it to him. He wrote on it, "The people who brought me here are not cops." He passed the pad and pencil to her. She was about to say something, but had another thought. She wrote on the pad, "Who are they?" Richard wrote, "They're feds." She read the message and raised her eyebrows. She shook her head. He nodded up and down vigorously. She tore out the first leaf and gave it to him. He looked around as if wondering where to throw it. He crumpled the leaf and put it in his mouth. Carol began to laugh. She reached into her pocket and took out a pack of matches and gave it to him. He understood. He lit a match and burned the leaf. She wrote on the pad, "It's not true. This is a public institution. I want to help you. I'm a doctor. My name is Carol Rothschild." He read the message and shook his head, but he had the beginnings of a smile. "Why are you here?" she wrote. He didn't answer. "Do we have to keep doing it this way?" she asked out loud. He looked suspicious again. She said, "All right," and wrote, "Why are you here?" He took the pad and wrote, "I think because I heard something terrible about the president." He didn't give her the pad, but held it up for her to see. Then he pulled it back, tore off the leaf, and burned it. They had begun. Chapter 22. Holcomb sat in the dark and surveyed his losses. He was not a philosophical man by nature. His whole body craved action, revenge. Maybe body determined everything. These days he had to wear glasses, a sign of deterioration. His hairline was receding. His body was jumpy, but action at this time was just the wrong thing. Blown, bungled, or torpedoed. Maybe he had been looking in the wrong direction. So hard to tell these days. Everything was coming apart. Holcomb's years of training and combat in the European shadows, facing always eastward, habituated him to think it was the Russians. It had become part of his body, part of his nervous system. They had reinforced that feeling when they captured and tortured him. But what if that was what Keats, and those behind him, wanted him to think? His new instinct was beginning to tell him something else. Morrison and Corson were dead. That girl, the secretary, was dead too. He was in trouble. He would be blamed. Not only was Aquilino being run, but his whole family. They disappeared as soon as the first pressure was applied. The sisters and their husbands gone, into thin air. God, how many years had they been in place, with their small business cover? He had to think up a story for his superiors, one that would fit the report he and Keats had filed. How long did he have? A few days? In the meantime, he continued backtracking through the files. He could see that he was going to get nowhere. He would write his reports in such a way as to cover himself and give them Keats's head on a platter. But in the meantime, there was other action to take. Revenge. Corson and Morrison had been more than his subordinates and co-workers. They had been friends. The three of them sat there, around the little table in Ziggy's truck, drinking Rheingold beer out of cans, thinking. "What are we going to do?" Marvin asked.
"He's in there somewhere," Tarzan said. "We have to find some way to let him know we're out here. I say we go in and claim we're his relatives. It's easier than you think."
"No," Ziggy said. "We run this like an intelligence operation. He's not in some ordinary loony bin. That was no cop channel we were listening into. Who knows what they're doing to him? If he knows we're out here, then they can sweat it out of him. First, we find out where he is, precisely. We penetrate. We probe. We go from telephone to telephone. We try radio, if they're using that, until we find out. Logically, he should be in the psychiatric ward, so we can start there. But I'll bet you it isn't an ordinary psychiatric section."
Then?
"Then maybe we think about it. And then after we've thought things out, we go and get some professional help."
"From who? The police? The CIA? The FBI?" Marvin asked.
"No, stupid. That's who has him."
"Which one? The CIA?
Same thing, doesn't matter. Maybe we go to the government's natural enemy."
"Who?"
"The Mafia."
"Sure, we'd go to some hoods and say, 'Listen, here's $1,000 to put the snatch on Richard.'"
"But we don't have $1,000, Marvin said. "We have something to sell them."
"What? A radio? A telephone?" Tarzan asked.
"Tarzan, you surprise me. We're going into competition with ITT and with Mother Bell. The Mafia already got the wire service, but we're going to sell them a whole secret telephone network, equipment, lines, the whole schmear, a system which cannot be penetrated by the police, by the FBI, by the Internal Revenue Service. And we're going to manufacture it ourselves."
"With what? Scrounging or stealing equipment is one thing. You're talking..."
"Most of the lines are already in place. We're going to design the piggyback and patch equipment so that when Bell or the government have their new toys up there in the sky, the satellites and the rest of it, and all the other stuff that's coming down the line, we'll already be there, in place. The Mafia should invest in a little R&D, a small factory, and the Continental Network. The first payment is going to be Richard. After all, we can't do anything without our top engineer, can we?"
Keats reported to Kelly. "The family came from Europe in 1936. Their passport's Italian. Their name is Italian. They are Jews. But I don't think they're Italian. They come from further east. Our sources in Rome indicate that there's more to the story. Their documentation will be highly professional. They were political in Italy, communists, probably part of the whole European network of the Communist International, being run out of the Soviet Union. However, the speed of their departure seems to indicate that they ran into some kind of trouble in 1936. Small business people? That's the cover. The parents run a small international empire. Dealing in what? Whatever's hard to get. Arms, drugs, clothes smuggled into eastern countries. Some of the new computer technology is going there, too. Music, bootleg records. Investment in risky propositions. Loan sharking to loan sharks who bank for usurers. Ventures in flight capital. Possible retailing of information gathered by their network. They're very special. You come to them by appointment. Contact is hard to establish. You go through a series of dummy facades and cutouts. You have some exotic need, they fill it, if they can. The woman runs the operation, a very tough lady. I'm having one of our contacts in Moscow Central see what he can find out about her. The husband, we are told, handles the numbers and the percentages. On the side, he's a language scholar and a Kabbalist. Mr. Kelly was suddenly alert. Alarms went off. Keats sensed it and waited. Kelly calmed himself. It would take some thinking through. Do any of our friends in the same line of business know about them? By friends, he meant contacts in the Sicilian Mafia, the Corsicans, the Calabrese in 'Ndrangheta, the North Africans, Odessans and Georgians. I don't think so. Can you imagine the only son knowing absolutely nothing about what his parents do for a living? Did he have some strong and emotional need not to know? Keats shrugged. What was Kelly getting excited about? And what about the parents? Did they in turn know what their son did? Until we approached them with our prepared story, they claimed not to. However, this report throws everything into doubt, doesn't it? The fiction you invented may have turned out to be the truth. Maybe he's a lot of everything you invented for Holcomb, only not Russian. Do you know the legend of the golem? The creature made out of clay, whom you activate by putting some message into its forehead, or something like that? That's the crude version of it. You put the letters spelling truth, emit, into its forehead, and it becomes activated. The golem makers of earlier days were involved with the act of creation, duplicating the work of God. In Kabbalistic lore, there's another version of activation. It comes out of the assemblage of all the sacred letters and all of their possible combinations, the Hebrew alphabet. The sacred letters originally are a scrambled heap. The learned adept makes a creature out of earth or clay, and then begins, there are several versions, to circle the object, saying all the letters or their numerical equivalent in certain combinations. One goes in one direction, say clockwise, to give the creature life. One goes in the other direction, say counterclockwise, saying the combinations in reverse in order to restore the creature to its original condition. A kind of holy cryptography? Around the time of Jesus, the Kabbalists split. Hebrew Kabbalists and Christian Kabbalists. They were traders, spies, mystics. The Gospel according to St. John contains Gnostic Kabbalism. It led to an underground war that went on for 2,000 years, and so did Aquilino receive teaching, the lore of combinations and the lore of numerical permutations, which enabled him to go higher and higher, reaching up to the secret places, not of heaven, but of policy, through telephones. But this involvement with the material, in this case telephony and radio, is done by someone who doesn't know what his task is, or that he even has a task. And finally, at some point, with the right combination of words, with the right combination of impulses, the golem, the sleeping spy, awakes. Is activated? Keats said. That is what you must make sure of, my dear boy. These Kabbalists half-activated him. He was to bring his stolen knowledge back to them. You have, as it were, half-activated this golem. The halves don't match. He must not awaken into the reality someone else has chosen, but ours. He delivers the stolen truths to us. Then we will have one more task for him, to deliver it back, but changed. After a week, signs appeared to Holcomb's now cleared vision that the coffin was definitely not what he had thought it was. It was, in fact, an operation of the competition. The coffin's true mission was not so much to keep any foreign intelligence agency from penetrating business, but to keep American, maybe Allied, intelligence out. An admission to himself that his obsession with the Russians had blinded him. As he admitted to himself that he and the CIA was the cover story, a memo came down the line. Due to budgetary considerations, there would be a cutback in certain services deemed not to be essential. It was as though somebody up there was reading his mind. There would be strong accounting guidelines set up. Cost-effectiveness would be the watchword, as it was in the Defense Department under McNamara. The entire Aquilino operation, for instance, was showing no results. Holcomb would have to give up one of his secretaries and a receptionist. Of course, his remaining secretary, having to do double work, put up a stink. He had trouble persuading her not to quit. Holcomb was also enjoined to cut down his use of the phone and the telex. He was to keep a strict log. That effectively cut out a couple of back channels Holcomb kept for himself. How do you fight a war without phones and telexes, unless you pay for them yourself? Each operation required an in-depth memo explaining its usefulness. How, then, could Holcomb justify sending a man to Italy to follow up on the Aquilino family? He would have to have the work done through normal channels. Not only would that take more time, but it would be easy to read by prying eyes. They were watching him. Holcomb had to move faster than he wanted to. He sent for help to 3 places, to Germany, to Italy, and to an old friend in the New York FBI office involved in surveilling certain American personnel at the UN and running a Russian double there, codenamed Fedora. He was calling in his chips. Holcomb asked Braunstein for help. He set up a private channel through the Germans at the UN. In order to absolutely ensure Braunstein's help, Holcomb transmitted a message using the words, "the Parvis game." Holcomb played on Braunstein's obsession. Secret intelligence and magician societies within intelligence agencies. That was enough. And anyway, Braunstein owed him. Braunstein replied almost instantly. He was coming in, personally. Braunstein would fly directly from Berlin. Holcomb had pushed the right button. They would take the meet at Idlewild Airport. Braunstein had worked for the Sicherheitsdienst in the old days. His name was not Braunstein then. He was reputed to have uncovered Canaris's links to the British as well as connections to the Third Rome Underground in Moscow. He, Braunstein, had personally looped the piano wire around Canaris's neck on that gray, chilly day in 1944. Very early in the war, Braunstein had seen that the Germans were going to lose. In 1942, he offered to cut a deal with the Americans. His services and his files, or at least part of his files, and his own personal network in exchange for freedom and a chance to serve. Holcomb was the OSS officer who saved Braunstein from prison. He met Braunstein and took back real treasure, files on Russian networks throughout Europe, links to the German agents who had been caught and left washed up in Russia. The hot war against Soviet communism never materialized with the vigor Braunstein had hoped for. He saw in it the restraining hand of Parvis. To Braunstein, communism, business, and Christianity were the 3 faces of Judaic thinking, a monstrous plot to subvert the world, to destroy the old Germanic cultures of the Angles, Saxons, Goths, Teutons, Alamans. Braunstein was convinced that the Bolshevik Revolution inside of the more liberal April Revolution had been funded by certain large international corporations. He had whispered knowingly about Morgan, DuPont, Nestle, Sandoz, Imperial Chemical, I.G. Farben, Vickers, Schneider-Kreutzert, factions in the Vatican, the Rothschilds, the Warburgs, the Wallenbergers, the Harriman interests in old Russia. While appearing to fight Russia, he fought Parvis. He had constantly talked about Parvis in the days when they had worked the Berlin tunnel operation together. And now the words, "the Parvis game," were bringing him in. Ziggy, Tarzan, and Marvin made Ziggy's van their headquarters. They moved around. When they had to, they connected to street phones and quiet, out-of-the-way booths, or sometimes to still working phones in empty offices in a number of buildings. Ziggy also made use of safe houses of intelligence agencies, police, foreign governments, and corporations when they were empty. Never stay still. Probing through any communications system without a schematic is truly a blind man's art. For this Ziggy was eminently qualified. Columbia Presbyterian's telephone system was a piece of cake. At least this time he knew what or whom he was looking for, and where it was, more or less. It took 3 days. He located Richard because he heard people talking about him. Several men and a woman. One Barnstable, a Dr. Ficino, a Vasily Oprichnik, a Keats, a Dr. Carol Rothschild, a technician called Harkavy, and another called Ziegler. The technicians talked only to Barnstable, whom they were linking up to Richard in some way. After a while he realized that Keats and Barnstable were the same person. Ziggy encountered a set of signals that were new and puzzling to him. Not voice, but something else. Wave pulsation, medical telemetry. Ziggy listened carefully, using the blind man's sense. He felt something. Someone. Richard. Richard was at the center of this web of pulse and wave patterns. The totality was Richard. A fierce excitement began to grip Ziggy. The setup was peculiar. Before the lines went through the regular hospital switchboard, they were routed through a special switchboard set up in some part of the hospital. But they joined the regular Bell telephone lines, as even the most secret of military lines had to. At the switching center, the lines branched apart, were routed all over the country, and came together in Washington, where this Ziegler was. The end user, if there was such a thing in this business, was Barnstable, also known as Keats, who worked out of the offices of a foundation called the Coffin Foundation. There were other links. It would take a long time to find out what they were. Ziggy telephoned Mo Allardyce in Washington. Mo Allardyce was a military traffic nut. He loved to listen in and play general. He had caused 5 red alerts in the Dew Line and corrected the condition just in time to avoid general war. Ziggy asked Mo to check the Washington number out. Then Ziggy read the Coffin Foundation number to Marvin. "Ever hear it before?" "Yes, that's one of the numbers Richie was listening into." By now, Ziggy began to intercept voices. Richie's voice talking to this Carol Rothschild. A tap. The voice signals paralleled the other pulse and wave signals. And then he understood what they were. Life and body signs of all sorts. The excitement grew, for he saw that they were on the verge of the great breakthrough, delivery of diagnostic signals, medical telemetry. It would only be a question of time when they could deliver in the other direction. And that would be the beginning of the link-ups, the extensions of man. He would be able to see again. He would be able to move again. In the meantime, he listened. There comes a time in the game when the only thing to do is to watch, wait, gather information. When you have set the trap and baited it, you inch forward, backward, sideways, making infinitesimal moves, getting as much positional advantage as you can. And it is at times like these when the very rules of the game may be changing entirely, and you find yourself working with your enemy. A great deal rode on Richard. Kelly had thrown resources to Keats. He had opened doors. He had established connections for Keats, which were more valuable than money itself. Certainly the money flowed, from the Department of Justice and from the CIA into the National Institutes of Mental Health, where it went upstream, dispersing into a series of tributaries, to flow out again after short sojourns underground to hospitals, to universities, which contracted out work to a new firm, Metatronics. Metatronics then subcontracted work to Dr. Ficino. The money traveled along complex and devious routes, losing its identity of origin in passage, becoming money to which no history was attached. Keats, as Barnstable, was now the president of Metatronics. He was building an empire, scattered in pieces all over the country, connected by lines and equipment leased from Bell, from RCA, from General Electric. Mind-probing medical equipment was used on a sort of rented and time-shared basis, and almost immediately the consulting work began to pour in, providing the much-needed capital for Keats's work. The money was handled by Laura Goroyevich. Dr. Ficino was the chief executive officer. The team was joined by Vasily Oprichnik, who worked under the name of John Presemsel. Metatronics could call on the resources of the psychological warfare sections of the CIA, the DoD, as well as the use of some sophisticated electronics of the NSA. It was a growing concern. The next step Holcomb took was to appeal, respectfully, to Don Collegiero in Catania for information about certain people. Holcomb had worked with Collegiero during the Second World War. Collegiero was a kind of royalty, too old to come from Sicily in person, but he owed Holcomb. The people Holcomb wanted information about, Aquilino, set off alarm bells in Don Collegiero's mind. An ancient name in Sicily. Powerful people. Of them, the less said, or even thought, the better. They had left these parts a long time ago, but they had left certain guardians, their own little circle of men of respect, controllers of certain chasms, caves, passes, tunnels, founders of the Mafia. Don Collegiero got another message at the same time. A box. He had not lived this long by being stupid. Caution was what you learned on your father's knee. He had someone unwrap his gift for him, far away. The unwrapper came back with the contents, smiling a little because he was glad to still be alive. Inside the larger box there were a number of smaller boxes wrapped in a newspaper. The newspaper's headline said, "Suspected mafioso vanishes." His oldest rival. The first box contained a pair of human eyeballs, with strips of tape over the pupils. The second contained 2 blood-crusted ears, stoppered with lead plugs. No doubt the lead was molten and poured into the ears when they were still attached to the living man. The third contained lips and a tongue, skewered together. The fourth box contained a tape recording, no doubt a recording of the screams to delight Don Collegiero. There were also some instructions about how to use the documents. Don Collegiero sighed and muttered. This testified to the power of the Aquilinos and their network. Were they everywhere? Indeed, they might be living next door and watching Don Collegiero at that very minute. Taking no chances, he had the tape played very loud, so that the Aquilinos in the shadows would hear he had gotten the message and was responding to the gift of his rival. At the same time, following the instructions in the gift, Don Collegiero sent a mission to Rome which appeared to make the inquiries Holcomb requested. Holcomb would be sure to have someone watch his moves. One set of documents were secretly planted in the archives, and then much less secretly retrieved, as if the object of a search, and then duplicates prepared to be sent back to Holcomb. Poor Holcomb, a stupid man, an impulsive man. Did he imagine that the favors done 17 years ago retained their value? True, some favors matured like wine, gathering interest and flavor, building up for hundreds of years. Others had to be collected right away, or they spoiled, like meat left in the sun. The game had changed a dozen times since they had last seen one another. Back in America, one Candelli, an American, showed up bringing copies to Holcomb of certain files about a certain Aquilino family, originally from L'Aquila, and then from Milan. Step by step their network grew. First the big centers: New York, Boston, Washington, Miami, Atlanta, Chicago, Detroit, Denver, Houston, New Orleans, Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and then smaller centers in between. Ziggy, Tarzan, and Marvin plugged people in, the technology fanatics, the dreamers, the outcasts. Great fun. A hoax. Outwit the invaders from space who had landed in Washington, who had taken over Mother Bell, who sat astride and monopolized the radio and television networks. Low on money? Little technology other than what could be scrounged or stolen? Not to worry. There was the somnolent world of communications, like some fat and senile empire ready to have its equipment turned to use. A convention in September. Great. The dreamers would assemble in Boston or New York to exchange their dreams. Science fictioneers would meet the astrology and alchemy nuts. Getting in touch with the Mafia, however, presented more problems than they had anticipated. Ask the wrong question, and you end up with broken legs at best, at worst dead. What was the Mafia? Which one of the principalities could understand what they had to offer? Which one had the ability to rescue Richard? Of the incredible list of phones Richard had tapped into, stored away now in Marvin's remarkable memory, which ones led to the Mafia? The only way to find out was to tap into all of the numbers Richard had listened to, but there was no time. They had to take a chance. After much discussion, they decided on one particular coffee house on Mulberry Street, the Queen of Heaven Coffee House. They made a night visit to the Major Bell Trunk Line Center in Chinatown under the Temple of the Four Corners. They tapped into the Queen of Heaven and got ready to install devices that would cause trouble on that circuit. Tarzan stole a telephone truck. That was easy enough. Wearing the tools and insignia of the telephone repairman's trade, Tarzan began to check out certain phones of coffee houses, the Queen of Heaven among the others. When Tarzan was finished, there were funny sounds, clickings, whirrings, static, crossed lines, many voices, some police traffic, and now and then one of the conversations was repeated. Then Marvin was sent as emissary to sell their services. He was told to say that it had come to the attention of certain parties that their phones were bugged. What was this? Was America becoming a police state? These certain parties would offer to sell a sure safeguard to protect people from unwanted attention. If the Mafia was interested, they would move on to bigger and better things. Marvin didn't come back for hours. Ziggy was calm. Tarzan was worried. Marvin was captured. Marvin was mistaken for a cop. Marvin was tortured. And Marvin wouldn't be able to hold out. Tarzan and Ziggy had moved the van. Marvin wouldn't be able to tell his tormentors where they were. Marvin contacted them late at night. They picked him up, a little frightened, but elated. What happened? It was weird. What happened? Tarzan said. I started out for the Queen of Heaven coffee house. I took the bus cross town. I was going to get off a few blocks away, like we said. I walked past a few times. I was ready to go in when someone comes up to me. You know, he moves sideways and talks out of the side of his mouth and looks around all the time. You must have acted suspicious, Tarzan said. No, I acted very normal. What happened then? Ziggy asked. He said, We've been watching you. What are you after? I started to explain, but he says, Not here, stupid. Let's take a walk. I thought we were going to go in the coffee house, but he steered me in another direction. That's when I got scared. We ended up in this really ratty restaurant. I always thought the Mafia ate good. Terrible food. Dishwater coffee. The place was full of whores. You must have liked that part, Tarzan said. You know what? This guy was them. It came out slowly in the conversations. We felt each other out for about an hour. I mean, though he spotted me, and that meant something. Then I did what we said. I said that I was a salesman, and we were in competition with a telephone company. And if people were having trouble... He gave me a look. I said, We can sell you the latest, most sophisticated equipment. Top secret, just like the FBI uses. Secure lines, scramblers, descramblers. Did you talk about Richie? No. You said not to the first time. But they're definitely interested. How long did all this take? Tarzan said. About 3 hours. So, what kept you so long? Ziggy asked. What do you think took him so long? He had to get laid, Tarzan said. Didn't you, creep? The old fascist files, delivered by a Mr. Candelli from Rome, confirmed what Holcomb suspected. Communists, KGB, long-time agents in place. The Aquilino family were originally from a town called L'Aquila. They had gone to Milan to work in the factories in 1928. By 1932, it began to be suspected by Mussolini's secret police that there had been a substitution. The Aquilinos who left L'Aquila were different from the Aquilinos who arrived in Milan. The new Aquilinos had become agitators and organizers in Milan. The secret police watched them, but for some reason they had never had the husband and wife arrested. Were they under some kind of protection? In 1936, the Aquilinos disappeared quite suddenly. The files speculated that they had been recalled to Russia. The Moscow trials were going on. Agents all over the world were being recalled, being executed. The old Bolsheviks were being purged. But Holcomb suspected that those trials were only an elaborate piece of cover theater. Stalin had eliminated his rivals, but had probably kept his lower echelons in place. They had gone back into the world, all over the world, under the best cover of all. They were supposed to be dead. The Aquilinos had been sent to America. After taking appropriate evasive action, Holcomb met Braunstein at Idlewild Airport. They retired to one of the airport hotels where Holcomb had rented a room for Braunstein. On the way to the hotel, Holcomb noted that there were men all around, keeping their distance. Holcomb was afraid he had been blown, but they were Braunstein's people. After the hotel rooms had been swept for bugs, Holcomb began to brief Braunstein. Braunstein listened, getting more and more excited. He agreed with everything Holcomb felt about the Allies being honeycombed with moles, except the moles were not Russians, he said. The game was more complicated than that.
I have learned much of the Parvis game since we talked last. You remember you thought I was a little crazy.
Holcomb started to deny it.
Yes, I could see the way you looked at me. No matter. I was on the verge of some great discovery. The past few years have more and more confirmed it. First and foremost, instead of being dead, the great and mysterious Parvis is still alive. 95 years old, but alive. Amazing.
Braunstein plunged into conversation as if they had never parted. Time slipped backwards. As Braunstein warmed to his topic, his face became animated. He began to look younger. They were back running the Berlin tunnel operation.
It was Khrushchev's speech at the 20th Party Congress that started the next stage of Parvis. The putting of the stake through Stalin's dead corpse. What a shock that speech was! What the Moscow trials had failed to do, what the pact with Hitler failed to do, the speech did. Party members deserted in droves. No more communism. It wasn't needed. One can really trace the beginning of the split with the Chinese from that point in time. What split? They're still together. I know what your leaders think and say, but they are wrong. The split is surfacing. There's been universal unrest, domestic conflict in capitalist and communist countries alike. Even the Russians began to experience trouble, strikes, the rising of national minorities demanding their freedom from the great Russian overlord.
What did it mean? The Parvis game was emerging, enlarging, gathering force and momentum, a state within many states. Civil war on a world scale, takeover of the vital places. Having been hunted by the secret services, Parvis had changed colors and become part and parcel of the opposition. No longer was the struggle between good and evil, between the day and the night, between the God and the Satan possible. That was becoming a piece of theater, the grand and diabolical dialectic, in which they, Parvis, would play both sides of the war and so win. It was a man named Alexander Israelovich Helfand, who wrote under the name Parvis, a Russian revolutionary of the late 19th century, who gave up his revolutionary ways, came to live in Germany, and found ways of giving material support to the vision. This Helfand dreamed of an end to nations, of an end to the divisive customs and languages of people, to the end of their traditions. He talked to the internationally minded leaders of the international corporations. Some bought it. All one had to do was to read Helfand's writings. When the Russian Revolution broke out, Helfand Parvis persuaded them to send Lenin to Petrograd from Switzerland in the sealed car to keep the British and the French from executing him. Why, Braunstein asked rhetorically, had such disastrous settlements been made after the Second World War in such a way as to create maximum difficulties in the years to come? Was it a drunken Churchill, a sick Roosevelt, a stupid and murderous Stalin who had delineated the spheres of interest, determined where the small and deadly struggles were later to be carried out? Or was it the advisers, the viziers, with the facts, figures, and particulars, who stood behind the leaders and whispered into their ears, saying, "Give this up, but keep that. Split Germany, split Korea, split Vietnam, divide Berlin." After Braunstein finished talking, the seed he had planted so long ago began to germinate. Holcomb's faith in the predictability of the KGB began to waver. Holcomb briefed Braunstein on Richard's operation and the disappearing Aquilinos. His suspicions of Keats, of the cover operation for which he worked. Braunstein got excited. There was something about Richard Aquilino's operation that reminded him of something, someone. An operation run out of Berlin in the Second World War. A deep penetration. A genius with radio. A supreme musician in the grand spy orchestra. A soloist. He would check into all of it from his end, and promised support at this end. There would be people to help Holcomb. "And perhaps you are in a good position just where you are. Inadvertently, you have done what Parvis did. You penetrated them." Holcomb noted further signs that he was being undercut and plotted against. Some of his staff were no longer eating in the Foundation cafeteria. Did that mean they were using lunches for meetings elsewhere? A palace revolt? He decided to check. He began to take his lunches in restaurants surrounding the area. After the third try, he found some of his personnel. It was clear, from their reaction, that they were conspiring against him. He had to act before his power base was gone. Chapter 23. The room Richard was being kept in had been turned into a monitoring box, a kind of gigantic stress analyzer and lie detector. Its walls were embedded with instruments that could receive and broadcast signals. The broadcast signals could stimulate or disorient Richard, possibly even plant or reinforce notions in Richard's mind. Keats had already staged a number of conversations for Richard to hear. Keats worked out of a safe house, running the operation and his new firm, Metatronics, some blocks away from the Coffin Foundation. There he reviewed video and audio tapes. Keats controlled Ficino. Ficino controlled Carroll. Carroll had to control Richard. The thought began to occur to Keats. Could he use Richard to play his own game with Kennedy? Two voices spoke quietly. Richard and Carroll, secure in the illusion that they were alone on the planet. She had taken to doing her interviews at night. Was it a way of eluding Ficino? Their relationship was deteriorating. On one screen, ghostly colors ranging from blue-green for cool to yellow-white for hot. A thermogram keyed to emotional activity, still crude. Precision would come later. Ideally, Carroll and Richard should be naked, to be able to pinpoint what parts of their bodies glowed hot or cold. Carroll probed. Richard resisted. After the first frightened babblings, he tried to fight back with silence. He had raved of a world bathed in atomic fire, visions, demonic voices, out of his primal past, she thought, speaking as public figures, household names. Carroll decided it was a paranoid, schizophrenic, delusional system of enormous proportions. The highest forces of government were out to get him. He claimed to have had a prevision of some great catastrophe. He claimed he had been drugged, chased, beaten, driven crazy. There were bruises on his body. Self-inflicted? A whole battery of tests was administered, including EEGs. No brain damage. The bodily fluids showed minute amounts of unexplained substances. What were they? Drugs or auto-produced? But then she didn't have a long medical history, so she didn't know what was normal or abnormal. The lab couldn't tell her what the trace chemicals were. Richard didn't trust her at all. He had to keep his mouth shut as long as he could. "You can talk to me. There's just us," she said. He knew better. He had glimpsed a world in which everyone listened in to everyone else. Keep your mouth shut. They had to be listening. Keep quiet, at least until Ziggy found him. He had to get to a phone. The old methodology was too slow, Carol thought. It took years. She couldn't afford the luxurious hours, the years of waiting. It was a tenet of that kind of therapy that the patient had to want help. Richard didn't want help. She had to take the lead. Sidney was pushing her. That bothered her. Something was on Sidney's mind. He was almost hysterical these days. "If you don't help me, I can't help you. Why don't you tell me your full name, where you live? At least I can get in touch with your parents. They must be terribly worried about you. You think I'm crazy." Yes, she thought. She took a chance. She laughed. "What would you think if you were in my position?" A bitter, almost ironic smile twisted his lips. A signal. What did it mean? Probably the parents were the last people he wanted to see. The parents were always responsible, but she had to know. "You have to trust someone. Really, I'm not with the feds. Do you mean the FBI? You should trust me." She delivered each statement gently, patiently. He sat there, stony-faced. Really, she thought, he was quite handsome. Was she wearing him down with kindness and patience? She chafed. She was being kept from her real work. He wondered why he was being kept in isolation. He felt crippled without his network of people and equipment. He had never realized how much a part of his life, his nervous system, the telephones, the radios, the distant voices, had become. Were they still putting things in his food and drink? No, probably not. The fits, the seizures, they were going away. Another doctor came, a Dr. Sidney Ficino. He was short and plump. He smiled heartily. He had a deep voice. He exuded confidence. When Richard told him that he was really a government shrink, Dr. Ficino laughed long and loudly, but there was a certain note in his voice. The man was acting. 3 men were attendants. They were thuggish, but dressed in white. They brought him the food and drink, and the science fiction books he had asked for, and changed the linen on his bed, and made small talk with him. He got into an argument with one named Will, who was a rabid Giant football fan. Richard told Will, before he thought about it, that he could kiss the Giants goodbye in a few years. They were going to be moved out of New York. "How could they do a thing like that? I don't believe it," Will said. "They can do anything they want. They don't give a shit about people like us." And that wasn't the half of it. If Will only knew. Should he tell Will what he heard the gamblers saying? The line, the point spread? "You better believe it. I know." "Bullshit. What's your pipeline?" "The Maras call you up and say, 'Richie, kid, we're thinking of moving our operation out of New York. What do you think?'" "I heard." "Heard who?" Richard shut his mouth. The conversation petered out. Clearly, Will thought Richard was crazy, and that meant that Will wasn't a guard, but an attendant. She was patient. She was warm. She had never done things quite this way before. Sidney was on her back, getting more and more restless, demanding results. When was she going to get Richard hooked up? New equipment was being brought in. She was instructed in the use of the equipment. There was wiring all over the place. Telephone hookups were being connected to the equipment. "Telemetry," the installing technicians explained. "Where do they lead?" "You'll have to ask the telephone people." She asked Sidney about this new setup. "Well, some of the equipment is new, experimental in R&D.
There's only one of a kind, shared by researchers in many places.
Where is the equipment?
I'm not sure, but what's the difference?
He didn't want her to know. She would find out. Where did all the money come from? The Coffin Foundation? Their library was being expanded. Their loving became more perfunctory. There was more personnel around. Sidney had more to administrate. He seemed to be spending a lot of time in conference. There was more paperwork. Instead of being hurt, she was glad. The spell Sidney held over her was breaking. But she still needed him and resented needing him. He was the gatekeeper to success.
There's terrific pressure on me, he told her. The rich, Carol, they're not scientists. They think that all you have to do is to wave that magic wand. They're used to getting just what they want. Are you getting anywhere? Are you keeping your notes up to date? Get them typed out. Has he started to loosen up?
I'll have the notes typed up soon. Everything's so incomplete. She realized that she was reluctant to do it.
We don't have much time.
What does that mean?
Well, you should have established trust.
Why don't you do it?
Carol,
you're asking me to do something in a short period of time that should take years. You would think that his parents would be more concerned for his mental health. Sidney, why can't we bring in someone else to do this? I want to get back to my work.
You will. With him.
Richard?
You've got a classic psychotic there. When you gain his confidence, we can begin to make breakthroughs. We can build up the first definitive lexicon, the map of his disturbances. You'll write up a paper, our paper, and you will deliver it at the conference.
What conference?
It's a surprise. Kiss me again that way.
She felt protective of Richard. There was something wrong with what Sidney wanted. He had lost his sense of proportion and morality. Sidney, that will take years.
Not as long as you think. These telephone lines go all over the country. Knowledge banks are being built up. There's a Manhattan Project of the Mind going on.
Every person is different, Sidney.
Yet alike. We're all bio-jelly. Everyone in the world has the same jellyware. We're breaking down the mysteries of the ultimate black box.
Black box? Jellyware? What kind of talk was that?
The brain, cybernetics. Carol, I'm raving. I'm going half crazy. I don't want to blow this. We know he's scared. He thinks the whole government's after him. It's classic. He's heard voices. He thinks he's heard the president talking to him. Maybe he really heard the president. Maybe they weren't hallucinations of an auditory nature. Not all voices are psychoactive.
Sidney, psychotics are not amenable to the classic disciplines. Paranoid schizophrenics are incredibly cunning. They construct whole world systems tied together by impeccable logic. They can take the slightest cues.
But where do those cues come from?
Anywhere. The newspapers, television, a conversation overheard in the street, a conversation you heard your father having. They can take these minimal hints and fit them into their delusional system. Sometimes their constructs make sense, anticipate the real world. Everything is grist for the mill.
Maybe there are traces, memory traces, lurking in his auditory centers. Can you imagine what a stir we'd make if—
Sidney, we're years away from that. It's science fiction magic you're playing with.
We might be closer than you think. I think you should start catching up on the new material that's coming into our library.
What was he hinting at? He was trying to tell her something without telling her directly.
Push a little, Carol.
What was Sidney concealing from her? She was upset. She didn't want to go home. She was sexually excited, and Sidney could do nothing for her any more. She sat in her office and reread her notes, went over the test records, glanced through new journals. But she was restless, lonely. She hadn't been lonely for a long time. Where was there to go? She wandered the corridors, but she knew she wasn't wandering. It got late. She could hear the hospital becoming quieter. She sent out for food and ate a sandwich. She got up and went to look at the new machinery, looked at the wire entrails which disappeared into boxes to go— where? Another attendant, Martin was on duty outside of Richard's door. Was he an attendant or a guard? What was she doing here? She nodded. He opened the door. It was dark inside. Richard heard. Someone had come in. There was a flash of light. He lay very still in bed, his body tense. Now it would start, he thought. Thinking he was asleep, they would come to the edge of the bed, stand over him, watching, and then suddenly they would strike. That was the way he imagined it to be. That was one of the ways Ziggy told him they did it. He was prepared to move quickly. Richard kept his eyes closed. He waited. He heard breathing. He smelled perfume. The doctor's smell. Heard her breathing. He listened and sensed something else. Something new. A loneliness. He relaxed. The blood beat in his ears went away. He heard better when he was calm. Scanning the monitored records, Keats was beginning to strip them down to their real nakedness. Physical nakedness was amusing, but not the kind that counted. He wanted to get down to their inner being. He was beginning to see their real erotic sensuousness. They wanted to fuck one another. Keats grinned. Sidney wasn't going to like that. In Keats's world, there was no such thing as one person belonging to another. And if Mr. Kelly was to be believed, all belonged to the way. Sidney would just have to get used to the idea. Richard had a good body, very good. He would have made a good agent, if he had had the right beginnings. Too late. You got the taste young. Carol's body left something to be desired. Her breasts were too big for his tastes. They should get used to fucking under observation. Keats had learned. In his world there was no privacy. If you wanted privacy, you had to do it another way. Chapter 24. On another screen, sets of dancing lines, stress monitoring of the voices. Every now and then superimposed red arrows appeared, indicating excitement. When the voices said something that interested Keats, he pressed a button, and a yellow arrow appeared on the tape, marking the place. It meant, "Follow that up." Richard was on the bed, lying down, sitting up, crossing and uncrossing his legs, drawing his knees up like some restless schoolboy. Sensors monitored the activity of the bed, Carol's chair, all the furniture in the room. She seemed to draw closer and closer, subtly edging her chair near, unaware of what it was she was doing. The bed jiggled and creaked, a lot of activity, a kind of ritual foreplay. The speaker at Keats's elbow crackled. The voice of the Metatronics technician, Ziegler, said, "We're nowhere near a sensitivity capability to get a complete mapping. It's still very primitive." Stupid man. The intuition bred out of him. The technician believed in nothing unless his instruments told him it was so. "Can we begin a little feedback?" "Soon." As a child, Richard used to read in bed late at night, listening for the slightest sound. He was afraid of the dark. His parents nagged him to get some sleep, not to ruin his eyes. He was prepared to turn off the light and thrust the books under the covers if they came into his room. He read, worlds in which strange creatures battled, crystalline universes alongside the disorderly one he knew. A door creak. He used to pretend to be asleep when his father or mother came into his room and stood over him. They would look down at him, listening to his breathing, and know if he was asleep or awake. His mother would touch him. Her big hand would tell her if he was really asleep or not. She knew everything through her hand, and her sharp gaze penetrated everywhere. It was as though she were perpetually alert for something, even for the creatures of his imagination. She would say, "Richard, go to sleep." She was a guardian. Sometimes, between sleeping and waking, evil and mysterious creatures were in the perpetual act of coming from a long way off to get him. They had a way of getting to you. They short-circuited space and time. They could come through your closet, lurk in the shelves of the chest of drawers, because they had ways of altering their shapes. His mother could protect him. She had great strength, If he only knew how or when they would come for him. They had come for him, and they had captured him. Sometimes he would set up strings with cans or bells, tie them to the closet or the chest of drawers. The clacking rattle would warn him. When his father came, it was because he wanted to talk. His father was more like him, a dreamer. When he wasn't working on the account books, he would read his scholarly material, many languages, especially Hebrew. They were both great readers. His mother read the real world.
"We read the same thing," his father once said.
This puzzled Richard. His reading in radio and communications had nothing to do with his father's. His father would tell him stories until his mother would come and chase her husband out. Once he heard them whispering, "Why are you filling his head with these tales? Aren't there enough real Gilguls, Dybbuk's, Shaitans, Shadim in the real world?"
"That's my way of telling him. Gently, preparing him.
He doesn't need to know these things. He's like you, a dreamer. Sometimes I wonder how you ever got into the business. It's in the blood, handed down through the generations from father to son. They needed me. They needed your talents. You were a great code breaker. You came with the deal. If you have learned to decipher the act of creation, the place of precryptation, what petty mysteries of mere humans could withstand me? I saw you making a speech. Your hair blew. Your face glowed. I fell in love. Could you withstand me? Am I a code? To this day you are an ever-recurring mystery, coded in such a way as to make me desire to break it, because the message is different every time. You are a crazy Jew, and you are a crazy Tartar, Lily. I had such contempt for you when we were assigned to work together. That's because you were the flesh, the doer. I was intellect. You understood that you needed me to read the signs. You weren't such a pure intellect. For a dreamer, you were always after me to go to bed. It's a weakness, I admit it, but that too is in our tradition. I turned aside your contempt by weaving spells. The first time I looked at you, looked at your body, I thought I would fall down in a faint. Say some spells. There would be a silence, but a noise of movement. Doors would close. Did Richard feel locked out? Carol wondered. Why did you think they were evil, Richard? She asked. Her voice sounded sad, lonely, preoccupied. Had he been talking out loud? Could he trust her? He didn't answer. What kind of stories did your father tell? He didn't answer. He felt a stirring and prepared himself to leap out of bed, but it was her hand on his forehead. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you.
Different kinds. He told me adventure stories, stories of our families, stories of magicians. I think they were magicians.
Magicians? Had Richard's disturbances started then, with tales of terror told to an impressionable boy?
One he liked to tell over and over. It was always about knights, battles, merchants, wise men, evil ones, magicians who could become invisible and summon strange forces to help them. There were sword fights. In this one story it took place once upon a time, a long time ago. Sometimes it takes place on a hill or in some kind of open space, a city square. Sometimes it will take place in the kingdom of Sicily.
Sicily?
My father's family originally came from Sicily. My mother's family is Russian, Tartar, going back to the Mongol invasions.
How do you know that?
We had records.
You're Italian, then?
Not exactly. Jewish. In those days, in Sicily, there were Christians, Jews, and Mohammedans. It was a golden age. Everyone lived in harmony. Saracens wearing long, flowing robes, fierce fighters. There were knights, armor. The knights were always Christians.
What was the significance in the way Richard said the word Christians with contempt?
Normans, Greeks, Jews, Dalmatians, smugglers, Teutons, scholars, doctors, merchants. There's a great good king, Frederick II, Stupor Mundi.
He was a great, good, and wise man. But he gets sick and dies. Or maybe he's poisoned. Then anarchy begins to rule the land. Oppression, misery, injustice. The oranges rot. The merchants are squeezed by taxes. Priests come and torture the Mohammedans and the Jews, warning them to convert. Knights from the north, from beside a misty and cold sea, they wear black armor and red crosses dipped in blood. Things get very bad. They rule. Great battles are fought. The knights are all big and blond. The people are small, dark. Had Richard's father reversed the folk tale in which the blond knight is always the hero? Why blond? I don't know. That's the way my father used to tell it. He hated blond people. Say, that's funny. When she was younger, my mother had blond hair. Did they hate one another? No, they loved one another very much. They're dead? He didn't answer. What was she going to say now? Talk to us, or your parents and your sisters are going to die? There's a battle. Maybe it takes place in Palermo. I can't remember. Because sometimes the story takes place in Seville, Venice, Frankfurt, Moscow, Odessa. The places change, but the story stays more or less the same. It always seems to be happening to the same people, or the children or grandchildren of the same people. There are two men. One's the knight. He wears the black armor. The other is small and dark, not a knight. He's quick and tricky. His eyes move quick, and his mind works fast all the time. He can change shape. But the trickery doesn't help, not at first. He loses. The knight beats up the small man. Sometimes he's killed, but he's not really killed. I mean, sometimes he's cut into little pieces, but he always comes together again. Well, sometimes he just disappears into thin air. He has 1,000 ways. He wins the fight, but not right then. Later, and maybe in another country. You see, he has mysterious helpers. There are 32 of them. What do the 32 helpers mean to you? 22 mystic letters and 10 numbers. You say some of them in certain ways, and they become what you want them to become. The magician— He was a magician? Letters? Numbers? She didn't want to interrupt the flow. Yeah, he loses in 1251. He gets revenge in 1282. And then it starts all over again. Why those dates? Those dates start the story. Richard stopped, remembering. He hadn't thought of those stories for a long time. The magician wakes the magical helpers, who in turn wake up some kind of force. Sometimes it's a giant, sometimes it's something else. Why are they fighting? It's a blood feud. It's about some kind of treasure, but also it's about an imprisoned princess who's guarded by something terrible. Maybe it's a dragon. If you learn the spell and can say it, then you can get past the dragon. The king, the father, the president, Keats thought. Not much emotional reaction. Something was coming together for him. And the princess? She was taken away and imprisoned somewhere in a cave or a castle, guarded by evil spirits. In the story you had to first beat the creature that disguised itself like a knight. Then you had to have magic to release the princess. How did the magician find her? The master of the names said them in a certain order. The names became things, places to stand, pathways between things. The naming of each name brought you closer. Then you finally can figure it out. You can say where the castle or the cave was, and you could see where she was. Then, when you found where she was, you need spells to reach her, and spells to waken her, and spells to release her, turn her back from being a putrid hag into a beautiful girl. But maybe she didn't want to be liberated. It didn't matter. His princess was dead. Carol wondered. What did the princess mean to Richard? Was the folk tale a vision of trying to unblock his own stifled sexuality? His mother. And what was the creature who guarded the princess, the dragon? Was that the father who would have to be slain? She remembered the case history she had worked on with Sidney, the powerful father, the secrets. Sidney had been setting her up for this boy. Why didn't he trust her? Richard wondered, was he saying too much? Your father sounds like he's a nice man. Sounds?
or sounded? Why was she asking him these questions? Why didn't the rest of them come to trade? For your parents, tell us, what for what? They wanted something from him. Hey, fellows, anything you want to know? Well, he knew something. He had something that someone wanted badly. The bed was agitated. Keats heard the squeaks. Something was exciting Richard Aquilino. Listen. Scan. Wait. Numbers. Fairy stories. Waves. Folk tales. Letters. Myths. Codes. A world of magic and Kabbalistic wisdom and cryptography. He loved it. Yellow arrow markers. Go back over. Call up a few friends in Bloomington and talk to the folklorists, the myth and intelligence collectors, and tell them the story. As for the princess, Keats was going to see her tomorrow, or the day after. Richard was excited. Suddenly he felt a power. It was something that he didn't know, but he had it, whatever it was. Did his body tense? Relax. Forget. Forget you figured it out. Wait until she's gone. We can arrange it so that we trade off the Jupiter missiles in Italy and Turkey. They're out of date. Was that it? He was sitting up in the bed now. She was sitting on a chair next to the bed. They sat in darkness for a while. Only the sound of their breathing. It was still. They felt close. What do your parents do? Do? Did? They ran junkyards, owned some real estate. Ran? Are they dead? He listened for the tone. Innocence or a sarcastic wisdom? Cunning? He didn't answer. What's wrong? Junkyards. The son of a powerful trustee of the Coffin Foundation? Junkyards? Was Sidney's case history wrong, or was Sidney lying? Or being lied to? Would it bother you if I smoke? She asked. No, there's an ashtray on the table. The flare of the match showed her face. The match's distorting light made her look as if she were frowning. And what about the princess? What was she like? My father never really described her. You know how those stories go. No one has faces. She was beautiful. She had black hair and gray eyes and a very white face. She disappeared, or she was stolen away one day. 13 years old. Laura. Some day he would get her back. She was dead, but he had seen her after her death. She had to be rescued, or revenged. When he was little, he used to watch his princess playing in the street, skipping rope. He was 10, she was 8. He fell in love, but he could never tell her about it. She would laugh at him. Little boys didn't fall in love with little girls. Boys played games. Boys played at being soldiers, cops, robbers. Boys fought. In his neighborhood, no one wanted to be the cop. He began to read popular mechanics and popular science, popular radio and popular electronics, Scientific American, science, books of math. He took apart clocks and put them together again. He took apart the family's radio and put that together. It worked better than ever. He began to build his own radios, crystal sets, and then operated a ham station. When he looked at wiring, it all made sense to him instantly. He read college physics texts and began on advanced material before he was even in high school. He considered the implications of relativity. School bored him. His teachers began to think he was stupid. He would have stopped going to school, but there was Laura. He watched Laura grow up and become a woman quite early. She always had boys around her. Older boys began to elbow the kids of her own age aside. Her eyes sparkled. Her voice commanded. He loved her. It became harder to come close to her. Had he waited too long? Carol lit another cigarette. It was a breakthrough. He was talking. Should she interrupt? No. Keep quiet. The shyness grew like a sickness. Talking to people gave him trouble. His father and mother were disturbed by his bad marks in school. After all, his father was a scholar of sorts, and wasn't it time to give up this childish hobby and pay attention to his schoolwork? Boys went with girls. Things happened in the hidden corners of school. There were dates, movies, proms. He wasn't involved in any of it.
Laura became more and more beautiful every day. Even though she was 12, 13, she was a woman. Grown men began to hang around her now. There was a terrible and dirty hunger in their eyes. He raged, but he didn't know what to do. And yet he thought she was aware of him, laughed at him from behind her mask. Her face was beautiful, impenetrable, the center of all things. Inside he wanted to believe that Laura was the same as him. Gray, luminous eyes. How could she listen to all that boring talk? He listened to pop music. When he was alone, he played his records, songs of thwarted love. Elvis wept his tears for him. The build-up of the initial set of traumas, expressing itself as a pathological shyness? Carol lit another cigarette. Her mind drifted. She remembered her own childhood, also lonely, also feeling strange, different. Plain face, glasses, braces, skinny. If boys ever talked to her, she overwhelmed them with talk. It burst out of her like a flood. They were disgusted. Book talk. She changed suddenly. Her breasts grew large. Her behind became too big. She was clumsy. She felt gross. Now that she had a body, boys came. She repelled them. She always said the wrong thing. Her clothes didn't fit right. But underneath, she was beautiful. She had a beautiful mind. She had such intense longings. Refuge in books, psychology. What made people tick? What made her tick? How alike she and Richard had been. But they had made such different things of their lives. What if they had met then? Two shy people. How ridiculous. She was at least 10 years older than he was, worlds apart intellectually. What was happening to her? They were talking, Keats thought, exchanging confidences so that they could trust one another. Intelligence services were like nervous systems seeking to evolve into brains, longing to be centralized. It couldn't happen, not when your various nerves could introduce their own peculiar messages anywhere along the line of transmission. Then, too, the center did not want to hear certain things that were unpleasant. Or a cluster of agents and their lines of transmission could go rogue, become autonomous, feed in false messages. When you realized that, you understood why you were no longer bound to the chain of command. That's what he had done, and that's what Holcomb was trying to do. Amusing to watch him struggling to put together his own network. Fine. That was the network he was going to hang Holcomb with. Finally, one day, Laura seemed to take notice of Richard. He never figured out why. What happened between them was too short. She just came to him one day, and everything he had dared to dream of happened, and even more. He had won the princess for a few days. Then... He stopped. He sat there, remembering. There had been one golden moment, and he had fallen under her spell forever. They had gone to the roof of his building. It was autumn. The sun was warm. What was ordinary was transfigured. He was on another planet. Light and autumn warmth was spread evenly everywhere. Even the roof tar paper was transfigured. 1,000,000 little particles embedded in the tar paper shimmered and became stars. Benevolent heat, soaked up by the roof, radiated upward onto their bodies. Each building around them, all the way up to the distant towers at the center of Manhattan, sparkled. Laura looked at him for a long time. Then she nodded, as if to herself, as if making up her mind about something. He was paralyzed. Say something. What do people talk about? He didn't want to talk about radios or telephones or his jerky friends or his distant ham radio contacts. He was scared. She moved closer. Her eyes gleamed. The pupils seemed to widen till they almost seemed to fill her eyeballs. Gray became mysterious black. She put her hands on the sides of his face and pulled him close. He closed his eyes. She didn't. She kissed him. His body began to shake. His penis rose. He was afraid she would notice. He tried to draw back, and she moved her body against his. Then she began to undress him.
He couldn't talk. She took off her clothes and moved his hands along her body to her breasts. A small wind chilled parts of his body that had never been exposed to the outside air before. Her eyes kept looking at him, looking at her, as if his gaze could excite her. They were penetrating. He fumbled. He didn't know what to do. She was gentle. She helped him. They were on top of their clothes. He was on top of her. His eyes were shut tight. He didn't dare to look. She put his penis inside her. High above, circling seagulls shrieked. Pigeons cooed. The traffic hummed, warming up the air. He heard the vibrations of the sun's light. He was connected to everything. He was sure he felt all the city's electrical wave traffic passing through him. Everything. Images, conversations. It was all so simple and beautiful. He plunged again and again, his arms around her now. The more he jerked, the more sensitive to the city's electricity he became. Finally, she began to shriek. He stopped. "What's wrong?" he asked. She didn't answer. Her face had contorted. Her eyes stared up. He saw bits of blue sky and cloud floating there. A stillness surrounded them. They lay there in the sunlight, still and waiting. Bit by bit the world reconstituted itself, and she smiled at him. White teeth in a slightly tanned face. Black hair that swallowed all light. White body on that black tar paper. Small and perfectly formed breasts, nipples like the tips of delicate fingers. The hips not quite formed into true womanhood. A small pubic smudge. The moment seemed to last forever. Richard was silent. Had it really happened, or hadn't it? Carol lit another cigarette. She wished she had had such a moment, even one, of love. They sat there, perhaps for another 10 minutes, neither of them saying a word. What was the time? 3 o'clock in the morning? Carol didn't feel tired. Gently she said, "And then?" Richard sighed. "And then there were no other times. She disappeared. She was stolen away." He was fantasizing, the obsessive image of the princess. Had his parents interfered? Had hers? Was it just her refusal to deal with this clumsy boy? "Stolen?" she asked. "Yeah, stolen. Bought." "Bought? What did he mean by that? Bought off?" "I began to hunt for her." "Where was she taken? Did you find her?" I... Yes, Richard? "I found a way to hear her." "Hear? Voices, hallucinations?" "Through the telephone." "The telephone?" Again, this use of technology in support of his system of visions and voices. Where had she gone? New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Washington, California, London, Rome. Did you go to her? "Only once. I called her up and she laughed at me. Once I saw her. She laughed at me." "When was that?" "About 5 years ago." "And that's the last time you saw her?" "No. First I saw her 2 weeks ago. She was dead. Then I saw her 4 or 5 times. She was alive." Treat it as if it were real. Don't deny the vision. Find out what it means to him. Where? "Here in New York. The same day they brought me in here." "That was when she was dead?" "No. Yes. I don't know. Something was wrong with me." "You seem to have it wrong, Richard. You said that she died, and then you saw her alive. Is that right?" "Yeah, that's right. That's the way it happened."
My mind is reeling, absolutely reeling. I feel as if I've looked into the pits of hell and seen the heights of heaven, Sidney Ficino said. A little more wine will restore the balance. The papers which bring together Metatronics and launch it effectively will be ready next week. There'll be a lot of papers to sign. The amount of work that has been done, I feel like I'm a student again. You'll catch up. One thing bothers me. What, Sidney? Why can't I bring Carol into this yet? She's doing something very sensitive. In fact, her very lack of knowledge is a positive asset.
Her skills are needed, her old skills, her gentle art of probing. She's not ready yet. How would you feel if the area in which you are making enormous breakthroughs was not the virgin territory you thought it was? A lot of research goes on that has already been done but has to remain under wraps. Someone discovers a new process and has an attorney make a search of the patent files. Nothing there. No one seems to have discovered your discovery. You're elated. You go and file a patent claim. You get back the word that there is a patent, but it's classified. Or you just have to lay off, no explanations, thank you. Military applications requiring a classification, something that you thought should not be able to come into existence for 10 years down the line. In a sense, the things that you and Carol have been working on are put into a kind of abeyance, and it will seem that you will make enormously speeded-up progress, and you will be able to get support, and you will not only invent what's been invented, but you have to go through it as if it all hadn't been gone through before. They finished their meal. They moved on again into one of the lounges where they had coffee, brandy, and cigars. Now, tell me, I know that you've been rushed. I must have read about 10,000 pages. You're exaggerating. No, I'm not. I've kept count. And anyway, I have an almost photographic memory. That's a help. All right, given that, what's your prognostication of the direction we should take? It's not formulated well, Mr. Barnstable, but the problem is distant influence and remote assessment. That when one gets, on all cylinders, so to speak, a complete profile of a person, one can feed that profile back, with some variations, of course, to alter a person's belief system, emotional state, time sense. Good. I mean in a variety of ways, all complementing one another. Drugs, food, sound, light, chemicals, electrical, and with the appropriate contents. Barnstable was grinning. Ficino's face fell. You're going to tell me that it's been done, too? It has, but that's not a reflection on your ability, Sidney. Not at all. It's just that certain scientists have had help, and many have had no help at all. I'm a little worried. You're full of worries, Sidney. Well, it's what I see happening down the line, the ability to probe into people's minds, to control them. People are crazy beasts, Sidney. Think of it as an exchange. You give up some of your irrational attachments to freedom. You give up a little privacy, even some dignity. But what's the exchange? When people become linked up, when we can stop the craziest behavior patterns, the stealing, the murder, the lust for power. Look, I want you to pay particular attention again to the second case history. Start to really refine your findings. I think that some very important people are going to need your findings. The second case history was Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev's. Khrushchev was beginning to make overtures through channels. Wouldn't it be a grand idea if the Berlin problem could be discussed man to man, as it were? What if Kennedy were to come on a state visit to Moscow? Or what if Khrushchev himself were to come on another visit to the United States? The feelers went their secret way. It would be another month before it would be leaked to the papers. Chapter 25. When can we begin some feedback and input? Keats asked the Metatronics engineer, Ziegler. You'll want to be careful. We don't have anywhere near a complete profile. It's too soon. I want a little fugue. A marriage of two complex themes. Him and her. I want something agitating, something sexy. Figure out the cycles. Subliminal. You know what I mean. The boys in the audio lab can compose something for you in the interim. The audio lab was in San Francisco, where new kinds of musicians were composing new kinds of music, playing with strobe lights keyed to the music, fluctuating, hypnotic, constructed out of the personality they were monitoring. You're getting her, too? Yes. Consulting the library of archetypes? Yeah, but composing sounds and visions for it is not so easy. Give us time. There's practically no time. Mix them. Try and coordinate the two sets of readings as if they were one person. It was happening between the two of them.
Use the him and her theme as an underlying motif, then add some stuff. Heartbeats, variations on the heartbeats, recorded screams. The sound of Carol and Sidney fucking. The rhythm beat of Richard's voice talking about Laura. You know what I'm trying to say.
Sure, no problem. It's just chancy.
I take the responsibility, not you.
Carol began to come late at night. She was avoiding Sidney as much as possible. He was rushing her on Richard. Every day he intensified the pressure. Richard was growing to trust her more. She felt it. At the same time, she grew to trust herself less and less. 3 a.m. would pass and begin to crawl toward 4. Even though Richard's room was cocooned under layers of floors and walls inside the hospital, the city's pre-dawn silence began to reach even here, a wave passing through buildings and people, calming some, agitating others. Time slowed down. Words became clearer in the stillness. They grew closer. As the city fell into its deepest sleep, they became more and more awake. Stolen? Bought? Dead? Those are strong words, Carol said. But she hadn't seen Laura dead. She hadn't seen Laura alive in the streets after she was dead. Maybe he was crazy. Was this Carol Rothschild just playing with his mind? Something I heard. The president talking. Something I know. People talking about the president. Someone wants it. Whatever it is, it's a catastrophe. He probed his mind when he was alone. Of the hundreds he had heard, who said what to whom? One set of people talked of war, another set of thwarting war. One person talked both sides. Familiar voice. All he could remember was the president's speech, Laura and the rain of atomic fire. Richard didn't have his notes. It must be in his notes, whatever it was. He would use Carol to help him to remember, but not tell her, not unless he could sell the information for his family's freedom or trade it for a phone call to Ziggy. He had to test her. Approach slowly and carefully. "Could I have one of those cigarettes?" She laughed. It sounded natural. "I'm sorry. That's impolite of me." Unthinking, she held the pack out in the dark. His hand took it. "Can you see in the dark?" "It's never totally dark. There's always some light. And anyway, I can hear you, smell you, feel you." "I can't see a thing." "I could always see good in the dark. When I was a kid, I used to lie in bed and stare into the darkness and see things forming there." She lit the match. His hand took her wrist and moved it closer. Their faces glowed, bright and flickering angles and planes. She had soft lips. He had prominent cheekbones. Her hair looked like a gleaming puff of delicate strands, and he smelled her perfume under the acrid smells of tobacco and match. The remote sensors caught a tremor in her voice, a red arrow. Keats laughed and mated a yellow arrow with the red one. Richard's agitated touch agitated Carol as they talked about Laura. When are they going to finally fuck one another, he thought. "But you said she was stolen." Go slowly, she thought. She had to unravel the threads. What did Laura really mean to him? "At first I thought her parents were trying to keep us apart. After that day I didn't see her any more. She stopped coming to school. I asked other kids about her. They didn't know anything. Finally I called her home. Her parents sounded funny, nervous, mad, scared, I don't know what. I wondered if I was going to be arrested for rape. They didn't want to talk to me. Why? They had gone to college. They were school teachers. They thought they were better than us. They were ambitious for Laura, wanted her to be a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher, one of those things. Our family came from the wrong side of the tracks. They were in the junk business. You know the way people like that are." Carol remembered the case history again. It was classic. Richard had reversed the roles, made his family the poor family, and her family the higher one. "You said stolen. Did you remember the stories about the princess your father used to tell you?" "No, those were fairy stories." "Richard, quickly, and without thinking about it. What does the princess mean to you?
The first thing that came into his mind was the word knowledge. He was puzzled. Why? He said, "Nothing. It's just a story."
But it involves your family, doesn't it?
That was hundreds of years ago.
Evasive or unconscious? Richard, I'm trying to help you.
He made a move. I know.
Richard, let's go back. What happened then?
I just stopped going to school. It took a week for me to get the courage to go and ring her doorbell. Laura's mother opened the door, only a crack. The way she looked at me. I was dirt. She was a real witch. She was also scared. I said, "What's the matter with Laura?" They said, "Who do you think you are, daring to come here and ask these questions?" They slammed the door in my face. I rang the bell, and the door opened again. It was Laura's father. He said, "If you don't go away, I'll call the police." I began to yell, "Is she dead? She's dead, isn't she?" They both yelled at me, "Get out of here." Neighbors opened their doors. I kept asking, "Is she dead?" And finally they said, "Yes, she's dead."
But she wasn't dead.
I didn't believe them, but there was no way I could find out.
You could have gone to the police.
No. You never go to the police.
Why not?
That was a mistake. He shouldn't have shouted. His parents always told him, "Whatever happens, you come to us." But his parents never told him what to do if something happened to them. In our neighborhood, no one trusted the police. Anyway, after about a week, her parents moved away.
Where?
I asked the movers. They were moving Laura's parents to Brooklyn, somewhere in Flatbush. They gave me the address. I waited around about a week and went out there. They bought a house in a good neighborhood, trees. I asked myself, where did a pair of schoolteachers get the money to buy a house like that?
What did you do then?
Richard paused. The tape had a gap. When Richard began to talk, the analyzer showed a lot of stress. Obviously, he was thinking out his next move, Keats thought. I listened into their phone conversation.
How did you do that?
He had taken the leap. He was beginning to trust Carol. Now she could begin to see that they were talking about real things. Her line of questioning would have to change. Ficino wouldn't have to intervene so directly. He waited. The tape hissed. The telephone line bringing him the tape sound from the hospital, routed via Cornell University, relayed back to St. Elizabeth's Hospital in Washington, crackled. Noise built up in the lines. The thermal color images coming to him from MIT via Washington quivered. The EEG spiked in peculiar ways. Why did the delta wave appear? The synthesized record showed enormous stress, but Richard's voice sounded calm. He would have made a good agent. You find the neighborhood telephone switch box, sort out the line that goes to their house, and hook into it.
You wiretapped them?
That was outrageous, she thought. She calmed her voice.
You knew how to do that?
Yes. Her parents were very angry at her. They called her a slut and worse. They screamed at her for running away from home, throwing away her life. Then all of a sudden she started to scream back at them. You think I don't know you sold me? He stopped. How could people do a thing like that to their own daughter? Carol saw that Richard was spinning fantasies. He had been rejected. He was confusing, scrambling the facts, rationalizing what he couldn't face. Don't push. I found out where she was living.
How?
I traced the number she was calling from. Then I got the address.
How?
The phone company has a directory organized by phone numbers and their subscribers. It also gives the addresses of the telephones.
You had that directory?
A friend got it for me.
Where was she living?
Carol asked. She was living in an apartment building on Central Park West and 72nd Street. I went up there. Richard took a walk from the Lower East Side and then the ride uptown on the subway. When he got to 72nd Street and stood, his back to Central Park, looking up at the apartment house, he realized he had made a journey into a strange land. The people were different here. The building was an old, gloomy, rich house, strange corners and edges, rounded towers on top, slanted roof, a chateau. He imagined her in one of those windows, somewhere looking down, wanting to call out to him and not able to. After a few hours he got courage and talked to the doorman stationed in a little booth. A great iron gate behind the doorman enclosed a vast, dark courtyard. Little sunlight fell there, and no birds sang. The doorman looked at him suspiciously, and told him that no one of that name or description lived there. The doorman told Richard to go away. He waited across the street. He came back day after day, watched through the night a few times. Then one day he saw her. He could see two figures walking through the shadowy courtyard. She was walking with a man. She was dressed, he didn't know how to describe it, like a little girl, and yet like a grown, sophisticated woman. The man was slender, pink-faced. His face looked porcelain-glazed. The man's eyes were gray, seemingly without pupils, veiled, seeming to see nothing at all, yet seeming to see everything. The man's face turned toward her. She seemed now to come alive and glow. It was an expression Richard recognized. Love. "How do you know it was love?" "I can't tell you. I just knew." His voice was trembling. He had seen that expression many times, in the movies, on television. He was in love with her, hopelessly in love, and she loved him. The man's face looked yearning, and then turned humorous, smug. White hair, neatly trimmed, came out from under the edges of the Homburg hat. Then Richard realized he was an old man. They could be father and daughter. The girl said something again, and he came closer to her, embraced her, and began to kiss her upturned face again and again. It made Richard rage. In his world, only perverts screwed little girls. He fell silent. Carol thought of it as the reliving of some traumatic scene in one of its many transformational guises. The father has stolen the mother. The mother has been metamorphosed in the mind of the son into a girl, young enough for the son to love without feelings of guilt, set backward in time before she was defiled by the father, and had given birth to the son who loves that as yet unviolated woman. The unconscious is clever and tricky. Was this older man Richard's real father, the rich trustee Sidney had told her about? And did Richard, unable to hate his father directly, hate the ultimate substitute, everyone's father, the President of the United States? "What did you do?" "I yelled. Their faces went absolutely blank. They looked right through me. I didn't exist." He started to run across the street. Before he got halfway, he was intercepted. A huge man materialized from nowhere and blocked his way. A bodyguard, who began to walk backward, not even seeming to exert power, saying nothing. It was humiliating. Richard was shaking. His body was strained, as if his muscles carried in them the memory of that day. Carol inched her chair forward. They were almost touching now. "Richard, Richard." She reached out in the darkness. Her hand touched his face. It drew back suddenly. She reached lower and touched his leg. She reached again. This time she found his hand and held it. "Think back. When Laura talked to her parents, what did they say?" "They called her a slut." "Are you sure you remember it the right way?" "I heard them. She said, 'Did you think I wouldn't find out? How much did you get for me?'" They didn't answer her directly. They just got more hysterical. She said, "You got enough to buy a house, didn't you? How much? I want to know in dollars and cents how much he thinks I'm worth. Since I was a little girl, all my fucking life—" "Richard, fucking life?" "Yes, those words. All my fucking life you told me about living the right way, study hard, become a doctor, become a lawyer, and then you sell me, you pricks." He stopped. "That doesn't sound like a 13-year-old girl, Richard." He was staring into the darkness, toward where Carol sat. He remembered now. The years dropped away. Her voice came back to him through the phone wires, through the tap. It reached an ugly crescendo. "And you thought you were selling me, the innocent virgin. That's what you thought he wanted, pure virgin. I haven't been a virgin for years. And let me tell you something else. You didn't do a thing. I arranged it,
from beginning to end. How much for you, how much for me. It takes practice to pimp. I'm going to go to school, all right, all the way to college, the best in the country, and you're not going to get one iota of benefit out of it. I have a contract. You ever think of a contract? That's payment enough for taking that man's cock in my mouth or up my ass or in my cunt every night. And you know what? I like it. I love it. Richard, I can't believe this.
All these years he had never wanted to believe it. Everything reversed for him. He was saying it, facing it. He began to weep. His childhood was over. He was all alone now. She heard the sobbing and reached out for him again. She held his head against her breasts and felt his body throbbing to each sob. Richard, Richard. What did she do it for? Why did she take me up to the roof? Why did she make love to me? She was arranging that other thing. It was love. It really was. I know it was. His face was between her breasts. His arms were tight around her. She smelled his hair. Her body tingled. She was sweaty, moist, excited. "All right, Ziegler. We're having a breakthrough, as they say," Keats said. "Hit it. Feedback. Make them feel it." She couldn't believe his story. Everything had turned around. The ingenuity of the paranoid schizophrenic. Richard, Richard, what was all that about? Listening in to the president? Laura? What do you think you saw on that television screen? The atomic fire? You were making it up because you didn't want to face— No, that was crazy. I know I wasn't really seeing the president. Something weird was happening to me, playing funny games in my head. But I did listen in to the president before that. You'd be surprised who I listened into. I listened into Laura for years. I listened to the people she talked to, and then I branched out and listened to the people they were talking to. His voice was muffled. But the president? Where did he come into it? Why not? Even he has to use the phone. And Laura? Laura's high class. That's what that old man made her. High class? A high-class whore. She will fuck anyone as long as he has money and power. And who has more power than the president? He calmed down. Carol's perfume, her skin smell, was in his nostrils. He shook his head and breathed deeply to control his sobbing. His face moved left and right against her breasts. The things you hear. The things you hear people saying. He was talking calmly now, almost entranced, half lost in some little memory. The dangerous period is initiated. The test of strength begins when Khrushchev proposes a meeting of minds, mano a mano. Don't you think the Spanish is appropriate under the circumstances? You and me, Jack and Nikita, two human beings, both fathers, both men of power and responsibility, who have the fate of billions in our hands. I heard someone say that Khrushchev will propose. Pick your place. Pick it. Moscow? Berlin? Washington? Havana. I will go there. We will meet without the negotiators. Good, Keats thought. It was emerging. Richard was putting the message in order. Chapter 26. Holcomb was hanging on by his teeth. He had a blizzard of paperwork with a diminished staff. He recognized the symptoms. Life was being made intolerable by his superiors. How long could he keep his network together without funds? He had Brownstein's people. Don Calogero had given him some help. Billington and FBI was helpful in searching out the files on Keats and the Aquilino family. But he was getting little more than he already knew. Maybe there was nothing to do but arrange for a safe house, take Keats and beat it out of him, or let Brownstein take him to Germany. He didn't want to do the questioning himself, not after the way Keats had unnerved him with all that talk about the Manchurian candidate. No, just watch Keats a little longer and wait for him to make a mistake that would lead him to Aquilino and the whole family. Holcomb left the coffin. It was late, 10 o'clock at night. There was a nip in the air. September. Autumn was definitely coming on. His car was waiting for him at the side of the foundation. When he opened the door, there was someone sitting inside in the far corner. He recognized the classic operation, and that was another sign that he had slowed up a step. In the old days he would have reacted before he thought about what was happening. Someone had stepped out of the shadows and pushed him into the back seat, next to KGB General Skuratov, the man they called El Supremo because of his tour of duty in Spain from 1936 to 1938. It was Skuratov who had personally interrogated him in Moscow. It was Skuratov who knew every part of his body intimately. Skuratov the survivor, who had slithered through all the purges and changes of regime, even the killing of Beria and all of Beria's personal vassals. Holcomb recognized the angles of the Asiatic cheekbones, the lean body, the enormously wide shoulders, the huge hands, all radiating power. There had to be a gun on him, as well as on the others backing him up from the shadows. "You used to be faster than that, my friend. But we all grow older, don't we? I doubt I could have done better if our circumstances were reversed. Don't fret. Your chauffeur is a little indisposed, but unharmed. I just want to talk." The door shut behind Holcomb, and the car began to move. It made its way to the Franklin D. Roosevelt Drive and turned north. Holcomb's heartbeat was regular, his breathing calm. Good. He was still tough. They looked at one another. Figure out how long before he was missed. Skuratov's face went in and out of the light and dark of the streetlights, a strobe effect. Holcomb remembered Keats's words. The white hospital room, the white bed with a piece of missing enamel, leaving the blackness underneath like the map of France. And he noticed now an irregularity in his pulse, too strong, erratic. A glimpse of someone else, a medical technician, a doctor. The drugs, the hypnosis he had no memory of. Was Skuratov his control? Had he been doubled after all? Neither one of them spoke until the car passed 96th Street. Then Skuratov said, "Holcomb, why are you going around killing my people?" That moment, when Richard remembered what Laura had said to her parents, and the way in which she said it, had freed him from his past. But it had thrown him into a kind of limbo. What did they want him to believe? Days of isolation led to fantasy. They ran tests on him. They hooked him up. Nothing happened. Would it be possible for him to send thoughts, minimal flows of electricity, back through the machines that monitored him, thoughts that would work their way through some system to activate some phone, the phone, and call Ziggy? The guards had become uncommunicative. Sometimes it seemed that a cycle of day and night came and went, sometimes 2 or 3 when Carol did not come. Or was he merely sleeping in shorter cycles? Dream life became richer somehow, but the distinction between dream and reality softened. "Can't I have a room where there's a window?" Richard asked Carol. "We think it's best for you here, for the time being." She's lying, but at least she's troubled about it. Someone else was telling her what to do. "Who's we?" "Dr. Ficino and myself." "I'm a prisoner." "No, you aren't, Richard. You're disturbed. You've had an episode, but you are not a prisoner, and you have to stop thinking like that. I'm trying to help you." Her voice was angry, defensive. Remember that, he thought. Use her guilt. Lately he was having erotic dreams, wet dreams. He was embarrassed. The attendants who changed the sheets in his room would notice and tell her. He hadn't had those since he was a kid. Now he had erections at peculiar times. Was someone beaming vibrations at him through the walls? When he remembered Laura's voice, the blackness flowed in waves. Electromagnetic frequencies connected him all the way to the high places, to the Keter, the crown. Crown? The president! A connection that went to a man the Secret Service code named Lancer, John F. Kennedy. And Lancer evoked again what Richard had seen on the television, Lancer and Laura. "You have nothing left," he told himself. "No friends, no family. Maybe you never even had those people, and you've been crazy all your life. Carol's helping you to recover. A whole second existence. A Richard and a sort of Richard Prime, who lived another life beneath his consciousness.
There was something, or someone, that he couldn't remember. "Are you someone else?" he asked himself. He went back over his life, looking for some break in it, a false moment through which he could see this other being trapped inside of him. What is it that you think you must say to someone so awesome and distant as the President? Listen, I have something to tell you. Wait, don't hang up. How would Richard reach out again to contact him? He knew the private phone number. All you have to do is dial. Memories emerged to combat the blandness of his room in the hospital. What had been stored in his mind, transmitting itself now to the surface? Magicians, politicians, knights, merchants, kings, bishops, emperors, cardinals, policy advisers, witches, poets, smugglers, gangsters, the mercurial crew of runners, warrior monks in robes, the securely hidden castle that had to be reached or fled from, and a princess. Royal secrets. Keter, the crown of all. From what corners of his memory did such words come from? Had they been encrypted in his father's ancestral memory stories? Inside him was a hissing darkness, and beyond the galaxy's edge a hideous roaring, some kind of demon, a snake with tentacles, a nest of snake-like tapes, memory worms in his body, the twin sharing his body with him, Richard and Richard Prime, uncoiling from one another in the darkness of his almost memory, wet, slippery, working its way out of him, a thought being born, to emerge breathing the yet-to-be secret of thermonuclear fire. The power of the awesome and distant figure almost overwhelmed him. God speaking. The threefold Kennedy. The one who was a god, distant as a galaxy. Another, that you heard on the phone, sometimes petty and perfectly human. A third, the one some others talked of with contempt. Someone to be maneuvered. A ring of evil guards surrounded him, soldiers, secret servicemen, the FBI, the CIA, the National Security Council, advisers, staff, the weavers of spells, making 1,000 masks to entertain him with tales of daring, alarm, and national danger, remained secure but alert against the perpetual onslaught of Russian demons who are always coming but never arrive. And there were fast rides pursued by cars, helicopters, and the rattle of machine pistol fire, carrying away the secret, top-secret, G-classification, royal, imperial secret documents, captured from some seemingly small and unimportant Viet Cong sub-officer who happened to be carrying on his person the plans for world conquest. The plans are brought before the royal eyes. Look, you see, these are the marching order for the legions. Dates, places, a tactical timetable. No, the memories had nothing to do with one another. He had mixed it all up together. Laura, Kennedy, the stories his father had told him, his obsession with evil demons, the blonde knight wearing the black armor. And yet Laura was a talisman, a key, a token of some awesome power. She was a code that started tangled pathways of memory and escape unraveling. Giggling, love words, memory. When am I going to see you again? Explosion. Khrushchev will make his gambit an offer of détente. Kennedy and Khrushchev must never be permitted to get together. Kennedy will be overwhelmed, as he was in Vienna. Richard, Richard, Carol said, stroking his back. Tell me what comes into your mind. And then Richard saw it quite clearly. Does he, Kennedy, hold Laura in thrall? But the new Richard Prime wondered, is it she, whatever she is, who holds him in her power? The security viziers entice him with bad advice down into a dank cave deep in the earth called the Situation Room. From there the sensing threads of control reach all over the world. They spin out the scenario tales, all that might be and all that never will have come to pass. Richard has overheard it all. The counselors fight to offer up women to him. Laura comes to him in 1,000 disguises, miming 1,000 women, all clamoring for his presidential body. He is dazed, enchanted, stoned, aroused. His back is broken. The magic and vitalizing fluid is prevented from climbing up to flood his brain with knowledge. Ceremonially, they approach the presidential desk under the great seal with its magical and enchanting symbols, the arrows, the wreath of marijuana leaves, saying reverently, "Mr. President." Mr. God, Mr. Emperor, he is mesmerized by the light of his power reflected back at him. They say, "We have the wisdom of the gods here in a little seed, in a little powder, released by a magic mushroom trigger button. This," they say, "is what made the ancient rulers great. Be like Alexander, taste and see visions." Accordingly, he knows less and less every day, descending the ladder of secrecy from imperial, eyes only, to what are secrets no more but classified simply for general distribution. The great object of all knowledge has no need to know. To whom should Richard bring his knowledge? Whom else but Kennedy? He must awaken him from the spell, break through the cordon of spell-weavers and liars. First, he'll have to get the help of someone he trusts completely, somebody older, wiser. Ziggy's been through it. Then, what magic words will Richard say to waken the enchanted president? He muttered, "When the short, fat man who dances on his hands wearing shoes comes to you, don't reject him. You must listen. Take the offer of friendship. Make treaties. He will take the shoes off his hands and put them on his feet, uncoil out of the shell of his short body, and rise to be 10 feet tall like you are. Listen to what he has to say. Don't let them lead you to the apocalypse according to St. Khan." "No, please listen to me. I'm not crazy. The scales have fallen from my eyes. I know what she's like. She tells you to exert your will, you to be a man-god, doesn't she? She whispers and her tongue makes words on your body."
"She? What she?"
"Laura."
"Who's Laura?" he says.
Go back. Begin again. Start it from the beginning. You have missed magical steps in the ritual of activating him. First, you have to reach him. Dial him up. Richard imagines himself dialing the number Ziggy had given him. That's the first step of the ritual. 7 motions made in the air with his finger. He tries to change the levels of his energy and send out his thought. Arcs of circles. The gesture activates a phantom addressing system. His mind is a transmitter, activating the address and subscriber searching switches to the president's particular and private phone, which will then ring. The phone is picked up.
"Who is this?"
His voice was blurred, as if drugged or sleepy. "My name is Richard Aquilino. You don't know me. You are in great danger."
"What is this, some kind of joke?"
And the recipient hangs up. But it's him. He tries it again.
"Who the fuck is this?"
"You said—"
"How did you get this number?"
"You said, 'What the fuck is wrong with Rusk?' You said it to Schlesinger. You said it to Bundy. You said it to your brother. You said it to Sorensen. You said, 'First he's ready for a strike, and then I can't get hold of him. And he's supposed to be the Secretary of fucking State.' And then your brother said, 'I think he's close to a complete physical and mental breakdown. Now, will you listen to me?'"
"When did I say anything like that? I never said any such thing. Who is this? Where are you calling from? How did you get hold of this number? Mister, you are in big trouble."
He sounded puzzled and angry. "Task Force W. You said to Bissell, to William King Harvey, to McCone, to Lansdale, 'Why are you people dragging your feet? You planned 32 actions against Cuba. Breakdown and chaos.' 32 secret paths of wisdom. Sephiroth. Creation of the secret paths to the president. Operational schedule for sabotage actions inside of Cuba. 32 steps to creation. 32 paths toward total destruction."
"How did you hear all this?" Breakthrough. Okay. You're being bugged. First, tell me what you did with my family. What the fuck are you talking about? I'll get back to you. Expect my call. Tell no one. You're surrounded by enemies, and you can't trace this call. Richard disconnected. He didn't dare to stay too long on the line. No. Something was wrong. Then he remembered. It was something else he heard. Can we count on Rusk? No, he's one of nature's fence-sitters. He'll vote for a surgical strike, then an invasion, then diplomacy, and then nothing. What Richard had done was to invent a probable conversation out of the elements someone had put in his mind. He interrogated his memory to see if all this was something outside of himself, like his father's voice, as he drifts off before sleeping. There came a time when the evil ones, cursed be their names, had captured us and thrown us into the deep dungeon. Us, Papa? Yes, it was really your great and so forth grandfather, give or take a great or two, what matter. In fact, all our fathers, and me, and their spirit is in you. The great briefing transmitted through the centuries. You remember what happened to us in Cadiz and Cordova, Massilia and Venice, Constantinople and Fustat, and Languedoc and Venice and Genoa, and Palermo, and all along the ways to China and Sind. But you must protect us with your silence, though you are taken prisoner. The walls are damp. This is the great test, for he is about to torture us with strange apparitions. Confess, convert, debrief. They asked in 1510 in Salamanca, and what did this president have to say? Those who were once ours, apostates and conversos, came in to tempt you. Come over to the other side, they whisper in your ear, using the sacred tongue of the fathers. They've got you strapped to the rack. Your flesh is torn. Every bone hurts. Some are no longer connected. They've beaten you on the genitals. They are swollen to the size of oranges. Whips, of course. Clubs, it goes without saying. Thumbs desocketed, routine. Needles in your gums, electric shocks. How much can we bear? We long for death. Met. But such is their demonic way that now they feed the pain directly into your skull. Your flesh, though untouched, it feels bruised. But who shall say that the pain is not real? The walls are made of stone 10 feet thick, yet you got out. Do you remember how? How? You walked through the walls. You began to vibrate faster and faster, and you came apart, vibrating differently than the stone atoms vibrated, allowed you to float through the walls. He's in a dream, in a room. An ordinary room, not the one in the hospital. There's an ordinary wood table with a telephone on it. There's no dial on the phone. A man comes in, a man as tall as he is. He wears a dark suit with threads of gold shot through it so it glints with metallic highlights. The feet are shod in black silken socks which also glint. Black shoes like metal, elegant, also gleam. He has a bland face, hard to focus on. Handsome? Hard to tell. Blonde hair. The man sits down. But there's only one chair, and Richard is sitting on that. What's he sitting on? No, the man is only pretending to sit on an invisible chair, a trick. What strength to hold that pose. The man smiles. It's an open, winning, warm smile. On his wrist there's a golden watch. Richard feels his stomach contract with hunger. His whole body aches. This is terrible, Richard, simply terrible. Who are you? His voice is a rusty croak. The man shakes his head. Savages, he says. Barbarians. And yet, what can we do? You and I, we know the game, don't we? It could have been me there and you here. It's nothing personal. He shrugs. The watch interests you, Richard. The voice is melodious, singing almost like a woman's. "It's very expensive. It shows you the second, the minute, the hour, the day. It can show you what the time is anywhere in the world. All you do is press one of these buttons." Richard sees that the watch's rim is studded with small precious stones, buttons made of ruby and diamond and emerald. "You want to know what time it is? All right. Look if it makes you feel any better. We set it to subjective time. It's set to your time." The man holds up the face of the watch. Peculiar. No hands. "There are people who have been taught the ancient tricks of avoiding pain. They taught you that, didn't they, Richard? Who's they? When they recruited and trained you, they told you that someone might catch you, small risk, and torture you. Where did they teach you that? In CIA Central? Which branch? Moscow or Langley? You see, we have lots of time, Richard. It takes a year or 5 for a second to pass. Listen, why torment yourself? It's all over. You've had a good run. You gave us a hard time. You did your duty. It's turnaround time, Richard. Who holds out all the way any more? When the situation is hopeless, you make a deal. Turnaround time? Come on, Richard, don't play games. I'm not a spy. I don't know what you're talking about. Look, there comes a time when reasonable men can talk to one another. Your own people have abandoned you. Your control has flown the coop. He's halfway to Langley now. Or is it Moscow? What's a control? Don't play games with me, Richard. I'm on your side. You're not worth anything to them any more. All they can hope for is that you die. The quicker, the better. I'm not a spy. Why were you listening in to all those people? You have to be a spy. All right, I'm a spy. Have it your way. Good. Doesn't that feel better? We're on our way. Look at the watch, see? Time is moving faster now. You're a spy, you're a courier, you're the route. Who am I supposed to be spying for? You're regressing. Who am I spying on? Dangerous backsliding. Soon the pain will start. What do you want me to say? That's not the way it works. You know that. What's your code name? Richard. What code name was your operation given? Richard didn't answer. Take your time. What was your mission? Who briefed you? Where was it done? He thought. To listen and bring the information to the president. But he said, I didn't have a mission. Or were you Laura's control? Richard bargained. Where are my father and mother? My sisters, the rest of them? The blond man's voice was changing, getting higher. One thing at a time. For the time being, they are all right. We're protecting them from your employers. What employers? I don't have any employers. Richard, tell me what comes into your mind, the man said. Richard didn't answer. He heard a scream from someone close to him, and the man said, You don't know how it hurts me to do that to them. Richard sat up suddenly in the dark. Chapter 27. It was going better than their wildest dreams for Ziggy, Tarzan, and Marvin. Yet Ziggy was troubled. Maybe it had gone too well. He looked around him, seeing through Marvin's description of the small convention. There he is, Ziggy, thronging in from all parts of the galaxy and from the realm of the supernatural. Ziggy had tried to be careful. They were dealing with murderous criminals, and where the Mafia was concerned, the FBI couldn't be far behind. So their meetings had been intensive, moving from seedy restaurant to seedy restaurant. The Mafia were cautious, too. They wanted samples of the work. First, could they detect police and FBI taps on Mafia operations? Second, could they bug selective sets of people? If the tests showed that the three could produce frequency scanners, debugging equipment, scramblers, listening devices responsive to keywords, descramblers,
on the large scale required by the Mafia. Then they would expand the operation and spring Richard. The sci-fi convention was not all-inclusive. Only 100 were invited in the name of the future. Leap into space, men into gods. That was the theme. The invitations to the conference dealt with the current danger, invasion from somewhere in space, by a fabulous and totally alien race who were listening in to everyone's communications, preparatory to taking over everyone's lives. It was an emergency. The government had been taken over. The conference was the first in a series of far-ranging conferences, which in time would be conducted through radio and telephony. Space was rented in a seedy hotel in the New York Garment District. People arrived from all over the nation. There, some of the conferees put on strange costumes made out of cloth, or elaborately constructed out of papier-mâché, metal, cardboard, plastic, depicting the planets they came from. Under the cover of the conference, Ziggy was particularly interested in talking to about 15 people who had expertise with telephone and radio. Each in turn could round up another 20 or so in different cities. Then they could cover the whole country. Ziggy began by addressing the convened conference. In fact, 85 people. Marvin described the audience to him. Partly human, partly alien. Creatures with tentacles and cilia. Creatures that were in no way humanoid. Creatures that had somehow contrived to keep their bodies moistened with the liquid against the too dry conditions of Earth. Creatures that had to be accompanied by their anti- or pro-gravity machines to keep them in constant adjustment to Earth's pull. Ziggy began by talking about the developments that lay open for man in the future. Man-like gods, immortality. But there were problems. The rich, the government, were going to monopolize the fruits of research. The technological breakthroughs were going to be only for those who could afford it. Most of humanity would be frozen out. He then asked, why had things taken the turn they had? Simply enough, Earth had been invaded a long time ago by creatures from another planet who had systematically taken over governments and were turning the Earth into a colony. Now the aliens were engaged in consolidating their rule. What was required for the United States, for the whole world, was a kind of global First Amendment assuring freedom of communication. Not only shall Congress pass no law abridging freedom to speak, communicate, listen, but this freedom shall not be abridged by any government executive order, any government bureaucracy like the FCC, neither shall it be done to us by any gigantic monopoly. Ziggy was cheered. During the breaks between the workshops and discussions, Tarzan brought together the 15. Ziggy swore them all to secrecy and silence as Marvin swept the room for bugs. Ziggy began. He had brought them together because not only were they already men of the future out of their time, but they all had technical abilities. They were, on the one hand, geniuses, wild talents, not destroyed by a technical school education, but they were the kind of people who shouldn't be bound to working for the bureaucracies, the military, or business. Now, one of them, Richard Aquilino, had been captured by those alien forces. They wanted the contents of his mind, his skills. Possibly he was being tortured. It was up to us to band together, set up a network which would cover the country to liberate Richard. The few who were gathered together in the room would have to find ways of getting in touch with trustworthy others. There would be some money for this, from others who were being spied on, and who were also interested in liberty. The first job was the organization of the immediate network. The second thing was to get Richard rescued. The third job on hand was the bringing together of more radio and telephone people who could listen in to every possible frequency and find their way into the switching and cable centers. The fourth priority would come in time, perhaps soon, when the great invaders made their final move to enslave the free creatures of the world. They agreed to do it. And then came the nuts and bolts. For years the radio people had been compiling a list of secret government radio frequencies. The FBI, CIA, NSA,
Secret Service, White House staff, Department of Defense. People started to exchange mimeographed copies. From the Mafia, Ziggy had gotten a rundown on the conditions as they existed in the hospital. They had discovered a secret and enclosed area inside the hospital itself. It was not only guarded, but the area wasn't anywhere near the outside shell of the hospital. The area itself was too large to determine exactly where Richard was. Ziggy decided to get some inside advice from Richard's parents. Chapter 28. "Is it too much to ask, Harold, a little walk?" she said. He was short, thin and bald, and he smoked too much. Obviously, she made him nervous. He hadn't seen her for... how long was it? 10 years, at least.
"It's a fantasy, Lily. If anything were going on in this hospital, I would know about it."
She was still good-looking, and still a little frightening. He looked for signs of fanaticism in her, and found none. She looked pleasant, a big woman, getting older. She should have been about, 60, 65. Surprisingly attractive still. "You've been out of practice, Harold. You've forgotten what people can do, how they can hide under our noses. You've become an important man, a leader in your field, chief of neurophysiology? Yes. We're proud of you. Success encourages comfort, but comfort encourages a little blindness. Look, it's not like I'm asking you to pick up a gun."
Yes,
he said nervously. "It's not like you're asking me to pick up a hypodermic needle or provide some fast-acting poison." He didn't even want to remember. He used to go home and weep for days after a job. He was getting old. Well, not so old. He was only 53, and yet, in a way, the best years of his life had ended for him with 1938 and the Hitler-Stalin Pact. He had dropped out of the revolution and concentrated on his practice. He had become rich and renowned. He had contributed to their cause, at least.
"You're trying to tell me that something has been going on here without my even knowing it. Impossible."
"How many times in the past were you and others of us able to be in place without anyone knowing you were there?" He smiled at the memory. He had been good.
"True."
She smiled. He had forgotten how beautiful she could be, and dangerous. He had seen her beat a strong man nearly to death. He had seen her kill. He had seen her hold a large audience spellbound. He had always envied her husband, Samael. How Harold and so many others had wanted her. What did that little shrimp have that others, much handsomer men, didn't have more of? "A little probe, Harold. You're a big fish, an executive. Who can question you? Perhaps you exhibit a little absent-mindedness. You know the geography of the psyche so well, all of its twists and turns, its corridors and blind alleys. So what are a few corridors and floors in a building? It's a big building, but it isn't infinite."
"I paid my debt. I gave time. I was dedicated. I helped you and your husband when you were on the run. I did other things.
You wouldn't be where you are today without us, would you? The International paid for your college education. It paid for medical school.
The party is not what it was. It's corrupt, warped by bureaucratic deformations. It suffers a dangerous, senile psychosis."
"I said international, not party." "You mean them, not us, Harold." How dangerous was what she wanted. "You're thinking of expanding the hospital," she said, having done her homework. "A lot of planning and a lot of construction."
"Those discussions have been going on for a long time. It keeps me away from my work."
"How hard would it be to send for the ground plans? You've had a new idea. Read the plans and then go for a little walk. Take a few students along for cover. You were always a great talker. Get involved in your discussion, so involved that you fail to see where you're going. Sooner or later you'll come to a locked-off area where even you, chief of whatever, cannot go. You will be turned away, politely. That's all. Just remember where you walked
Remember obstacles, false turnings, blind walls, directions from all the exits to the outside. What's so hard? Tell us what's in there, and we'll do the rest.
This is a huge hospital, Lily. You must have some place in mind. It would help to cut down the search. What's in this place?
The less you know, the better.
If I do this, I'm doing it for you, and for Samael. Listen, Lily, I want to tell you something. I was in love with you. I still remember the way you were. In fact, you've hardly changed, physically. But you've thrown your life away.
Harold, inside I'm still 17.
Maybe that's what's wrong.
Is it wrong to feel young, alive and burning?
Well, I'm doing it for old friends. I don't believe in the triumph of the proletariat, dialectical materialism, or any of that anymore.
What do you believe in?
In loyalty to old friends.
She leaned forward and took his hand and squeezed it. The man whose place of operation we are interested in is a man named Sidney Ficino.
That pompous fool?
Does that narrow your search considerably?
It certainly does. What's going on there?
You're forgetting that you're an absent-minded professor who has found a new and exciting way to lecture, Harold. What else do you have a need to know? She got up. She was tall, strong, with the body of a much younger woman. The thighs, he could see them outlined under her skirt, were strong and full. He stood up and put his hand out to shake hers. She leaned over and kissed him.
I need a week, he said.
No. 3 days.
You're a hard woman, Lily.
Better hard than dead, Harold. Give my love to your wife. How are the children?
In college, would you believe it? And yours?
They're well. Goodbye. In 3 days. The name of Ficino disturbed him. Before he made his little journey, he would check out the records. There had to be someone of Lily's there in that area, but that was not the kind of work Ficino was supposed to be doing. Chapter 29. Mr. Kelly was depressed. He was beginning to sense something in Keats. Betrayal. It was almost as if he smelled it on Keats. A woman. Laura? Yes, Laura. Mr. Kelly had flown to the Aegean for 3 days of intense meetings with the leading members of Parvis on a yacht cruising along the Greek islands. Everyone had been helicoptered in. Kelly brought news of the unfolding events in the United States, leading to a crisis which would evolve in October. There was a clear danger to their plans for the future. He presented his case to representatives of Parvis from the eastern bloc of countries, Mr. Helfand himself, father of it all, Herr Bindelmacher, who represented a not yet existent United States of Europe, Mr. Taira of Japan, who carried the burden of representation of East Asia, Mr. Sidvicias, who represented his principles in the subcontinent, India and Pakistan, Mr. Phillips, representing Southern Africa, Mr. Ortega, who spoke for his principles throughout Latin America. Everyone wore the mask, which was a way of protecting one's innermost thoughts from being read as they sat there with faint and perpetual Buddha-like smiles. They were used to long periods of immobility. Behind their shields, though, were the calculating machines, figuring the angles for themselves and those they represented, massaging the minute fractions of a percentage point of interest, monitoring the flow of money in and out of nations and enterprises, able to move the money entrusted to them, and their own money, in and out of mazes of entities real and false. Sometimes it looked like the capital of which they were stewards appeared in 1,000 places at the same time. But what occupied Mr. Kelly's mind, what bothered him most of all, was the effect his love for Keats would have on his judgment. Kelly reviewed the situation. Their plans were in danger. Détente between the United States and the USSR was in difficulties, primarily because of Cuba. There were elements in both countries that would not let go of the Cold War. These elements perceived that their interests required a constant danger, or even an actuality of war, feeling that this ensured domestic tranquility and blocked Parvis's efforts at free trade.
Each time it looked as if détente would truly begin to be implemented, Kelly said, the spectre of hot war came out of the hat. He laid out the information he had received through a number of sources, including what they had gotten from Richard Aquilino, that the idea of a coming confrontation was now being advanced by the President himself, John F. Kennedy. He also laid before them the notion that possibly, just possibly, there would be an attempt, if the coming crisis was successfully managed by Kennedy, to create a kind of dynasty, a Camelot. John F. Kennedy, followed by Robert Kennedy, followed by Edward Kennedy. 24 years, more than time enough to create a social revolution which would go entirely against their plans. The very notion of a royal family, transmitting power to blood-related, family-united people, was inimical to their long-range aims. It was what they and their predecessors had fought for hundreds of years. What to do in order to fulfill the long-range strategy of reconquering, for the general marketplace rather than for any specific country, those areas encroached on by the superpowers? Mr. Kelly proposed that the coming crisis be managed in such a way as to leave Kennedy beholden to Parvis, although Kennedy had never heard that name, and work to destabilize the presidency itself. "We want to be able to get our man in there, not someone who decides to go off on his own." On his own. The words echoed in Mr. Kelly's mind. What was he doing but going off on his own? What was he risking for his jealousy of Keats? For the first time in a long time, since he had been young, Mr. Kelly experienced a complete weariness, a loss of chi. Had he thought he would live forever? He must do something about it, prepare for the future. He wanted a child, and the only way was to make Keats his inheritor, if Keats showed contrition, along with Laura. He knew her. She knew her ambitions. She would be a check on Keats. It was time to prepare for the adoption ceremony. It had all taken a second. He could only hope none of the others noticed this little lapse. There were a few immediate tasks, Kelly went on. Protect Castro, especially in the next few months. Protect and strengthen Khrushchev. Now the counter-arguments began. The representatives of Parvis refused to be properly alarmed at the developing crisis, except for Mr. Helfand, who had, after all, trained Mr. Kelly and understood it perfectly. No one else could believe that a confrontation, even a nuclear one, would lead to an actual exchange of nuclear weapons. In the end, it was a standoff. They agreed to meet in another 2 weeks to evaluate the level of the emergency. Everyone would consult with his principals. Mr. Kelly reached a decision after a talk with Mr. Helfand. He would break discipline and go off on his own. Perhaps he would, through Keats, use Richard in another way. Mr. Kelly also took back with him a report provided by Mr. Helfand on the Aquilino family, their history and mode of operation. It was Richard Aquilino's father's interest in Kabbalah, coupled with the sudden disappearance of the family, the past possible intelligence background, that had alerted him to an ancient enemy. The Kabbalists, like the Taoists, had been an invisible trading empire and intelligence operation that concealed itself behind mystic practices. He shook his head in admiration and despair. The Aquilinos were of the darkness, battling Parvis, the merchants of light. As young people, they had joined the Bolsheviks and participated in the revolution. Later, they had been sent out of the Soviet Union. The mother, Lizaveta, and the father, Samail Samoilovich, had both been assigned to work abroad between the period of 1925 and 1936, going from country to country, setting up networks. She was an activist, had trained operatives in crash courses of agitation, sabotage, assassination, setting up networks of sleepers. The father had originally been a linguist, a Kabbalist, descended from a long line of mystic scholars tracing their ancestry back to the rabbis of Italy and Spain of the 12th century. They were a people used to cover, concealment, the ambiguous statement and the recursive riddle. They were working Italy in 1936 when the Moscow trials began.
Evidently the Aquilinos had seen which way the wind was blowing early, changed their names, assumed a string of new identities, and fled with their 2 daughters and the money in their charge, presumably to the United States. In America they had dropped out of sight. It was doubtful that they retired entirely from revolutionary activity. The Aquilinos' network and Mr. Kelly's circle still confronted one another across the chasm of ages. Yes, it was clear. In intelligence jargon, Richard Aquilino was a sleeper. In Kabbalistic terms, a golem waiting to be woken up to its task. But what was his task? Listening in to people in high places? The long history of his family, its flights from country to country, what was that all about? A briefing coded as a family saga that wound through different countries through the ages? If so, Samael and Lizaveta must have trained their son indirectly. And now Richard Aquilino and Keats, the next generation in an ancient struggle, faced one another. That meant that Richard Aquilino, using that inner resource, had somehow spotted Keats for what he was, just as Keats had spotted him. And to complicate matters, off to the side stood this boor Holcomb. If Richard was indeed a sleeping golem, could he be activated to perform a task entirely different than the one planned for him by his father, or, for that matter, by Keats? Keats had told Mr. Kelly Richard's story of the stolen princess hidden away in the castle, the blonde knight, the fortunate son doing impossible tasks with magical helpers, fighting his way into the magical center. In other words, Richard had overheard XCOM's what? Deliberations, rehearsals, plots to generate a crisis. The people who were generating the confrontation over Cuba were the most likely to be convened into a body, a committee of senior statesmen. Now there remained only the task of making Richard actually, physically, geographically, replicate the trip he had taken through his unconscious, via the telephone system, guided by Kabbalistic principles, to nullify the fire-breathing dragon in the person of Kennedy himself. Would Keats change Mr. Kelly's plans? He was in a position to do so. Supposing Keats had Richard deliver the wrong story. Supposing Keats went to Kennedy himself and exposed Parvis. Keats was arrogant. Keats didn't love him. Keats was using him, playing with him, tormenting him. Was Keats going to betray him? Mr. Kelly sent for Vasily Oprichnik. Chapter 30. The car was passing the north end of Welfare Island before Skratov spoke.
First there is shock. How could I have been caught? Was I betrayed? You curse your relaxation of vigilance. Then the mind recovers and begins to think of a way out. What shall I do? Where am I being taken? Will they try to rescue me? Am I important enough, or am I a sacrificial pawn? And after all, your people haven't treated you very well, have they, Golcom, my old opponent?
Skratov sounded almost affectionate.
How many years have you and I opposed one another, hated one another? 15? How many times have I wanted to kill you, and could have? How many times have you wanted to kill me, and could have? No, we were more valuable to one another alive. We knew one another's moves. We were comfortable like husband and wife. So how can I convince you of my good intentions? I am going to plead with you in the name of the burning hatred I bear for you. It is one of the pure things in my life.
Holcomb tried to suppress the doubt Keats had planted in his mind. Had he been doubled, turned into a sleeper without knowing it? Was Skratov here to waken him? Would he even know the moment when he passed from one state to another and became the enemy of his own country?
Which people of yours am I supposed to be killing?
Skratov told him.
Holcomb knew all about the death in Times Square, but that was more than even. Morrison and Corson were dead too. The reports of Morrison and Corson's subordinates assured him that no one on his side had killed anyone on Skorotov's side. So who had killed Skorotov's man for Keats?
Your people killed 2, in fact 3, of mine. We killed no one, Holcomb said. You won't believe me, but...
And he told Skorotov just a little of what he knew, a small offering. What would Skorotov offer in return? Skorotov sighed.
Then we are dealing with the third force here. One of yours and one of mine in alliance, working for Parvis. I know who yours is, but you don't know who mine is. They want this Aquilino for themselves because he was not only penetrating your communications and ours, but Parvis's. So, who did Aquilino work for? We set a watch on him, but found that he was already watched by you. We thought, find out who's running him and how and bring him in. We were led to you. What trick am I pulling? Listen, you know my style. You know the marks of my craft. I am not another James Jesus Angleton lost in a wilderness of Chinese boxes and literary interpretation, who says always to himself, there must be another deeper meaning. I am going to offer you something. The name of the man in charge of my operation is Vasily Oprichnik. You know the meaning of that name? No. Well, it turns out that Oprichnik is not nash, he is chuzhai. What do you offer me?
Holcomb sighed. Again this Parvis. His head was tormented. He couldn't bring himself to offer up an agent yet, no matter how much he hated Keats. The car was passing 103rd Street, shifting over to the left lane. Was it going to go across the Triborough Bridge? Could Holcomb make his move at the toll booth? We have about an hour. Then you and your chauffeur will be missed. You will be back within that hour. Holcomb, a change in world policy demands a change in our relationship. I have something for you to look at. Skorotov reached into his breast pocket and pulled out an envelope. He pulled out a picture and handed it to Holcomb, and the interior car light was switched on. Holcomb looked at it. 3 men were standing in front of a building. The 2 younger men looked respectfully at the older one. You recognize them? Holcomb looked carefully. He knew one, Yuri Andropov. Holcomb nodded. I recognize that one. And the tall, elegant one, that is Poniatowski, French. You know the name? Holcomb recognized him now. He nodded. There were also meetings with certain British and West German entrepreneurs, one South African and some others. I can get you pictures. You don't know the other? Holcomb shook his head. We will get nowhere with one another if we are not open. There was silence. The car did not turn onto the approach to the Triborough Bridge, but continued north toward the point where the East River narrows and separates Manhattan from the Bronx. He couldn't make his move, too few cars there. The 3rd man is your boss, your real boss, Edward Kelly. You work for an opposition. Holcomb said nothing. His mind worked fast. Kelly, the lawyer for the coffin. The coffin is very big. Our unit's contact with the regular staff is minimal. Very well. But where is this unlikely trio standing? This photograph was taken a few weeks ago, the day my man was killed. They are standing in front of the Century Club. What is such an unlikely trio doing together in the middle of Manhattan? It was the day Richard Aquilino had escaped Keats's surveillance and disappeared. Lights on the oily water were passing by, a barge moving south. Holcomb could make out Skorotov's crazy Russian face, his hair almost white blonde. The heavy, dark suit didn't fit him so well. In the UN,
your bosses and my bosses came together on the issue of a unified Congo while appearing to confront one another bitterly. Who really opposed who over what? Who was it who managed to oppose the mighty and sovereign powers of the United States and the USSR? You know the answers. Your subordinate,
Keats.
thank you. Keats and Oprichnik. We are even, and the world has not collapsed around your ears.
Had the moment of activation and turning taken place already? Had his offering of Keats's name been the signification of his acceptance of Skorotov's control? It was an anguished thought, worse in some way than the electrodes, the indignities to the private and secret parts of his body. Was this what the double felt like? Who were they working for now, he and Skorotov? Keats was in the Congo. Who ran that operation in Times Square? Keats. How did this amateur, this bungler we were tailing and chasing, this Aquilino, manage to listen in to your and my operations without help? How did this Aquilino manage to escape two highly trained teams?
Keats and Oprichnik?
And those who were on them. You're interested. Another photograph?
Skorotov handed Holcomb the second photo. They were coming to the end of the drive and would turn off soon into the Manhattan side streets. They would be in city traffic. Maybe he could make his move when they stopped for a traffic light.
Look at the photograph, Holcomb. Please, don't distract yourself with thoughts of escape. You will be free again in perhaps 45 minutes. You have my word. If you will think over what I'm saying, you will see we have mutual interests. How do we convince one another of our bona fides after so many years of combat, you wonder? But in fact, if you refuse to believe what I am showing you, it would be simpler for me. Things would be as before. If you accept what I'm saying, then the real difficulties will start, not only for you, but for me too. We will think, how can I trust this man? That is the thought that will obsess the both of us. Here, look at the next picture.
It was a shot taken from the air and blown up. It wasn't clear. It could have been a clearing, and on it was what could have been, or could not have been, missile shapes. Launching cradles? He wasn't sure. He knew enough to recognize what he saw, but he would need an expert aerial photographic analyst to verify it.
Yes, it's just what you think it is. A missile launching site.
Where were these photographs taken?
Call it Cuba.
You want a defect?
Corcom. I am not offering you information for asylum. I am talking about an alliance. Our beliefs are being perverted. Comrade Khrushchev. It is not Nash, but also Chujoy, a man of the West. He has sent out feelers to President Kennedy, asking for a mutual meeting of minds, informally and off the record. A summit beneath the soil, germinating noxious seeds, peaceful coexistence. What do you call it? That pernicious doctrine of convergence. The Cold War is to be wound down. Settle the Berlin question. Settle the Mideast question. End Israel. End the conflict with Cuba. Wind down the involvement in Indochina. There will be collaboration in many spheres. In fact, it has already started. Already we allow your overflights by the Strategic Air Command. We are informed where the U-2s go. We were also informed which one to shoot down when Gary Powers was captured. You allow our overflights. Sometimes the commands exchange flight plans with one another. Informal military missions are meeting and sounding out one another's capabilities. Low-level technical and scientific missions meet regularly to exchange data. There is discussion about cooperation in space. The president of your Westinghouse will shortly be in Moscow. Siemens sends us diplomatic missions. Anglo-American sends emissaries. De Beers Consolidated controls the marketing of Soviet diamonds. Who are these ruthless merchants to send diplomatic missions as if they were sovereign states? How come we are being replaced by traders and technocrats? Human beings, the differing aspirations and national destinies of our two countries are being perverted. It is a sign of the decay of nations when they begin to have goods in common. When the same conceptions of good and evil become prevalent in several nations, then these nations are dying. And then the very distinction between good and evil is beginning to disappear. The sterility of a world bound together only by technology and money. A single value world. As much as I hate you, as much as I hate your country, Golcom, you are a human. Misguided, but a human. You have the dreams of a human. You are the receptacle of your people's destiny. So it is with me. We are destined to compete. What is to become of us, of the planet itself, if we don't contend? Contention makes us strong. What is America? What is Holy Russia? What is Germany? Parvus would have there be no America, no Russia, no Germany, no England. Your fanatical friend from Berlin, Braunstein, knows all this. He was the first to see it. These Parvus internationalists have penetrated both our organizations and are replacing us. What will happen if one of them rises to the top, takes over our military, our intelligence, our political apparatus? Global charade, a vast theater, puppets dancing from two hands of the same puppeteer. Golcom, I propose an alliance, a pact to restore things as they were. I will give you these photographs and more, no strings attached. I have more shots of the bases in Cuba. You will know how to verify them informally. If you accept, I will provide the coordinates for your U-2s to fly over. You will find that they are not fakes. We should meet again in a week. They had crossed the upper tip of Manhattan and were on the West Side Highway headed south. On the opposite side, the dark mass of the Palisades. Ahead, the string of lights shaping the George Washington Bridge. The three of us, you, Braunstein, I, should sit down together in about a week. An opportunity is presenting itself soon, probably in late October. You must introduce those photographs into the proper channels, and they will flow upwards. With this evidence, your people will not be able to draw back, nor can mine. Should he reject Skuratov's offer? What if he were picked up as soon as he left Skuratov? What story could he construct to show how he got hold of the photographs? He sighed. Skuratov knew that he would at least have to see if the photographs checked out. He was already involved. My chauffeur. I'll have to explain what happened. Skuratov shrugged. If he were to die, that would contribute to the war effort. Holcomb sighed. The sigh was agreement. It was the sign of their alliance. They were passing under the bridge and were almost passing near the massive pile of Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center. Chapter 31. They had just come back from dining with Laura and Vasily. It was clear that Sidney Ficino had fallen in love with Laura. He hadn't been able to stop babbling. Barnstable pretended to finish reading Carol Rothschild's typed-up notes. She was clearly holding back a lot. At this rate, Sidney, we will have the answers we're looking for in about 2 years. Well, I'm pushing Carol. Fucking Carol isn't pushing her. She treats the whole thing in that typical way of all psychoanalysts. Everything is in the mind. You have to speed things up. She says she has to win his confidence. Her notes don't show it, but she's already won more than his trust. And as for your idea that you're pushing her, Sidney, whining at her to speed things up, whining and fucking, that's persuasion? Ficino had never heard Barnstable sound so harsh. You're watching us? Why do you have to state the obvious? I'm overloaded with work, plus
I don't like excuses, Sidney. Our company, Metatronics, yours, mine, ours, doesn't like excuses either. We have to get this kid on his feet, find out what information he's stolen from his father and what he did with it. Then the Foundation will open its coffers and confer legitimacy on us. We're going to be big, Sidney, but it hinges on the kid and the other profiles. I would say, wouldn't you, that the prime subject of our remote analysis, the little fat man, is quick to shoot from the hip, a man of extreme temper even when it comes to the lives of millions? Ficino was glad to change the subject.
But not wholly irresponsible.
Ah, then there is a measure of usable restraint, and the temper may be theatre? Is capable, if the world isn't watching him, of extending the hand of friendship in a genuine way? Trustworthy, but only out of the limelight. You can build a case for that? Maybe we should be ready for any contingency and have 2 reports. One that shows he's reasonable off stage, the other that he's intractable.
Barnstable was whipsawing him back and forth.
There's nothing in her notes that—
Believe me, I know.
I guess that's what do the shrinks call it? Transference? What Barnstable really wanted to know was, will they make love soon? And she's reciprocating, but she doesn't quite know it yet. That's transference too, isn't it, Sidney?
Well, if she's so involved, she shouldn't be doing the questioning.
Wrong, Sidney. The newest theories say the shrink should get involved. She is exactly the one person who should be doing the questioning. But maybe she should make it more intimate. To reverse our traditional sexual metaphor, she holds the key to that particular lock.
I don't know what you're getting at.
Come on, Sidney, don't act like such a completely dense shithead. They want to fuck. They have to fuck. Then he's going to trust her completely, and the transference will be complete.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute, Barnstable mimicked. The delicious moment was coming for Barnstable when the subject, having felt violated, passes into another state. The expression on the face would be surrender, hate, fear, and a kind of love, all over having an intimate secret revealed to the world. Come on, Sidney, what's a fuck? A little body contact, some moisture, some screams of pleasure? I thought you were a scientist. From a scientific point of view, I'd think you'd be interested in seeing her in someone else's arms, or even yourself in the act.
I am a scientist, but—
Sidney, you're moving into the big time. Life is a little different up here. I mean, this middle-class possessiveness, mine, yours, that's just petty. Are you afraid that the kid is a better fuck than you are?
No, it's just that—
What? You're not going to tell me you love her?
Well, it's not exactly that, but—
You have to be clinical, Sidney, clinical and detached. You have to persuade her.
I can't do that.
You have to do that.
The tone of Barnstable's voice changed now. Instead of being harsh, insensitive, he pitched his voice to become warm, confidential. The tone said, I know your secret. It's just between the 2 of us, but if you do the wrong thing— Barnstable had been right. It wasn't the fear of being watched. It was the fear of being thought inadequate. Sidney, I understand. Growing up is hard. If we don't change, what are we? We're like all those little people out there. Each move upward, Sidney, changes our vision of the world. You've already suspected what I am. You know I'm not just a funding officer for the coffin, or an officer of Metatronics, but have you really faced the implications of what you know? You know state secrets. You know that you were given that sensitive material for a purpose. That was the first test. You passed it and asked for more. You're quick, even brilliant. You showed you could do the job. Each stage of knowledge brings both liberation and at the same time a new set of responsibilities. You weren't born yesterday, Sidney. It's time to let go. You don't want to be a second-rater all your life.
But my God, Mr. Barnstable, what you're asking—
Isn't it time you called me Bob?
Bob, you're asking me to act like a pimp. For the woman I love, for someone else to fuck. How can I do that? And what about her?
How can I do that? Not how can I do that. Sidney, you've been working up predictive profiles of our two prime candidates. You know who I mean. You didn't think it was just an exercise for your ingenuity. There may come a time, perhaps quite soon, when that profile will be necessary. I mean vital. Perhaps a crisis will arise, perhaps not. Perhaps it will be a matter of national security. If so, certain very important people on the highest level will be fascinated to know how those people will respond in a crunch. Will one of them panic? Be hardline? Will they back off? You can see the value of knowing in advance what the competition will do, knowing them in ways they themselves don't know. And when the time comes, if you yourself were to present that assessment to the people who have the greatest need to see it, your reputation would be assured. This is going to be a big business, Sidney. People are going to want to know everything about their rivals.
Yes, but
you've asked yourself how I got that material?
Yes, but
what if I told you we got some of that material from— And Barnstable thumbed his hand over his shoulder in the general direction of where Richard was. Him.
Jesus, that kid?
Now, what's a half-psychotic kid doing with complete profiles of people who are that important? Your president and the Russian premier. Maybe you follow my drift. The kid's father isn't just a businessman and trustee of the foundation. You see the importance of what I'm saying? See why they have to fuck? See why you have to let go? Sidney, you've been up to your ears in your work. Tell the truth now. You haven't had the time to do much fucking, have you? Fact is, maybe you're a little bored with her. And as for Dr. Carol Rothschild, she's interested in him. Ficino sighed.
How can I begin to ask her such a thing? All right, Bob. Maybe it isn't a question of morals, but it'll take getting used to.
Sure, Sidney, sure.
But how do you say... Do I just tell her?
I mean, no, not yet. She has no need to know, not yet. You just isolate her a little more. She'll make the right move. Get into an argument, drive her, threaten to take the case away from her. She'll hold on. Ficino sighed again. He had a thought.
Laura, she's married? She's certainly a dynamic person.
One of the brightest. That's one tough lady.
Yes, and she's beautiful.
She sure is.
Bob, have you ever... do you think she could...
Sidney, you'll have to do it yourself. And you're not at the point where you can turn around and throw at me what I've thrown at you. But she is moved by successful men. Chapter 32. The battle for influence over the direction of foreign policy intensified during the months of August, September, and October 1962. The coin of influence was knowledge, delivered in packets flatteringly marked for your eyes only, and its value was expressed in knowing what few other people knew. As the congressional elections of 1962 approached, some Democrats and many Republicans became vocal about Cuba and the administration's inability to take a firm position. The loss at the Bay of Pigs was like a deficit that had to be balanced. Senators Smathers, Keating, Javits, Dirksen, Goldwater, and Capehart fulminated, increasing the pressure on the president through the media, to which secrets were leaked. There were struggles to gain audiences with the president, and if not the president, then with his more trusted advisers, Ted Sorensen, McGeorge Bundy, Bobby Kennedy, his friends, even members of his family. If the president distrusted the CIA had other ways of reaching to the president. U.S. intelligence operations had become like redundant and overlapping nervous systems, some parts of which were semi-autonomous. CIA, State, Defense Intelligence, the Office of Naval Intelligence, NSA, the FBI, the U.S. Reconnaissance Office,
the special unit set up by President Kennedy after the Bay of Pigs, the intelligence agencies of other countries, the intelligence gathering and covert operations systems of various large corporations, domestic and foreign, or in conflict. And inside each bureaucracy, personal and ideological conflicts raged, which were resolved by subtle paper moves, gossip and back-channel operations, or sometimes even more drastically, by killing. Actions were launched which were designed to commit the administration in ways it didn't want. The administration complained that the CIA's Directorate of Plans was operating on a freewheeling basis in highly critical areas, in Cuba, in Vietnam, sometimes in direct conflict with, say, State Department diplomacy. The sensing tentacles of the agencies reached everywhere. Raw data was gathered up in 1,000 places by thousands of agents. Overflight information poured in, nervous stimuli and sensoria to activate the mighty muscles of nations. But the data, the stimuli, didn't always originate at the point where they were gathered. The system appeared to feel that something was happening on the nation's skin or beyond, but sometimes the data was just made up at the center. Thousands of items were constantly being collated, linked, associated, summarized, refined, edited, analyzed, gamed before they were passed on. And at each station of ascent, the mass of data was again examined, tightened up, re-edited, analyzed by somebody else. This process created difficulties. It was possible to intervene and insert information anywhere along the line. There were short circuits built into the system. Robert Kennedy and Pierre Salinger kept meeting privately with Khrushchev's personal back-channel to Kennedy, Georgy Bolshakov. They were passing information to one another about the intentions of Kennedy and Khrushchev, trying to bypass the unwieldy bureaucracy. All this material, an absolutely unmanageable flow, was seen by a very few people before being passed up to its ultimate peak, the chief executive. Millions of items compiled daily struggled for attention. Only the most dramatic could survive. The daily product had to be short enough to be read by one person in a reasonable amount of time. And now, in September, these reports were also seen, assessed, argued over informally by a free-floating sort of proto-committee, which would be called formally the Executive Committee, EXCOM, of senior statesmen, working under the aegis of the National Security Council to be assembled when the expected crisis broke. Keats's assessment, based on monitoring Richard's wiretaps, proved to Mr. Kelly that Keats was right. The minutes of the not-yet-existent EXCOM validated what Mr. Kelly already knew, that the arguments which would be acted out in council had already been rehearsed and were moving toward some end which would unfold in late October. Keats wanted Aquilino to influence the outcome. Now, if you knew enough, as Keats and Mr. Kelly did, thrust and counter-thrust were clear. Did Khrushchev extend through informal channels an invitation to meet with President Kennedy in order to settle world tensions? Perhaps to achieve truce, nuclear arms limitation, an end to testing, even peaceful coexistence? How genuine was the move? There were those who argued in the proto-EXCOM that the move was a sham. Don't meet with him. And there were those who argued in the proto-EXCOM, why not take a chance? What can we lose? Those who argued for the meeting produced a psychological assessment of Mr. Khrushchev, which concluded that in such off-stage moves, Mr. Khrushchev was 85% certain to be sincere. Others countered with other psychological assessments. Another response to Khrushchev's initiative was a raid on Cuba by Alpha 66, a secret group of Cuban exiles with more than a little informal operational assistance by the CIA. Alpha 66's raid was an extension of Operation Mongoose. Operation Mongoose was an extension of the Fruits of National Security Action Memorandum, INSAM 100, Contingency Planning for Cuba, which had been generated by a special group convened in October 1961 by President Kennedy. The special group consisted of McGeorge Bundy, the security advisor, Alexis Johnson, Undersecretary of State, Roswell Gilpatrick, Deputy Director of Defense, John McCone, Director of Central Intelligence, and General Lyman Lemnitzer, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the National Security Council staff.
The object of this contingency planning was the removal of Fidel Castro. The operational arm of INSAM was called Operation Mongoose, to use all available assets to help overthrow the communist regime, culminating in October 1962. At the operational end, where humans live or die, the exiles mounted their raid in the struggle to liberate their homeland from communist tyranny. The purpose, known to the raiders, was sabotage. A purpose not known to the raiders was to prevent the meeting between Khrushchev and Kennedy from happening. The raiding party was gunned down almost immediately. It was as if they were betrayed, as if the knowledge of their mission preceded them. They were mutilated and left as a warning. Photographs were taken. The people who gunned them down immediately disembarked and made their way back to Florida, where they reported what Fidel's goons had done to Cuban patriots. A wave of outrage swept through Miami, transmitted all the way back to Washington. One practical effect was to slow down the negotiations for the release of the Bay of Pigs prisoners. It also alarmed the Cubans and their Soviet advisers. Were these skirmishes preliminary to a full-scale invasion and war? All the signs were there. An embargo was in the offing. Marines practiced amphibious operations on the beaches of Virginia and North Carolina. There were jungle exercises in the American territories of Panama. The alarm, like a headache, was transmitted back to Moscow Central and passed on to the party hardliners, such as Mikhail Suslov, who mobilized other hardliners to put pressure on Comrade Khrushchev. No meeting with Kennedy, not in the face of such an affront. Khrushchev then had to reconcile conciliatory messages coming from Kennedy through Georgy Bolshakov with hostile signals coming from the mounting number of small strikes against Cuba. Alpha 66 swore revenge once again. The intelligence and counterintelligence effort to win American hearts and minds wasn't the only way the battle went. There was the opinion-molding media to be considered. Mr. Kelly launched his own media assault. Think tanks generated studies. The missile gap was explored and denounced as a fraud. Attacks were made on the General Dynamics TFX cost overruns. Those who were for peace fought back by pushing strategic arms limitation talks. Asked for an end to the unreasoning fear of the Russians. Editors and columnists were lobbied, taken to lunch, invited to fashionable dinners, briefed in 100 forms, were at the pleasing center of a blizzard of gossip, rumors, leaks, backgrounders, the not-for-attribution throwaways. Senators, congressmen, security advisers were invited to lunch at the Times, Newsweek, Time, Life, etc., to air their opinions and ideas. Committees were formed to fight for détente. European papers speculated about the high-handed methods of the Americans. Committees were formed to alert the nation to the present danger. Publicists were deployed. Items were exchanged in bed, in homosexual bars and whorehouses. Leaks found their way into domestic newspapers. A senior adviser said today, on background, on deep background. Items were disseminated to foreign newspapers in order to be picked up by American papers. Le Monde reported. Corriere della Sera stated. The Times of London noted. Chapter 33. Night, or what passes for night. Room, bed, bathroom without a door, a chair, books, a table, smooth walls. Richard tried staying awake for long periods of time. He didn't want to wake up as Richard Prime in the dungeon. No clock in the room. As he would fall asleep, but before he had gone under deep, there was a faint hum, a faintly pulsating light, both seemingly keeping time to his heartbeat, like conversations, rhythm of light falling asleep, rousing faint memories of overheard conversations. Should he tell Carol? Places, numbers. He woke suddenly, as if to surprise the light and sound in the act. They stopped suddenly. Caught them. Does Carol already know? She must. He got up from the bed. He was not feeling tired. He got down on the floor and began to do push-ups,
5, 10, 20, 25. And he heard the sound of his own breathing becoming heavier and heavier, a slight sweat. Was there an echo of his endeavor coming back at him from the walls, the floor, stronger than the sound of his own breathing, just a little out of sync? He stopped flat on the floor to listen, and heard one last panting breath that didn't issue from him. There. He had caught them again. Did he dream? Did he fall asleep? He was rolled up on his side, his arm under his head. Carol was there. He smelled her. She said, "Richard, what are you doing on the floor?" And then she turned on the light, and it was daylight.
"What month is it?"
"September."
"What day?"
"The 11th. Therefore," Richard remembered, the President was in Huntsville, Alabama, meeting with Dr. Werner von Braun on schedule. Later he would fly on to Cape Canaveral to inspect the Launch Operations Center. Mercury, Atlas, Titan II. Missiles. What was it about missiles he should remember? Warning to the world. Operation Sandgrain. Like a tumor growing into a Pearl Harbor. Sandgrain? A Pearl Harbor in reverse. Who said that? In reverse. America making a Pearl Harbor? How many stories had his father told him? How much of it had the walls whispered to him in his sleep? The President goes on to Houston. Couldn't get through to him. Richard remembered the first thing the President would do. He'll order an embargo of Cuba. Someone will say that quarantine is a better word than embargo. The word implies the disease that suppurates in the boil that Cuba is, which must be contained or lanced with a surgical strike. Lancer. Kennedy's code name. Electioneering. Kennedy will then go on to Minneapolis. Maybe there. In his mind, Richard stepped out of a crowd, stepped up to the President, and began to talk. "I'm Richard Aquilino. I've been talking to you on the phone. Look what you people have done to me." Everyone dreams of such a moment in which he can talk to the President, to Jesus. The President listens, nods, and is amazed by his wisdom. "My God, I had no idea," he says. "My parents, my family, your people have stolen them away. Give them back." Somehow he's going to know what to say when the moment comes. Then the President will change his plans, order an investigation, and punish the guilty. Can't do it that way. The Secret Service would hustle him away, and he'd be back in their hands. There must be another way to reach him. Between New York and Huntsville, Canaveral, Houston, it's only a few seconds by telephone. But he might as well be light years from the nearest telephone. Ziggy will have to do it for you. Maybe Carol. "Please go outside and get to a phone booth and dial this number. When someone answers, you say—" How could he do it? A telephone call? The White House switchboard. The Command and Communication Center travels wherever he goes, and he has his own private phone in order to talk to whomever he wants to, unheard, he thinks. All his women. Laura. Carol sat down, composed as always, her notebook on her thigh, pencil ready. Flat board on a soft swell. Deep breathing. Her breasts heaved outward. What would it be like to stroke them? He smelled her perfume. A slight erection. He turned downward and resumed his push-ups. This time there was no echo of his heavy air intake coming out of the walls. "Richard, can we begin talking?" "What's the weather like outside?" "It's raining." "Are you avoiding me today?" she asked. Just a second. He was in good shape. Everything in him felt more alive than it had felt for months. "Turn out the light. I feel better talking in the dark." He heard her get up and walk. The light went out. He stayed there on the floor. He heard her heels clicking on the floor, a scrape of a chair being pulled along the linoleum. She was sitting down. "I'm free," he told her. What do you mean? I'm free of her. Laura. Thanks to you. You can only free yourself. Do you want to talk about that? He rolled over on his back and sat up, clasping his knees, staring into the darkness toward where her voice came from. What was I looking for all those years? Something in yourself that you interpreted as a princess? That came from my father's stories. That wasn't it. She sold herself. She was only, 13, 14? A child. Richard, relax. Why don't you sit on the bed, lie down? I'm comfortable here. I want to feel something hard. All right. Now, what does the imprisoned princess really mean to you? You never faced it. The deeper meaning. No. She paused. She wanted him to understand something. Even the way you talk about, what did you say, tracking her? Laura, the telephone, listening in, not facing, not seeing, not wanting to see. What do you mean, the way you talk about her? That was real, real phones, real wiretapping, real. The words frightened her. After the argument with Sidney, she didn't want to face that reality herself. And that's what I mean when I ask, what does the imprisoned princess... Witch, bitch, whore. Princess or bitch, the two sides of a woman. And what was she? Something to be driven toward Richard by Sidney? A whore? Do you have to think of her in those extreme terms? Angel or slut? Was. She's dead. Was? Is. You say you saw her later, after she supposedly was dead. Demons can die and not die. He was mad. Is her death what you wished on her? For rejecting you? And what did you see later, when you were being chased? A whore? Maybe in your bitterness and obsession you saw Laura in every whore, if you really saw a whore. She's a person. It's not a question of what Laura is, but what you feel about her and what she represents. A demon who could be alive and dead and alive. People do things. Sometimes they are forced to do things against their will, forced by circumstances. People, pressures of all kinds. She was only a child. She was dead. Dead. Carol, I touched her body. That was real. She was slashed to pieces. Blood, shit. Carol, there was shit. They say you shit when you die. He shook. My hands, her face, her eyes. It was her. Laura, her. But then you saw her again. And what did that mean? Maybe you're right. I was mistaken. You're thinking I had a hallucination, right? Carol didn't say anything. The other Richard, Richard Prime, the other and broken body, hovered on the edge, pulling him back into a universe of pain. You're still fantasizing about her. It was true. Laura, it seemed, could be everywhere, dead and alive at the same time. Newport, Harrisburg, Wheeling. Where the president was, she would be there, and so would he. More speeches. Off to the side would be the Situation Room. He thought of it as a dark room with a glowing map on the wall, with illuminated lines and numbers and pairs, coordinates, fleets of ships and planes, armies, lining up in the Atlantic athwart Cuba. A room deep in the earth where men debated, argued, cursed, maneuvered to move President Kennedy step by step to some devastating end. If he remembered now, they could drag it out of him. How could he conceal these things even from himself, and yet remember them, save them until he got out of this place? Carol was the one forcing him, or helping him, to remember. He got up and went softly to her side of the room. His hands reached out in the dark, and his palms found her face. She jumped a little. "Don't be afraid," he whispered. "I'm not going to hurt you." She half sighed, half sobbed. His hands felt so good. If only he weren't so disturbed. If only Sidney hadn't— His palms pressed into the side pieces of her eyeglasses. He took her glasses off and leaned forward, his lips searching the darkness for hers. Her hair tickled his face. Forehead, soft skin wrinkled in a frown, eyes, cheeks, nose, lips. Her mouth opened, their tongues met. His hands ran down her body, his penis thrust against the cloth of his pajama pants. She rose, muttering, "No, don't. We shouldn't." "It's dark," he whispered. "No one can see us." "Richard, it's wrong. You don't know—" "Help me," he whispered. "I'm scared. I need you. I want you, but I'm scared." His hands felt for her. His hands had eyes. Her breasts under her clothes, pliant where they had appeared rigid. His hands moved up and down her sides, brushing over the swell of her thighs, ridges for the garters, one hand moving upward, bunching the cloth between her legs, feeling behind the cloth. She moaned. Her arms were around his neck, cheek to cheek. A woman. He had never slept with a woman, only girls. He tasted tears. Why was she crying? "Why—" "Shh," she said. Her hands were unbuttoning the pajama jacket, pulling it off as his hands kept moving around, looking for the zipper or the buttons of her dress. He was afraid to be clumsy. He swung his arms free, one at a time, so he could keep touching and stroking her as his pajama jacket was slid off. His penis ached now. He was afraid he would come. The drawstring of the pants was jerked loose, and his pants fell around his ankles. He found the zipper at the back of her neck and pulled down while he stepped out of the pants. He pulled the dress off her shoulders, feeling skin and nylon, brassiere and slip. Her hands traced the muscles of his neck and chest, feeling each muscle there, moving sideways and down his rib cage, chilling him. He pulled the dress forward and down. It was stopped by her belt. He unbuckled it. Her other hand was down at the small of his back, beginning to trace the jut of his behind. The nail tips tingled his skin. The dress slid down. He wanted the lights on. He wanted to look. But he was glad the lights were off. He didn't want to be seen. Her other hand moved in small dartings through his body hair on his belly hair. She took his penis in cool, moist hands. She was surprised at how big he was, his hardness. Her breath sucked in noisily. She gulped. He had undone her brassiere straps. Her hand slipped down the length of him and, palm upward, slid beneath his testicles. He jumped, then pulled brassiere and slipped downward, stopping when he got to her waist. She moved against him. He bent, and his mouth was all over her. Rigid nipples were against his palm and lips. She let go of him and slithered out of the rest of her clothes, while his mouth was all over her. Richard tried to visualize her. The motion moved her body forward as it bent, yielding her breasts entirely into his hands. She bit at his chest, mildly, harder. He wanted to squeeze, to grasp, to have his fingers meet through skin and flesh, to feel every possibility of her flesh. She took one of his hands and moved it downward until it was between her legs and closed her thighs on his hand. His fingers found soft flesh, moistness, and her body shook. He thought, I did that. They sidled clumsily through the blackness toward the bed. She sat down and pulled him gently forward on top of her. He hoped he wouldn't come too soon, that he wasn't being too eager and clumsy. They were on the bed entirely, and then she guided him part way in. The heat of it shocked him. She moved wildly. She raised her legs and grasped him with her thighs, arched her back, thrust her hips forward, let him a little further into her. It was big, it ached, and pulled at him hard, stifling a scream. He was in. They lay still. 30 seconds passed, a minute, an eternity, and she began to move. He started to groan. "Shh," she whispered. "Don't say anything. Don't make a sound." He understood. Body to body in simple, uncomplicated movements. Everything was unlocking in him. All the futile years were passing away. Each moment made him feel stronger and prouder. She was shocked by his size and vigor. Her shame began to drop away, and she thrust in return, forgetting why they were here and who had brought them together. What that bastard had made her do. She'd had no idea it could be like this, uncomplicated, unlike being with Sidney, who kept dreaming up new things to do. Sidney was nothing like Richard, whose seemingly simple thrust and withdrawal was infinitely varied, providing new discoveries of pleasure. She felt a flutter inside her. So soon. She moved faster. He felt her flutter, and moved harder and faster, straight and sideways, leaning backward, trying to see her face in the blackness of the room. He felt her thighs grip tighter and tighter, squeezing his hips, his waist, his rib cage, as she began to move, getting out of control now, but making no sound other than the passage of breath. She planted her legs on the bed and arched suddenly, lifting him and pulling him as if she would throw him off, over her, while her hands held him, not letting him move, pulling at his hair, clawing his back. It came again. A second time. Stronger. His hands slipped under her, holding her behind now. She let herself go now. A third time now, on the edge of being excruciating. He stared into the darkness for a second, trying to hold himself back, and began to come. And then he pulled out and rolled off. She emitted a choked-off groan. The air chilled his wet body. He snuggled close to her. He smiled. Was she smiling too? He looked into the blackness. Who cared if it was night or day? His eyes played tricks on him. It was not so much the blackness, but it seemed as if a kind of light filled the room, pulsing colors, reds and blues and yellows, whites, some bits of black, flickering like curtains, shells of color, a massive black shape outlined in the colors, a shadow play, shoulders, waist, a man. No head. No, a head of pure light. Light, white light, where a face would be, a yellow-gold smudge where hair would be. It was he, the blond knight in his black armor, and he knew what that face looked like behind the white light mask. He had seen it across the abyss of time and back, seen for him by his father and his father's father. He had seen it for 1 or 2 minutes across the abyss of space, Times Square. Carol's hand reached for him. She traced the shape of his testicles, his penis, above, beneath. It closed around the penis. Nothing happened. The black shape seemed to turn. The back of the head. Black. A head shape. The face was not to be looked at. And through the head shape he saw the stars, and beyond the stars the faces of the gods, huddled around their table, and the stellar lights on the map of the Situation Room. It, the shape, he, moved into the curtains and shells of colored light, growing larger and larger till the blackness obscured the flickering light, and the room was black again, as if they were inside of him. Then Richard's penis began to harden again, and wax, and he was surprised. Richard turned to look at Carol's face, as if expecting it to be illuminated. It was dark here, where her face was. Did she see it? If she did, she gave no sign. And they began to make love again. Chapter 34. 3 aging men, not so fast on their feet any more, but still strong, sat around a table. The table was in a cube, 10 by 10 by 10. The cube was transparent, suspended in air. Holcomb, Braunstein, Skuratov. They looked at one another. It was a change of history that brought enemies together, a change that threatened their countries, their beliefs, their way of doing things. The first problem had been, whose territory would they meet on? They couldn't count on backup. They were doing this on their own. None of them would have anything to exchange if he was taken prisoner. Within Holcomb's territory there was a little fiefdom belonging to Skuratov, a container ship built in Japan, brought by Ecuadorians under Panamanian registry, but owned by the Russians. It was both container ship and electronic spy ship. Braunstein had had to weigh coming to New York. Holcomb couldn't provide protection. He could be caught and sent back to Russia. Braunstein held back until Skaratov arranged, through Holcomb, to talk directly to Braunstein. Skaratov didn't bother to plead with Braunstein the way he had with Holcomb. He merely recited a list of names. Braunstein's people in the Soviet Party, and military intelligence, and the KGB. Skaratov knew them all.
"You see, we are already married," Skaratov said.
Braunstein got the point. His network had been in place too long. They had families, they had power. Whether they liked it or not, the very nature of their jobs ensured that they had in fact become what they pretended to be a long time ago, Russians. Braunstein was in shock. Had all the years of intelligence out of Russia, which he had sold so profitably to NATO, been disinformation? And what was more shocking, Braunstein realized that it was not disinformation, but good intelligence. He agreed to come to New York to hear what the others had to say. The ship was in New York Harbor. After taking the usual steps to shake any tales from, say, the Parvis game, or the CIA, Holcomb and Braunstein arrived about 10 minutes apart and walked into a container on the dock beside the immense ship. The container was fitted up as a room. When they were both inside, the container was lifted by a huge crane and lowered into the hold of the ship. The door opened. Skaratov was there to welcome them. They looked around the hold. It was enormous, piled with containers arranged in a complex loading pattern, an abstract, cubist nightmare. Floodlights cast odd shadows. There were open areas, narrow corridors that went far, far into the distance. Beyond there was blackness.
"Comrades, this is a historic occasion,"
Skaratov said, and began to laugh. The others, seeing the joke, began to laugh with him. Comrades. The metal sides of the ship multiplied and boomed back each peal of laughter. When the echoes died down, Skaratov said,
"Old friends, Holcomb, Braunstein. We must trust one another. We have no choice. There will be no recording and no pictures of this meeting to haunt us later. Please, follow me."
They walked down long, twisting corridors between the piled-up containers to an open area, where, above them, suspended by wires, hung a large, transparent cube. Looking up, they could see the bottoms of a table and chairs. A ladder led up to the cube. They climbed up, one by one, into the cube. The door was shut behind them. A humming noise started. A white noise machine. They sat down. There were glasses and bottles on the table.
A little schnapps, some vodka, bourbon, to oil the discussion. Absolutely surveillance-proof. If you have any lingering doubts, then inspect the plastic and see if you can see any kind of bug at all. I suppose microphones could be in the wiring that holds the cube in place, and even if you decide to your satisfaction that there are no listening devices, we may have long-range directional microphones, and so on and so forth, until there is no satisfying you. But at some point, there must come risk and trust. In short, there is no assurance."
Braunstein nodded.
"It is a shame that 3 old men are called upon to save the world." "Not so old," Holcomb said. "Let me chair this meeting, friends," Skaratov said. "We have a long night ahead of us. I propose this. You, Holcomb, will give us a brief rundown about the conditions that led to your calling on Herr Braunstein for aid. The case of this vanished Richard Aquilino, seemingly eavesdropping on high places and important people. Tell us your suspicions, what you did, what you think went wrong when you lost him. I will then take up the story and tell of my intuitions, how I think my people were brought into the case and used, namely, that one of our agents, Vasily Oprichnik, to protect or take Aquilino, betrayed us, not to the United States, but to someone else." "The Parvis game," Braunstein said. "Exactly.
but more. An internationalist game inside of an internationalist game.
Yeah,
Holcomb said. He was accepting it for now. Then Herr Braunstein will give us a briefing on the history of Parvus, his vision, the growth of the game, the seeding of our countries with our people. Parvus. Helfand is still alive, you know.
Not really,
Braunstein said, already excited. In his 90s, but his mind is still alert, Skuratov said. He'll die soon, but he's trained others in preparation for that day. When we have had Herr Braunstein's summation, we will pool our knowledge and decide on a course of coordinated action. I think that our interests lie in supporting the most reactionary and conservative elements of all countries. But that will come later. The thing to ask ourselves now is, why is this Aquilino so important? To whom? And for what purpose? If it was dawn or daylight, no one inside the container ship could tell. They had been talking and drinking for hours. They had moved closer, but still had not decided on a course of action. The discussion had begun to tail into reminiscences of past probes, encounters, and shootouts. Skuratov spoke. It's getting very late. Our minds are flagging. I have a suggestion. This much is clear. Golcom is in an unfortunate position. He is still rounding up a network among his colleagues, but he is being watched. Who do you have? Mostly CIA people?
A few FBI, some others.
This is no time to hold out. Who?
Mafia, contract people.
Untrustworthy. Who else?
Cuban patriots.
You're working with Harvey in Florida? Never mind. Dangerous. Fanatics. Penetrated top and bottom by Comrade Castro's intelligence. Holcomb had his reservations about what Skuratov was telling him. That means only Braunstein and I have reliable networks in place. But outside New York, the American terrain is not so well known to us. We will need some of your people as guides. They don't have to know what role they will be fulfilling. Then we can provide backup by keeping Oprichnik under surveillance. Harkavi, the radio and telephone technician, is in our hands. He swears he was forced into this position by Oprichnik. He claims he thought he was working for us. He will cooperate. It would be helpful, Golcom, if you could make available to Braunstein and myself your telephone company list of those eavesdropped upon. You've been watching Keats, but you're hampered. Let us do it for you. It would be better if a few of Braunstein's people watched instead of mine and yours, who can probably be spotted. Aquilino is salted away somewhere, being prepared for something. His role is not yet clear. He is being intersected with the developing crisis. Cuba, late October, he will emerge with some startling piece of news. Military units are being moved into jumping-off points in Florida. Marines, Army, paratroopers. We read their communications.
It will be war, Braunstein said.
If Parvus has its way, there will be no war. It will be pure theater. If we have our way, it will at least be Cold War again. Keats will run Aquilino. We can only follow Aquilino through Keats through Oprichnik until the action is clear. Then maybe we will take Aquilino, or take over the running of him when we see what must be done. In the meantime, we will begin to circulate the aerial photographs to interested parties. They seem to have difficulties in finding what's in front of their noses. What is it one of your great capitalists once said? Send pictures, and I will provide the war? Hearst. I suggest we get a few hours of sleep. Our minds will be clearer. There are among this wilderness of boxcars without wheels, sleeping quarters quite comfortable. Some food will be brought to you. A little entertainment will be provided if you have the strength. Skuratov began to laugh again. No photographs of that. You have my word of honor.
The word of an intelligence agent is written on shit, Holcomb said. Isn't that what this meeting is really about? I want to show you something. Come this way.
They got up from the table. They were stiff. They stretched, but they remained wary. Skaratov led them to one wall. Holcomb felt peculiar standing on a transparent floor, and the alcohol didn't help.
Look that way,
Skaratov pointed. In the distance, Holcomb and Braunstein saw, half sticking out from behind a wall of containers, a neat pile of cone shapes.
Missiles?
Holcomb asked. So to speak.
What range?
Intermediate.
What megatonnage?
None. Skaratov laughed.
None? They're empty?
No. It's just that the triggering mechanisms are, shall we say, in a safe place.
You don't trust the Cubans?
You don't trust the Greeks or the Turks? Skaratov mocked. Never mind. You are victims of an optical illusion. You think you see missiles here, but in fact they are somewhere else, in the middle of the Atlantic, being moved southwest very slowly indeed, perhaps ready to be intercepted by the American fleet. They must be in a certain place at a certain time, and that's one of the things we must determine.
You cocksucker,
Holcomb laughed. No, that's Braunstein, Skaratov said. Don't confuse us. It's time to sleep. Chapter 35.
What was it like to sleep with him?
Keats asked Laura. Keats had 3 hymns in mind, 3 aspects of the same problem. Richard, Kelly, and John F. Kennedy. Of the 3, Keats was most interested in Kelly. He had to know, if it were possible to know in their world, how loyal to Kelly she was. They lay on the bed, covered in red satin, naked and bathed in sweat. They savored the cool air playing on their drenched bodies, perfume, cigarette smoke, and body odor beginning to emerge from the masking scents. On the wall opposite the foot of the bed, a man and woman's dim, flickering images were projected, Richard and Carol locked together. The images were relayed here to the safe house Keats was using from the hospital after a trip around the country. There was another panel to the side of the main frame, not a picture as such, but rather the representation of a brain in action, taken directly from the instruments monitoring their bodies. Keats thought there was something unexpected in the image. There should have been concentrated brilliance in those centers of Richard's brain where pleasure was registered, surrounded by darkness. But the multicolored glow was spread throughout. That meant Richard was thinking furiously. Something was wrong there. A small movement of the bed under him. Laura must have shrugged. Do they know they're being observed? He'd have to be a wizard, although Keats was discovering that Richard was beginning to show peculiar talents. There's too much between us and them. A wall full of sensing devices, infrared light, some stuff like radar. Thousands of miles of wiring, relays and switches, amplifiers, processors, step-up and step-down transformers, vital sign monitoring machines, all the kinds of things that our little business Metatronics is acquiring. You and I, we take surveillance for granted, but not him or her. God, look at that. He has big hands. Yes, I remember the hands. You remember the hands? Keats asked. You don't forget your first time. Her first? Was Richard lying, or was she? Everything he had heard Richard say about Laura turned around for him. What were you like when you were a kid? The question made Keats uncomfortable. Not happy. As a young man? Not happy. We were poor but proud. What a monotonous life. Mr. Kelly brought you happiness? She was mocking him, her voice low, throaty, a contralto. He didn't look at her. He stared at the images. He felt a stirring. Slowly he could feel his body rhythms begin to resonate with the pulsing lights beginning to excite him. He turned to look at Laura in the dim light. Long legs, slender, almost muscular thighs, athletic, but the muscle was hidden beneath.
The hips swelled slightly. The shoulders were wide. The breasts were on the small side, with no extra flesh at all. Black hair. Her face flickered as the light from the projection was reflected. Only the gray eyes were steady like ice. She was preparing herself to resist. Or perhaps she was looking inward. His eyes, his gray eyes, stared at her body. It was almost too perfect. No flaws. What made her exciting for him was the way her flesh was dappled in black and white and colored by the reflection of the brain scan, as if she were under the shallow waters of a clear, refractive tropical sea. Tight, absolutely unwrinkled, a harlequin's skin. Her nipples were large and stood up. He bent over and kissed them. When he lay back, he left one hand resting idly, palm tickled by her pubic hair, fingers slipped between her legs. Absent-mindedly, he played with the flesh there, timing his movements to the pulse beat from the images. A long time ago, Mr. Kelly had taken Laura under his wing, away from Richard Aquilino, if she could ever have been said to be anybody's. But instead of discarding her after a night or two, he had sent her on to college and kept her around. What was special about her that might enthrall a Mr. Kelly, that he would keep her around and send her on to college? She was more than a high-class whore. She was an instrument of policy. Had she beguiled him with body stories, being variable and intriguing, an infinite subject? 1,001 nights, 1,001 positions, 1,001 personae. She was one way to probe that shifting cloud, Kelly, for its true identity, for her body retained memories. Obviously, Kelly had been heterosexual in those days, a consumer of little girls. What had changed him? The only role Keats had seen Kelly in was that of an aging but powerful empress with pretensions to Chinese magic, choosing to be fucked by one of her young and vigorous warriors. Kelly, as she let herself metamorphose into an older woman, hopelessly in love, with passions appropriate to a romantic girl, desperate, Mr. Kelly had almost lost command. Queen Dido of Carthage and young Aeneas on his way to found the Roman Empire. But Mr. Kelly knew his history. He knew he moved in a world full of changes and betrayal, and if the Empress tired of her new toy, Keats would be finished. What would have happened in history if Dido didn't let Aeneas go? The Romans would have written the story anyway. It was propaganda in the first place. The Romans fucking the effeminate Phoenicians. Sex, policy, intelligence, money, power. Keats sighed. They, he and Laura, had finally come together. Two such people? That much was almost destined. But while their passions enjoyed, their minds had not been engaged. It was a skirmish, prelude to a battle. A thought began to form in Keats's mind. How was the other one in bed? Which other? The chief magistrate of our land. She laughed. You're curious? Childish curiosity always remains. Sometimes that's the only thing that remains, isn't it? You're jealous. Her large, strong hand reached for his penis. She wrapped her fingers around, squeezed, and then moved it slightly up and down. Muscles rippled beneath the smooth skin of her forearm. He wanted to trace the slight bulges and indentations with his tongue. I could tear it off, she said. I learned that trick. You could tear it off, he acknowledged. Did you practice the trick? Yes, 3 times. Once for myself. You want to know if you're as good as the president? Men. Shit. Couldn't you just see someone asking some ravaged virgin? And this Apollo, he's a good lay? She laughed. You have a nice body. He has a bad back. There's not much tenderness to it with him. He depends on his exalted position. I told Mr. Kelly I didn't think we could get much information out of him. He's charming, but only up to a point. No mysteries, really. Smokes a little grass, takes an LSD trip, but very hush-hush. He doesn't share secrets of state with the women he sees. He thinks he's under surveillance. He's obsessive about it. The FBI, the CIA, and whoever are on his tail. On the one hand, that makes him cautious. On the other hand, that gives him some kind of incentive. He's showing the buggers what kind of man he is. He thinks his virility has something to do with the potency of his policy. They're quite primitive down there. You know the way politicians are.
You've been listening to Mr. Kelly.
Maybe Mr. Kelly has just been listening to me. He's not God, you know.
No, he's not God.
You've been fucking him? She asked.
Listen, Laura. What binds us is the color of our eyes, the shape of our bodies, and his fucking the both of us. But there's something else, something deeper that's ours and ours alone.
What?
He leaned over and kissed her lips, the tips of her breasts, her eyes, and his tongue kissed into the cloud of black hair between her legs. He licked her ankles, the place behind her knees. He ran his tongue up one thigh and crossed over above the line of hair and went down the other thigh. He did it lightly, affectionately, but keeping to the rhythm. He leaned back. I don't know how to express it. We are twins. It's not on the surface, but deep. I felt it as soon as I met you. You did, too.
You've been hanging around Mr. Kelly too long. That Taoism, he feeds on
us. Keats nodded.
Have you ever been raped?
I guess I have been. Yes. I'm here. You're here.
He said it slowly, sadly. Before Kelly, I was in high school. I was popular. I was good-looking. My parents drove me toward a career, but that was all right. Then one day something began to happen. I didn't know what it was. Someone was watching me. Then I sensed that my parents changed. They were disturbed, and I didn't know why. It was a tough neighborhood, so I learned to sense trouble before it developed. Danger was coming, but I didn't know from where. My parents turned harsh. They had lost something, moral superiority, although I didn't know that. Something else had replaced it. Greed, shame. Without knowing what was going to happen, I decided to do something about it. I finally overheard my parents talking. They were sitting there in bed every night arguing, bargaining, discussing, agonizing like a pair of push-cart peddlers. How much money would they get for me? Would there be enough money for them and enough left over for me to go to college after? After what? And what was so bad, they asked one another. What was so bad? Do it one time, get paid. That would be the end of it. Do what? And how they would invest the money. Well, you know what happens in situations like this.
Yes.
No, you're not a woman.
Men get seduced, raped too. In another way.
It's not as if I didn't know about sex, at least as far as talk was concerned. It became clear that the person my parents were doing business with wanted a virgin. It's a weird taste, but I wouldn't have thought so then. Virginity was an it, a thing, a value. She looked at the images of Carol and Richard. They were exploring one another's bodies with their mouths, kissing and licking. At one point, Carol's mouth was opened in a soundless scream of pleasure. Laura shook her head.
She's not making a sound. They think they're bugged for sound. Still, there's always some very low-level sound. I could amplify it and get the scream. Or use someone else's scream.
Later. Never mind, Laura said. I decided that I wasn't going to give whoever it was what they wanted, so...
So you had sex with Richard?
He was my first. I thought I was going to give him something that Mr. Kelly wanted, my virginity.
She thought about this for a little while. Then Mr. Kelly did take you away, Keats prompted.
He humiliated me and he uplifted me. I held on to Mr. Kelly for a long time. I made him need me, and I got him to send me on to Radcliffe. And then I went to work for him. But in the long run, I can't inherit power up there in Parvis's higher circles. They're against family, afraid of dynasty.
That could be changed.
You'll be changed yourself, Keats, or you're out. I don't know how my parents arranged the deal, the pickup, but it was made to look like a kidnapping. They were covering themselves. A car pulls up. Someone jumps out of the car and grabs you. The limousine windows had no handles inside, nor did the door.
A mafia special, Keats said.
He put his arm around Laura while she was talking, kissing her face, her shoulders, her breasts, taking care to keep each move timed to the movements of the partners in the projected wall image. She paused and stared at the images of Richard and Carol. Keats sensed that her body was beginning to come alive, in part stirred by memories, in part excited by what she saw happening on the wall. He lay on his side, turned toward her. She was on her back, looking toward the wall. He emanated vibrations of sympathy, love, tenderness. "Look at her." Laura nodded at the images of Richard and Carol enjoying one another. "She's learning, but she's learning out of love. So's he. They change willingly. They don't know what's in store for them."
Keats decided it was time to plant the suggestion. "You know, between the two of us handling Richard, with your access to the president, we could have a significant impact."
He had become rigid. Holding her gently, he slipped himself into her. Her muscles contracted around him. It was almost absent-minded, affectionate. As they lay on their sides, facing one another, moving minimally, Keats brought her into the rhythm of the two on the screen.
"Look at her, the innocent doctor. Would you like to be her?" Keats whispered.
"You can orgasm, but something holds back. A lot of men get their kicks out of seeing the woman completely out of control. But that memory of Richard is what I use to hold on to my control. The memory of us on that roof."
"And the memory of them there. You almost being Carol now."
"The memory of that last time of innocence. Every time I was alone, I practiced. I summoned up that memory. I remembered how I felt."
"Like Carol feels now." Keats increased the intensity of the movement.
"I remembered the tenderness. I remembered how it felt when he entered me, the shock, the pain, the joy. And finally I got to the point where, whenever I brought that memory up, it threw me into a kind of trance that enclosed and saved a part of me from violation."
For the first time in years, Keats felt a twinge of jealousy. "And what if Richard dies? Will your spell still work?" he whispered.
And now Keats began to time the patterns of his strokes to Richard and Carol's rhythms more boldly as they enjoyed, devoured one another miles away. Laura was beginning to respond. She had almost become Carol. Keats made his thrusts simple, powerful, naive. The four of them were intricately bound together for a moment. It seemed as though the energy and pleasure of their sex kept switching from body to body as they became a single couple. The experience went on and on for a long time, reaching toward a different kind of climax. And as they got close, Keats called out, "They're going to kill me! They're going to kill me! Save me, Laura! Hold me!" The effect on Laura was unexpected, shocking. Keats had gotten by her guard by letting down his own. On the deepest level, and for the first time in his life, Keats actually felt fear, terror, need. And Laura sensed it and held him, and they began to orgasm. What Keats didn't see was Richard, turning his head, his face distorted in passion, looking over his shoulder in the direction of Keats and Laura, his face transfigured, ecstatic, puzzled. Chapter 36. Carol was in love. Carol was terrified. Sitting in her apartment, she couldn't sleep, though her body was tired. Morning sunlight slanted through her window. Night was their time. She didn't want to go into work until it was time to talk to Richard again, and she couldn't bear the thought of seeing Sidney. It was a beautiful day. Autumn was coming on fast. The world had changed for her. She could never have believed that people had such capacity for love and sex. She was risking her whole career, and she couldn't stop herself. She had caught Richard's psychosis as if it were a communicable disease. Now she looked behind her all the time to see if she was being followed. A plot against the president, leading him and the country into war? Madness. Possibility. She wished it were all over and Richard were here with her, nothing on their minds other than making love. They could sit across the room from one another, perhaps naked, perhaps partially clothed, looking at one another. Body would hunger for body. Then they would get into bed, or do it on the couch or on the rug. It didn't matter where. The thought of new places to have sex excited her. She felt released, wanton. What had happened to her? She had to get him out of the hospital. If what Richard was saying was true, they were once again communicating by written notes, which she destroyed as soon as she left the room. They were in real danger. There were powerful people after him, and whoever they were, whoever Sidney was working for, they wanted to know what he had heard. Then they would silence him. She had no one to turn to. Sidney had made her distrust everyone, the police, the government, her friends, her own lawyer. And if it was all not true? Then, at best, she was in love with a madman. Where was safety? Reach the president, Richard's notes had said. Personally? Why not just telephone the president? She had scribbled back. No. The people manipulating the president had already been alerted when they discovered Richard listening in. He wanted her to do something different. All she had to do was to place a phone call to Richard's friends. A certain number. Remember it. Don't write it down. Someone would answer and identify himself. Then she should follow any instructions she received. But worse than not having the phone answered was having it answered. She would be more entangled in this world of spies, bizarre deceptions, eavesdropping, betrayal, murder, torture. Had Richard really killed 6 people? It meant that some of the nation's most respectable leaders were steering the country into war. Richard named presidential advisers. She recognized the names. He mentioned certain plans, something called Operation Mongoose and Operation Sandgrain. He also mentioned another group, a certain bargaining procedure, trade-offs if there wasn't war. He didn't understand it completely himself. All of it would have sounded insane except for those cases Sidney had shown her, the ones they had worked on, and the influx of money and equipment. Once she made that phone call, she would be in danger, dependent on Richard's friends, whom he described as if they were almost mad scientists, people like Richard himself. And she was supposed to depend on people like that? Neurotics? Paranoids? The kind of people she once might have treated for delusions of grandeur? The phone was there. The day grew brighter. She couldn't decide. She should sleep on it a little. She wished Richard were here, beside her in the daylight, playing with her body, kissing her, beginning to excite her. Could she ever give that up? They lay linked, arms entwined, barely moving at all. Keats was revising his estimates, thinking of how they might work together, when Laura said, "Can we save Richard?"
"If there's a way, it's to use him to reach the president with a warning. There's protection. The way we planned it, Mr. Kelly and I, we would guide him, planting the information he had to the message we wanted delivered, changing and supplementing what he already heard. But what he heard was dangerous to us. He knew about Parvis, although he couldn't have named it. We had to make him forget Mr. Kelly, me. You had to become, in his mind, nothing more than a simple whore with expensive lovers. We did some of that by interdicting his taps with our own voices, actors. Before we could really do a good job, we were forced to kidnap him to get him out of Mr. Holcomb's hands. But there's the very real question of his family. Who got them? Or did they leave on their own steam? We were going to do more briefing in the hospital. We had to improvise fast. It didn't work out neatly. What Mr. Kelly and I wanted was a guided missile, so to speak, someone we could control. But I and I alone wanted someone who could deliver whatever message I wanted to have delivered. Mr. Kelly was dubious, but I persuaded him. Richard gets to the president after overcoming a series of horrendous obstacles. The timing is important.
The drama of his appearance at the right moment alerts Kennedy and his closest advisers, his brother, Sorensen, people like that, to his manipulators, and that in confronting Khrushchev over Cuba, he's not only on the verge of a great political mistake, but war. Maybe we say that the Russians are for real. Kennedy's suspicious enough after the Bay of Pigs fuck-up. He's inherited a series of bureaucracies who not only feud, but have their own internal wars. Some of the factions hate him. He set up his own intelligence unit, headed by an admiral, loyal only to him. If that wasn't enough, the content of Richard's message might include the news that there was an actual plot against him. He's got enough enemies. However we framed the message, what Mr. Kelly wanted was that Kennedy was being steered into an invasion of Cuba. Maybe he was even doing the Mafia's work for them, recover their lost investments, and maybe Mr. Nixon's work. We could even plant the right documents to back Richard's story up. Mr. Kelly would supplement Richard's work with the media and public relations, bring pressure from the British, the French, the Swedes. Mr. Kelly doesn't trust melodrama. Sometimes he thinks that politicians are rational. But an invasion is one of Kennedy's options. He told you that? There are no secrets in Washington. Half the capital knows what's going on. Kennedy hates Castro personally. Who has the most machismo? The rest of it I learned working for Mr. Kelly, who does not want confrontation, and certainly not invasion or worse, a surgical strike, to happen. Kennedy, on the other hand, almost has to have this confrontation, or the appearance of a confrontation. He is being forced into it by the Republicans, among others. For that matter, I wouldn't be surprised if Kennedy even wanted the invasion himself. Mr. Kelly not only wanted the whole drift stopped and reversed, he wants the nationalist and war faction among the Russians discredited. That's Mr. Helfand's job. The purpose is to erode the power of those who oppose Mr. Kelly, the Parvis game. He wants an end to the Cold War. It stands in the way of business. I think he's changed his mind, Laura told Keats. He's going to change the mission. How? To what? Mr. Kelly never told me. I have no need to know on that level. But I think some of the people he and Parvis represent smell a quick profit out of a confrontation with Russia and Cuba. You diversify your holdings. You hold shares in uranium, steel, grain, defense industries, construction, automobiles, media, communications. A crisis comes. Policy develops. What's in the wind? If you managed the crisis, you can sell off the losers, acquire the winners. The people in Parvis sometimes find that their interests are in opposition to Parvis's strategies. They can't stand short-term losses, no matter how big they are, and that means that Mr. Kelly has to give a little. A confrontation between America and Russia will set Parvis back. But when you brought Richard into the picture— Richard brought himself into the picture, and he can really help me, us, skew the game. I told Mr. Kelly that Richard could be run, be made into the ultimate agent, the perfectly controlled missile, Keats said. As he had told Holcomb the same thing. Now he would have to switch his operation around and enlist the help of Holcomb in order to deliver Richard to the President. I'm not even sure Mr. Kelly believed you could deliver. But he's in love with you, Keats. He's jealous. Mr. Kelly is jealous of us, Laura. Then we're as good as dead. She hugged him and leaned her head on his shoulder. We're far from dead, Laura. This is what must have happened to Adam and Eve in the garden. They fucked for themselves, not for God, his design, his economy. They then found out they were being spied on because the archangel appeared on the scene. The serpent, Laura said. That's a pretty serpent, she said, handling Keats's penis. The serpent was God's agent provocateur. He tempted them to eat of the tree of intelligence. That's tree of knowledge. Knowledge, intelligence, same thing. Our motto in the CIA is, "And the truth shall set ye free." If we can spring Richard, we can chart our own course. We can set Richard loose, start him running again to reach the President. You prepare the way. I don't have that kind of control. The President is in a bind. He's faced with a crisis. In part, he's helped to manufacture it.
In part, he's been forced into it. His first and foremost thought is to stay in power. On top of that, he has to go along with an overwhelming consensus of people who have contributed to his power, and they want a first strike against Cuba, want to go against the Russians eyeball to eyeball. That's the kind of stuff Richard heard. An emergency will develop. Kennedy will assemble this invisible government. They'll debate. Tactics and strategy will emerge. To retain power, Kennedy will go to war. Richard, on the other hand, he's a voice from the outside. That represents great dramatic power. As an innocent, he carries weight. He's nobody's man. Can you imagine what it will do to Kennedy in the middle of all this, when this kid reports that on such and such a day he heard Dean Acheson or Averill Harriman saying such and such to one another about him? If he escapes out of that hospital, then Mr. Kelly can't touch him. He can make Parvis work, or he can shoot it down, and as such, he becomes a bargaining chip. Can you control him that perfectly? Keats said, yes, but he wasn't sure. I think the first thing is to move fast, get Richard out of there. How? For that, I think I have to pay a visit to Carol. You're going to fuck her, Keats? I hope it isn't necessary. I hope you're jealous, because I must confess I'm not too thrilled about you and Jack Kennedy. Tarzan hung up the receiver and turned to Ziggy. She did it. Who did what? Marvin asked. Richard's doctor, the person who's taking care of him. She made the call, Tarzan said. Only trouble is, she made it from her own apartment. We can only pray that the phone isn't tapped, Ziggy said. Other than that, she followed Richard's instructions. She was told she would be gotten back to. We can check to see if her phone's bugged. Ziggy groaned. My legs are killing me, and now I have to move. Help me. We have to get to a phone booth. I've got to get to our friends. What friends? Marvin asked. Our mafia friends, who else? It means that now the lady's willing to help us get Richard out of there. She had done it, gone through with it in a fit of panic. The morning had evolved into afternoon. The sun disappeared behind a wave of thick clouds borne eastward without rain. Then the doorbell rang. So soon. She began to tremble. Richard's friends? Control yourself, she told herself. She walked to the door. What would they look like? She looked through the peephole. All she could see was a man's head and shoulders. He was wearing a coat and tie. He was smiling gently. He had blonde hair. She had never seen anyone as handsome in her life outside of a movie. Who is it? She asked. I'm a friend of Richard's. She was confused. Did Richard have friends like this? She opened the door. He stood there and smiled at her. He motioned to her. Step into the hallway for a second, he said, and she did. She was a little overcome. He was almost beautiful. I can see that you don't have much experience, the man said. What do you mean? You should never take anyone for granted. You don't know who I am. You're lucky that I'm a friend of Richard's. I asked you to come out because I didn't want anyone to hear the two of us talking. You mean... What do you mean? I'm working under the assumption that your apartment is bugged. Carol's hand was over her mouth, as if to take back the words she had said over the phone. What's the matter? Oh, you placed a phone call to Richard's friends. And you're not from Richard. You're not Richard's friend. I'm not from Richard, but I am Richard's friend. I'm from the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency. His wallet was out, and he was showing her identification. Don't panic, Carol. Don't be afraid. We both have Richard's interests at heart. Look, this is what we'll do. We'll go back into the apartment. You'll put on a jacket. You won't say a word to me. Then we'll go out the back way, just in case, and have something to eat, maybe a drink, and have a little talk. I'll explain. You'll be back in an hour. It'll be all right. She was in it now. She decided to get her coat and see what he had to say. He wanted a 1-hour session, in effect. Well, maybe she could learn what was really on his mind. She decided to start watching him carefully, like a patient. Ziggy was uncomfortable in the phone booth. They were in a tobacco store, with Marvin outside in the street. Tarzan lounged near the booth. Ziggy kept the door closed.
"His doctor called," he told Samael Aquilino. "He's all right. He's been confiding in her." "What now? Do we try and rescue him?" "You're sure it's not a trap? You trust her?" "I think it's worth a try. I think if they had really broken Richard, and she was working for whoever grabbed him, they would have found a way to get us before this."
"Siegfried," Samael said, "we'll deliver the plans to you. Send your little friend Marvin to my mafia capo. I'll have given him a sealed envelope containing money and the layout of the hospital. Then you'll decide how to rescue him yourself. We'll arrange it so that Marvin and Tarzan, what a name, rescue him. We'll have our people there protecting you. It should be simple. You'll get in touch with this doctor, this Carol, and try and persuade her to come along. If she doesn't, just take her. Persuade her it's for her own and Richard's good. Scare her a little. Tell her of the danger from Richard's enemies. If necessary, spin her a tale of Russians. But only if necessary. Then you'll have to find out what Richard knows."
"There's only one danger, Samael. She telephoned from her own apartment. Her phone might be tapped."
"So you'll have to work very fast, Ziggy."
"You're just going to have to go along with him when he makes his escape. Look, he's in danger. But he's also well, sick isn't the right word for it," Keats said. "He's had a lot of drugs pumped into him, and one doesn't know what the effects are. You're a doctor. I don't know what to do if he has an episode." "Tranquilizers and comfort. I've tried to explain to you what's riding on him. Right now, he's one of the most important men in America. We have to find out what he knows and what he thinks he wants to do. He trusts you completely. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. Really, think of it as an adventure, Carol. It's not all that dangerous. And you'll keep in touch with me all through the event. There will always be someone close to you, watching over you, protecting you and Richard." He leaned forward and took one of her hands over the table. His startling gray eyes looked into hers. "What I'm going to say is going to sound fatuous to a woman of your talents and education and sophistication. But, Carol, your country needs you. It needs Richard. What Richard has been telling you has sounded as if it came out of some spy movie, but it's all true. In some ways, the boy is a genius. Let me put it to you this way. Perhaps, unwillingly, you have begun working for the Central Intelligence Agency, and there's a lot riding on you. I'm not even going to ask you." He pressed her hand. She felt shocks going up her arm. What was the matter with her? "Whether you'll help, because I know you will." She sipped her drink. The cocktail and a night without sleep combined to intoxicate her. "Richard's friends will contact you in a day or so. I suppose they'll have a plan to get Richard out of the hospital. We'll help from our end as much as possible. There's no danger." "I think I can handle it," Carol said, hoping she could. Wondering if she should. Chapter 37. The escape was easier than anyone could have anticipated. The problems arose only afterward, when they got away with a Richard who was quite different than the one who had been driven half-mad and captured. On the morning of the last day of September, a telephone truck parked at the Columbia Presbyterian Hospital complex. Two people dressed as telephone company technicians got out casually. They were wearing the usual regalia of repairmen hanging from their belts. They carried toolboxes. One of the technicians was very tall and bulky, the other small and animated, by fear. They entered the hospital and moved toward their destination without being challenged. They knew which direction to go, what elevators to take, what corridors to use.
They were met by an attendant who by now was used to seeing telephone and communication personnel, and let his gun stay underneath his white attendant's uniform. He said, "Hey, you guys are in the wrong wing. You must have made a right instead of a left to the double doors. That's where all the wires are. Go back to the end, turn again, and at that point Tarzan pulled a gun and told the attendant to lie down on his face. Tarzan took the attendant's gun. "Jesus," Marvin said. "Jesus, Jesus." "Shut up, stupid," Tarzan said. They tied the attendant up with wire and gagged him with electrical tape. "I don't get it," Tarzan whispered. "There should be another one around." He didn't want his voice recognized. "Knock on the door. You remember the signal?" Marvin nodded. "I'll stay here in case anyone comes. Now remember, when the door opens, don't go in, just stay in the doorway. No good having your picture on record." Marvin walked to the door and knocked the way he had been told to. The door opened. It was Carol, with Richard behind her. Marvin, to whom every second was an eternity, waved them out, hopping up and down. "Richie," he started to say. Richard put his finger to his lips, and they fell in behind Carol, who assumed her most authoritative doctor's stance to lead the little procession. Inside, she was trembling and feeling oddly exhilarated. They walked past the bank of elevators to the staircase and began to walk down. They came to a floor and turned off. It was too early for anyone to be there yet. Carol was wearing, for the first time in a long time, a white coat. The party separated. Carol led Richard to a stretcher and motioned for him to get on. She swathed most of his face in bandages and covered him with sheets, then rolled the stretcher to the elevator and rang the bell. After what seemed an hour, the elevator came. She wheeled the stretcher onto the elevator and told the operator to go all the way down to ambulance intake. Tarzan and Ziggy had gone down and out another way, and were back in their truck. No one seemed to be looking at them. "Jesus, that simple?" Marvin asked. "Don't kid yourself, Marvin. There are people all around watching." Marvin started to turn. "Where? I don't see anyone." "Christ, how stupid can you get? Don't look. Just act normal like any repairman would. You don't know anything." "Have you done this before?" "Yeah, 3 times a week." They drove away. The hospital ambulance service got a phone call. There was a serious burn patient who was to be transferred to another hospital. An ambulance was to be ready, and a stretcher would come down accompanied by a doctor, and they would then take the patient to Cornell Medical Center downtown. The stretcher was wheeled onto the ambulance, which was started. What no one saw was the battle that had taken place near the exit. 3 men had been pulled away and thrown into cars. There were no pursuers. When the driver got to Cornell Medical Center, the patient and the doctor were both gone. They had gotten out the back at a stoplight and into the back of a telephone truck that was following them. The phone truck drove down Broadway, then West End Avenue. In the 30s, they all got out and went up the stairs of a loft building. Ziggy was sitting there, facing toward where they would walk in. He said, "Come closer. I want to see you with what little sight I have." "How are you, Richard? It's been a long time. Are you all right? We have so much to tell you, so much to talk about." Richard came close to Ziggy. He bent down. Ziggy looked with whatever sight was left to him. His hands reached out, and his palms were on the sides of Richard's face. They were frozen this way for a moment. Richard straightened up. He went back and took Carol's hand and brought her to Ziggy. "Ziggy, this is Carol. She called you. Dr. Carol Rothschild." He turned to her and said, "See, I was talking about real people." He kissed her. She said, "I stopped doubting you a long time ago." With the tension released, Marvin began to hop up and down. "Richie's back. Now we're really in business." Even Tarzan was at ease. He had gone and gotten a bottle, glasses, and poured bourbon into them. "We can celebrate. Man, we can get stinking drunk now. You realize we've outwitted the whole government of the United States?"
Yes, drink, Ziggy said. Give me one, too. But we have to talk. We have outwitted them, but for how long? You weren't followed?
I'd swear I wasn't followed, Tarzan said.
Carol's head swam. She still hadn't taken in the enormity of what she had done. Had she cut all her ties with the past, thrown away a whole life? She was in danger, but she was protected. Or so the CIA man, Keats, had tried to assure her. She would not only be protected, but she had been promised a job after this was over. Either way, it was supposed to be for Richard's sake. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. She was damned uncomfortable. These three strange people. This crippled little blind man with his accent. From what country? The little one with his jerky movements and his constant babble. The giant somehow menacing, the way he looked at her. Richard was the only one who seemed to be in any way normal. These were his friends, his helpers, his, what had the man called it, control? The surroundings, this huge, partly empty loft. "You're a trained observer," the man had told her as she observed him. "Observe like you never have. See everything. Remember. You'll get better at it as you go along." The pile of equipment running along the side of one wall. Radios. Wiring everywhere. An old couch with faded brocaded material. 2 overstuffed easy chairs of the same material, shiny with use. The high industrial windows, encrusted, making the blue sky look evenly gray. Chairs around a table. A stove. A living area in the middle of an industrial neighborhood. Off to the side she could see a bed and mattresses on the floor. What had she gotten into? She hadn't thought the consequences through clearly. Grotesques. That's what they were. "Who's after him?" she had asked Keats as they sat in the restaurant.
"Russians."
"But what has he done?"
"It's not what he's done so much as what he's heard. It has to do with a mole in high places."
"A what?" He laughed.
"Trade talk. A mole is an agent who's penetrated our network and appears to be on our side. If the mole is placed in an important decision-making position, you can see what trouble that can cause."
"And that's what Richard heard?"
"Yes."
"Why didn't he tell me?"
"He doesn't know. I mean, a mole doesn't announce who or what he is, even when he talks to his contact."
Love had made her cross some terrible line and enter into the netherworld. It was frightening and exciting. In Ziggy's loft she sipped her drink as the enormity of it hit her. There had actually been guns. The excitement of the escape had not let her really think about what she was doing. That man, the attendant, lying there tied up, a gag in his mouth. But the other one, the one from the government, with his piercing gray eyes and his blonde hair, had said it would be all right. Marvin was saying, "We did it all by ourselves. Hey, it was easy. We sure don't need the mafia."
"Not so fast. Not so fast. Richard doesn't know anything about this. Sit down. Calm down. Let's discuss all this. It's really good to have you back. You're all right. They didn't mess your mind up, Richard. You were pretty sick, crazy."
It was true, Carol thought. She didn't even have a change of clothes. That was an excuse to call someone if she needed to.
"Getting away is actually the easy part. It's what comes after," Ziggy said.
"What's so hard, Ziggy?" Tarzan asked. "We got an organization to protect us, don't we?"
"What are you talking about?" Richard asked.
"We're in business, man. We're going to the top. We're going to be rich," Tarzan said.
And Ziggy began to fill Richard in. A few hours later, the situation had become acrimonious. Richard had listened to what they had done, their operation, the organization of the network, the help they had promised the Mafia. He said after a long while, "We have to do something else first. I have to reach the president."
"Of what?"
Ziggy asked. "The president, John Kennedy." The President of the United States.
Why don't you give him a call? Marvin asked.
It confirmed for Carol that there was some truth to what the blonde government agent had said. Could she trust the CIA man? Was he really CIA? Richard had been telling the truth. She couldn't let herself distrust everyone.
You're crazy,
Tarzan told Richard.
Ziggy sensed that there was something new in Richard. A sense of authority and purpose radiated from him. He knew what he wanted to do, and he had become transformed by his ordeal.
All right. Richard, Tarzan, Marvin. We must be calm. We can't shout at one another. Tell us why you want to get to see the President, and how you propose going about it, and what you think you want us to do to help you. Then we can decide.
Richard began. He calmed himself. He organized his thought on how he would present it. In the first place, it involves nuclear war with the Russians, over Cuba. In the second place, it involves danger to the President. And Richard began to tell his story. After Richard had finished, Ziggy said,
Look, let's take a vote on this. But before we do that, he turned his head to Carol, I am going to ask a painful question. Carol, you're a professional, a doctor, a psychiatrist, a neurologist. Is Richard all right?
You mean, am I crazy? Richard said.
Richard, Ziggy said, you've known me for years. I'm your friend. But you can't expect us to go charging off without getting all the information we can.
Carol thought for a while. When Richard was brought in, she said carefully, I thought he was severely disturbed. There were real signs. Those were probably drugs. I couldn't believe that the world he was telling me about could be real.
Oh, it's real, all right, Ziggy said. I used to be a citizen of that underground world. It cost me my legs and my eyes. But the question gives to the validity of what Richard is saying. I mean, how he's putting it together. Is he sick?
I found, Carol said, that what he was talking about was real enough. I wasn't doubting that. But the drugs wore off. His talk became more coherent. I felt, she blushed, that there was a basis of reality to everything he had to say. He's healthy enough. Although he had to be taken care of, the blond man said, and you have to go along with him. He might experience drug relapses. She didn't tell Ziggy that, yet. They sat there for a while, not saying anything.
All right, Ziggy said. I'm for it.
And me, Marvin said. I'm against, Tarzan said. I don't see risking our lives. How is the Mafia going to look at this? We're double-crossing them.
Don't worry about that. We'll come back after this little trip and finish our business with them, Ziggy said. You're outvoted, Tarzan. Will you come with us?
Tarzan shrugged. Okay. I think it's stupid. Who cares about the President?
A nuclear war, Tarzan? Richard said.
I think that's bullshit.
But you'll come along. Good. All right, Richard. How do you propose reaching the President? And if what you say is true, staying alive?
Chapter 38.
Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. So Aquilino didn't escape. You took him and salted him away in the hospital. Why didn't you tell me? Lives would have been saved. I ought to kill you, Keats.
Those were my orders. I tried to hint. You wouldn't listen. I grew suspicious, but instead we'll work together, won't we, Mr. Holcomb?
I have some choice. That lying fucker Skaratov, Holcomb said. One day I'm going to kill him. Slowly.
Revenge. What was it, Keats wondered.
underneath all the experience, the knowledge, the lessons, the years of cross and double-cross, was there still an innocent? "I have a little of that kind of business myself," Keats said. "This Oprichnik?" "Yes." "And what about the counselor, Kelly?" "He was deceived. That's been straightened out." "So what do we do?" "We help this kid, Richard Aquilino, reach President Kennedy. You're in a perfect position to do that, working with Skaratov." "Maybe I'm dumb, Keats, or old-fashioned. I mean, explain it to me in simple terms. Why don't we just grab the kid, find out what it is he has to say, and if it makes sense, just get the message, or whatever it is, to the president ourselves?" "The way he's been worked over, and the way his instructions have been planted in him, he has to move closer and closer to the president for each part of the message, what he has heard, to become clear. If we start questioning him now, it might scramble what he knows. We have to let him run. Through Aquilino, we get Skaratov and his network." "I could have delivered Skaratov." "I wasn't sure you could be trusted. I'm not sure now. But once in a while you have to take a chance." "Not trust me? What the fuck are you talking about?" "What happened to you when you were a guest of the Russians in the Lubyanka?" That never happened, Holcomb thought. He said it to himself again. That never happened. "Mr. Holcomb, let's make the best possible case. Let's say we know where Aquilino is. We move in and take him. He tells us what he knows, and in the right order. We then go to the president. But what if there are people of considerable power who don't want us to relay any message if it changes the course of events? If we go through all the levels of command, being debriefed at each level, what do you think is going to happen?" "Nickeled and dimed to death, or killed." "So, who are these people in place? Russian moles?" "Look, Mr. Holcomb, we just have to move. Aquilino, you might say, is in some space where we can't get to him. But I think he will, so to speak, materialize. We know where he'll materialize, where the president is. In Washington, Covington, Cincinnati, October 5th. Detroit, Hamtramck, Flint, Muskegon, St. Paul. Chasing after him doesn't even take into consideration some of the things we're up against, the normal procedures and personnel devoted to the direct security of the president, Secret Service, local police, and the like. Can you imagine being in a position where we have to gun them down to keep him alive?" "I don't think that would trouble you, Keats. This is crazy. How do you know he's going to do all this?" "He was probably fed the president's schedule and itinerary subliminally. But we don't know if the conditioning has taken. I don't know how he's going to do all this, but I'm sure he's going to try. I'd stake my life on it." "You are?" "If we take him too soon, we lose Skaratov and his people. If we take Skaratov, we lose Aquilino. So you and I work together. And, Mr. Holcomb, why don't I take you up on that offer of a drink?" Holcomb reached into his desk for the bottle. Silently they had a stiff drink from the bottle itself. The liquor warmed Holcomb and loosened him. Keats was beginning to look quite human to him. But, he wondered, how long could he keep Keats from finding out what he had done with those aerial photographs of the missile emplacements in Cuba? Part 3. Chapter 39. October 1st, 1962. After the spring and summer and autumn of 1962, there would be those who would say that something fundamental had changed about the country. Having faced total annihilation, something had broken loose. A sense of permanent despair and cynicism had set in. Everything was coming apart, and it would never be the same again. That spring, a small group of students, some academics and some politicians, had got together in a Michigan backwater called Port Huron. After a hectic conference, they issued a long, reasoned call for social change, called the Port Huron Statement. It went much further in its vision than President Kennedy's program for sweeping reforms. Indeed, by implication, it called for a total restructuring of the country's entire destiny, and an end to the Cold War. SDS had begun to move. Massive civil rights unrest continued throughout the South. There were voter registration drives for Negroes, calls for integration of all public facilities, compensatory education for Negroes. What had begun in 1954 in Little Rock was being escalated. Violence mounted. The ambassador to the UN, Adlai Stevenson, and his retinue continued to assure Africans, behind the scenes, that President Kennedy's domestic reform program vis-à-vis civil rights demonstrated that the United States was committed to social justice and an end to racism, which was the sign of their good faith in opposing colonialism in Africa. It was not the time to issue public and official declarations. Things moved slowly in the United States. At the end of September, and into the first days in October, the governor of Mississippi, Ross Barnett, continued to oppose the admission of the first Negro, James Meredith, into the University of Mississippi. The National Guard, the Army, had to be called up to ensure order. Apprehension rose throughout the South. The end of a way of life was coming, and there were those who were determined to fight by any means possible. A sense of hatred toward the President, his brother, his advisers, was steadily coming to a boil. Not only was he a Catholic, he was almost a communist. In Washington there was a conference of ministers representing the Organization of American States. The major issue before the conference was the question of Cuba, Castro, and communism in the Western Hemisphere, potential Cuban subversion in Latin America, and behind the Cubans, the Russian backing. American delegates used their muscle to get support for a possible embargo of Cuba. The Latin American ministers hemmed, hawed, backed, and filled, hesitated. It's not that they didn't believe in Cuban subversion. What their maneuvers meant was, what's in this for us? They knew how to use the communist issue. Aid programs, loans, military aid, development money were mentioned, to say nothing of bribes. In the meantime, Premier Nikita Khrushchev went public. He extended an invitation to President Kennedy to come to Berlin for a summit conference where they would be able to hammer out issues of substance concerning the question of Berlin. Perhaps it was even possible that the Berlin Wall might come down. Certainly the tanks just on the other side of the wall would be withdrawn. What had been offered secretly before was now floated in newspapers, and the administration would have to respond. Privately, Kennedy was advised that the concessions on Berlin meant a raising of the ante in Cuba and possibly Laos. After the 1st of October 1962, they kept moving around, living in unused warehouses and safe houses. Right now they were in the industrial wilderness between Canal Street and Houston Street. Richard insisted that they had to get on the road and reach the president. "It has to be in person. You know as well as I do how many ears and bugs might be between him and us if we use a phone. Do you have any idea of what stands in the way?" It was a tense conference. Richard, Ziggy, and Carol were doing all the talking. Marvin and Tarzan felt left out, jealous. Carol always backed Richard up, and the presence of a woman was causing trouble. Ziggy could see that she wasn't used to living this way. Love was not enough. How long before she wanted to get back? Did she realize that there was no going back? "Richard," Ziggy said, "I'm trying to be fair. The people who caught you listening in, the FBI, the CIA, the Secret Service, the telephone company, the Russians, for all I know, are all after you. You always got your news from the headlines and the radio and television. Now all of a sudden you're an expert." "I had an education in foreign affairs just listening in on the telephone." "You have to give me more. I have to know that what you're picking up on is a sign of these events." "We have to be in Covington or in Cincinnati on the 5th, Richard said. "We have to set up contact." "How do you even know he's going there?" Richard sat there thinking. The disjointed and fragmentary conversations he heard over the past years began to fall in place, a timetable of events leading to that ultimate burst of nuclear energy after which there would be silence as it had been before the earth was created. "I know he'll be there on the 5th in Cincinnati, then Hamtramck, Flint, Muskegon, and then on to St. Paul. But we can't wait that long for you to see I'm right. We have to move." "There's another way, Richard. We have friends who work for the phone company in Cincinnati, Detroit, St. Paul. We can find out if they're laying wire for the White House party. We've got people who can scan the radio frequencies.
They've got some Navy surplus, ANURR 35Cs, Collins, R-278s, that kind of stuff. They can monitor the White House Communications Agency, the Secret Service, see where he will be staying, what alternate routes are considered. I just need time to figure out how to put it to them. Ziggy, we have to move. Everything is being orchestrated toward an airstrike at Cuba, or maybe an invasion, or even an all-out war. I know the whole itinerary up until October 19th, but I don't quite know all the signs that show I'm right. After the 19th, it's a blank. The campaign tour will be suddenly canceled.
Richard, you heard all that on the phone?
That and much more. How do you know you still haven't got it confused? We have signs, I keep telling you. If someone says to someone else something like, and then we get him to announce a quarantine 6 months before it happens, that's a sign. It's not the president himself who's doing it. He's being maneuvered. I'm telling you, it will escalate. They'll commit him and the country. There's no stopping after that. You know that.
I know that.
But what makes you think that it's not the president himself that's orchestrating the whole thing?
Or the Russians? And if that's the case, how are you going to prevent it from happening? Tell the Cubans? Tell those fucking Russians? What are you going to do? Go to the newspapers? Demand time on the radio or television?
Go to the newspapers, Richard thought. Get on radio? Get on television? Yes, that was a way. But how? It could be done. But it would have to be... Yes, he was getting excited now. Something completely new, daring. Patch in. Look, Ziggy, it goes like this. On about October 15th or 16th, he will have been maneuvered into the position where he is going to convene an executive committee of senior statesmen, top people in the defense and intelligence. What do they call it? Communities. XCOM for short. They are going to argue the pros and cons about Russian troops and missiles in Cuba. There will be those who argue for a first strike, and those who argue for an invasion, and those who argue for a limited exchange of nuclear weapons. There will be those who say, take the diplomatic route. The first strike group or the invasion group is going to win because the president is going to be offered limited choices, so limited that he's going to have to act the way they want him to. It's obvious, isn't it, Ziggy? We're going to have to make sure that he understands what we tell him, that he believes it. We have to convince him not to convene that executive committee at all. He paused. If the people knew. Patch in, Ziggy, that's it, isn't it? We need insurance. Chapter 40. It hadn't taken much to break hot coffee. It was as though he expected that his escape from Hungary would end in recapture, if not by the Hungarian AVO, then by the KGB. He wished now that he knew which one it really was, so he could figure out what they wanted to hear and tell it to them. After they worked him over, he was dragged into a room, if that was the word for this peculiar collection of linked-up containers, big as truck trailers. Where was he? He smelled oil, salt water. Must be some warehouse by the ocean. Make a deal, he thought. Hold on to just enough to maintain a bargaining position for the future. But they moved him along too fast. He could barely walk. There was a table in the room, with some chairs at which 5 people were seated. There was an empty chair in the middle, heavily lit for him. Everyone else, including some guards, he thought, was in semi-darkness. One of the 5 at the table was a low-level telephone company employee, a linesman, essentially. The second was a district manager, the business end. The third was an engineer who worked for the labs in New Jersey. There was a doctor, a psychiatrist, to see that everything was going all right. And Skuratov. The people who knew about the telephone equipment were fidgety. They had stuck to asking technical questions, consulting with one another to see if Harkavi's answers were correct. So far they were. It was the others who kept applying more persuasion. They had been at it for 2 days.
Harkavi, Skuratov said at the end of the second day. To begin. Who brought you into this operation?
Harkavy breathed deeply and answered as honestly as he could. He didn't know the real identity of his employer, so he described him. Skuratov was satisfied that it was Vasily Oprichnik. "Comrade," Harkavy began. "Who are you calling comrade? You forfeited that right a long time ago." "Sir, I honestly thought I was working for the KGB. Is it permitted to ask now who I was working for?" "No, we're wasting time. Next question. You succeeded in penetrating this Aquilino's network." "I tried to reconstruct what he did, but I saw after a while that the process might take years, and my employers were impatient. Then I began to work on another possibility." "What was that?" "The telephone company has mechanisms for tapping any phone it wants to. They listen to subscribers, cooperate with police or intelligence, monitor their employees. I thought it should be possible to automate, from the outside, a tap on anyone's phone. I decided to work on that."
"Is this true?" Skuratov asked the technical people. They said it was. "Even listen in to, say, the CIA, the president, the cabinet members?"
"So long as they use the phone and go through the main system. There are areas which are direct-wired and totally outside the public phone system, but not many. And of course they can scramble their phones, but then these children designed some descramblers. They're very ingenious, a peculiarly American phenomenon. Communications enthusiasts, fanatics, fans, amateurs in every sense of the word, except...
"Except?"
Well, their expertise is first-rate."
"And the second thing?"
"About this Aquilino, I never met him, but this leader of theirs is something of an elder statesman."
Skuratov knew now about Ziggy, Siegfried Schweik, one of their own once, a double working for both the Communist International Rote Kapelle and the Nazi Schwarze Kapelle.
"This Ziggy seems to have other contacts, another, how shall I put it, another program."
Skuratov was pleased, even though his face showed nothing at all. When this present crisis was resolved, he would have something left over of special value. A sure way of penetrating the communications of the U.S. government. She appeared in Washington again. She got invited to diplomatic receptions, showing up on the arms of important men, English, French, German, Italian, but never American. Her escorts were always on A lists. It had been a while, and her reappearance excited him. She gleamed, her body sheathed in glowing and shiny black. He had forgotten how beautiful she was. She seemed to catch his eye for a few seconds at a time, and then turned away, as if not interested. He remembered the grayness of the eyes, the black hair, the white skin, and her lips. He tried as unobtrusively as possible to signal her. She seemed elusive or obtuse. She didn't pick up on the signals. People kept getting in the way. Finally, he had to ask an aide to see that she was steered close. When she passed, he greeted her, shook her hand, applying presidential charm, but she didn't seem interested. That fired him up even more. When she was close, he remembered her body. He said, "How'd you like to run away with me and take a little tour of the Midwest? You could meet me in Ohio, and then we'd go on to Detroit." "It's hardly the Riviera." "Listen, your president calls on you to give service to the country." She laughed. It was a laugh designed to sound out of keeping with what they were talking about. He appreciated her tact. "We could slip away for a few minutes." Her eyes turned toward him, a touch of mockery behind their childlike look. Her shoulders were smooth, white, exciting against the black. The light blazing down from the chandelier delineated every muscle beneath the skin. He liked that. An athlete. He remembered her vigor and inventiveness and the intense pleasure he had given her. "I haven't forgotten," he told her. "What's my name?" "Laura." "You're a good politician. You did that without your remembrancer whispering in your ear, and I don't even seem to have any political value at all to you." "Remembrancer? What's that?" "Medieval.
Every king had one. They reminded the king of what he had to remember.
Not only beautiful, but educated. Well, I'd love to hear the story of remembrances from your own lips close up, without all this babble.
Your wife's coming this way. Doesn't she look beautiful tonight? She sees us together and senses the opposition, you know.
We're both grown up. How about it?
I have a prior engagement cementing relationships between two great and sovereign countries. She turned to one side, as if thinking it over. The president's wife was working her way toward them as casually as she could. Laura turned back. She would accept, he thought, tonight or on his swing through the Midwest. One thing, Mr. President.
Jack.
I get around. I meet people in, as they say, all stations of life. I hear a lot of things. People brag. There are no secrets. You know how it is.
I know how it is. How is it?
It's not much of a secret. Berlin, the Congo, Cuba, Laos. Troops, a rumor of missiles, nothing really positive. Diplomacy, or perhaps a lovely little war.
Who said that?
I heard a crazy story. Someone quite unimportant managed to get hold of, some way or other, some vital information. For your ears only.
That's eyes. Why doesn't whoever bring it to my people?
In this case, it is ears. And the word has it in certain circles that he's trying to reach you to tell you this piece of news. But reaching you is like climbing purgatory. Tormentors and bureaucrats and advisers on every level. There are those, I don't know who, trying to stop him. Something to do with a cobra.
A what?
Or is it a mongoose? She smiled to see his face change suddenly. Her information was good. Or is it about a grain of sand? No, I've got it reversed. The grain of sand is the irritant, isn't it, that harbors the pearl?
Harbors the pearl. She had reversed Bobby's words. First strike in Cuba. A reverse Pearl Harbor.
A woman wants to feel wanted for herself, Mr. President, she said suddenly. Goodbye.
Wait.
You know my number, or your remembrancer does. There are too many ears around here.
Chapter 41. By 12:15 a.m. on the morning of October 3rd, 1962, they were almost ready to leave. They had finished loading the new truck Tarzan had stolen. Green Street was deserted. A few lights cast some illumination. The truck had an electrical generator powered by the truck's engine to run the radio equipment, and external jacks to plug into telephones. They had decided to move to New Jersey, where one of the network was going to put them up. Tarzan was still dead set against getting involved with this venture.
Look at the equipment we're leaving behind, Ziggy.
We'll get back to it.
Instead of making money, we end up running out on the mafia, taking on the U.S. government, the Russians, the telephone company, and who knows what else.
If there's the kind of war Richard is talking about, money and equipment is not going to mean a thing.
You really think we're going to reach the president? You're dreaming.
Tarzan was dreaming, too. He was clearly jealous, and Ziggy could tell that Carol was the weak link. It would cause trouble to keep her with them, but she had, after all, taken a terrible risk for Richard, and had thrown her life over. More important, Ziggy thought he needed her in case Richard really was sick or had a relapse. Gently probing, he tried to find out what made her tick. After a while, she began to talk, reluctantly, about her boss, Sidney Ficino, her betrayal, the sudden influx of equipment, telephone hookups. Now Ziggy began to understand why there had been strange signals going in and out of the hospital all over the country. It was that cybernetic revolution in the making that he and the others had been dreaming of so long. Only it was in the wrong hands.
"What's wrong with his memory?" Ziggy asked Carol. He seems to know roughly what's going to happen up to October 5th or 6th, as if he's remembering the future. Why, though, doesn't he remember what's going to happen all the way to the big crisis?
I don't know. He must be blocking out what he's overheard about the next few days because he's frightened or feels he must protect himself. Talking to Ziggy put Carol in touch with the qualities that were inside her, qualities she had never even dreamed about. She had broken loose. Something in her had longed for a life of action, longed for adventure, longed to do things, and she had never even realized it. And the sense of immediate danger had diminished and begun to add spice to her life and spice to their sex. She closed her eyes as she thought about it. There was Richard, a changed Richard. To make love in the middle of danger, to be watched, that aroused her. What had been inside her all this time? By the end of the day they were near Newark. They put up at a friend's house, a peripheral member of their network who was barely aware of what was happening. It was a decaying Victorian wooden house with a porch on a quiet street, a small stand of trees in the back. New York was a distant hum in the day, a glow at night. The owner, Stanley, had loaded up his house through the years with so much radio equipment that they would have to sleep on mattresses on the floor in one of the empty rooms. Marvin went out for groceries, and they cooked a meal which they ate around an old table with an enameled top. The day's news brought another sign of Richard's predictive powers. Stirrings on Cuba. Senator Javits asked President Kennedy to air his Cuba policy.
"That's a move toward war," Richard said. "What are we waiting for? Look, Ziggy, on the 6th he'll be in Detroit. If we can set it up to maybe intersect with him there or in St. Paul—" "Patience, Richard, patience. You can't meet him without establishing contact first. You can't run out in the middle of the street during a parade. You'll be gunned down. He has to expect you. The first thing we do is get in touch with our contact in Cincinnati." "And Covington?" "We don't have anyone in Covington. But that's just across the Ohio River, and radio-wise, it's in Stanley's backyard. So maybe by tomorrow night—"
"Tomorrow night?"
"We'll know something more. If Kennedy is really going to Cincinnati and Covington, we'll check out Detroit and all the other places. If the signs you predicted are there by late tomorrow, we can begin with the first contact." "I feel like an astrologer. We have to be careful."
By the evening of October 3rd, they had gotten reports from Cincinnati and Washington. Two of their network had begun to listen in to the crucial radio frequencies. In Washington, they monitored the White House Communications Agency's traffic and Secret Service, especially the escort frequency, FBI, and 162 megacycles, the President's personal staff. Most of the channels were scrambled, but the increase in the amount of traffic told the interloper that something was happening. Frequently, a communications came across the bands in clear. In Cincinnati, they listened in to the bands assigned to the local police, the local FBI, the State Bureau of Investigation, and the state police. They pieced everything together, including the route and the arrangements made to protect the president. He would give his speech in Fountain Square. Calls to working buddies in the telephone company ascertained that one-time wire was being laid, and they got the assigned temporary phone numbers the president and his staff would be using. This, in addition to newspaper and radio reports that there would be a unilateral effort to blockade Cuba, finally convinced Ziggy that Richard was right. Something else happened. One of Ziggy's Washington people, Mo Allardyce, reported that he had gotten a strange signal on several channels, stumbling on it almost accidentally. Conversation. People talking in several rooms, men. Even some sounds of sex. It could only be a tap that was then picked up, routed to a nearby transmitter, and rebroadcast to some receiver. "I got 3 channels, that is 3 American channels. One is assigned to the Department of Agriculture, another to the Immigration Service, the third to the Bureau of Mines, but you can bet that Mines, Immigration, and Agriculture aren't the ones using them. Probably the FBI. And there's another one which is still unassigned by the FCC, probably foreign. Ziggy, I swear one of those voices is the president's. Isn't that wild?"
"Do you have a tape recorder?"
"Sure."
"Get lots of tapes."
Who else was taping the president using those bands? A plan had been gestating in Ziggy's mind since the convention of Earth-bound space voyagers. What if the public could hear what the great figures of history said behind closed doors? They sat there, the two of them, looking at one another across the table. The small man looked a little shamefaced. He couldn't look directly at his wife.
"You turned your son into an agent," she said. "I'm never going to see him again." "I wouldn't say that, Lily. We'll see him. It will take a few years, but you're running him. He doesn't know what to do. He will be killed."
The man sighed.
"We've lived with that possibility for years, but I doubt it'll happen. He's coming into his own now. He's passing every test. You had to give my child to this revolution of yours, didn't you? I told you he should be left alone." "Of mine? My revolution, Lily? It isn't ours. You mean what was all right for us is not all right for him? As if we didn't know that it was going to take generations of fight? And what was right for our daughters and their husbands was not right for our son."
Women are tougher.
"You are tougher, Lily."
We should never have had children. It's not right for people like us to have children.
"Lily, for generations, centuries, my people have fought the vampires, the demons, the Gilgals in their earthly phases and on their astral planes, father to son, parents to children. You tried to protect him. You did protect him, but for how long?"
We should have retired, Sam. Just paid attention to business.
"He's coming along fine. He's beginning to read the signs and the symbols and the sacred codes of the life-aspiring and the death-denying. He hears the old voices calling him to action. Do you think I love him any less than you?"
You wanted a son in your image.
"Our image."
The image of your ancestors. You wanted a son, a magician, a Kabbalist. You had to recruit him with your devious ways, whispering those stories into his ears.
That is the way. It is written. The recruitment is done that way in our family."
Not in my family. She sighed. I should be there with him.
"Lily, you're too old for that kind of thing."
How old does one have to be to pull a trigger?
"Lily, you're forgetting. The crouching, the crawling, the sneaking, the running, the aim. You know it's more than just pulling the trigger. We have to think now of retiring, fading into the background, being advisors. Richard will be all right, and there are greater things in store for him. He will be a fully wise man. This is the initiation to full maturity. He will be a master of the letters, the words, the numbers, the codes, the channels to the top. He will tap into the energy, and he will use it to penetrate the secret places of the men of Parvis who live in their false heaven."
Chapter 42. 6th Avenue to the common people, Avenue of the Americas to Nelson Rockefeller. It was being torn down and reconstructed. It had started to happen after the Second World War, slowly and with resistance. Great plans were in store for this street. Great corporate towers would rise here. Radio City would be expanded. The rows of old brownstone apartment houses, the pawn shops would all be torn down in time. The old, squat and dirty buildings mingled with the newer towers, and everywhere there were cranes, trucks, wood-beam platforms to receive debris. Keats had arranged to meet Vasily in one of the old bars in the high 50s, in a building that still hadn't been torn down. Keats had taken the precaution of secreting 2 guns in the demolition equipment bracketing the building in which the bar was. He carried a throwing knife in a holster between his shoulder blades, another knife tied to his leg under his pants. He liked the knife. It was intimate. He was good with it. One never expected a knife when you had blonde hair, good American looks, and gray eyes. And to heighten the illusion, tonight he wore glasses. The meet was for 9 o'clock. Oprichnik would arrive in the role of a somewhat drunken construction worker. Maybe this is futile, Keats told himself. There was no deal he could strike with Vasily if the game had changed. Kelly or Skoratov? Which one was Vasily really working for now? If he could convince Vasily, and if he had persuaded Laura to follow his plan, and if he could control Richard, he would be in good shape. The three of them could do it, and he would be able to take the credit with the heads of Parvis. Richard was in motion, perhaps a little too soon. Ficino was being channeled upward to make his little report on Khrushchev's psychology in a crisis. The combined pressure would flow to the president. Kelly would be presented with a fait accompli, and might even end up admiring Keats. The only serious problem might be warding off Holcomb. Holcomb had put Skorotov's photographs of the missile emplacements into the pipeline. The photographs, duplicated and reduplicated, were making their way up to the proper end customers, newspapers, congressmen, various intelligence sectors, coming to the president. JFK would be forced to act on the evidence, falling neatly into the trap that was planned for him, another confirmation of what Richard had overheard. Kennedy would then have to convene a prestigious body, the Executive Committee of the National Security Council, within which there would be a tight little caucus devoted to its inexorable agenda of confrontation. There was a high degree of probability that Kennedy would be moved, step by step, to that moment when the counsels of moderation would fail. The talk would turn to an invasion of Cuba, a first strike, a limited war, and those in Russia and America who wanted to break loose from the Cold War would be defeated, maybe for another 10 years. It was 9:10. No Vasily. What had gone wrong? 5 minutes more. He sipped his drink. The 5 minutes went by. Execute the fallback at 3rd Avenue and 73rd Street. A brush-by in the street in 15 minutes. Time to walk it. He went out. The air smelled wrong. Damp, yes. Mold and plaster smells emanated from the gaping buildings as he passed them, going north. He passed a truck parked for the night, reached down in a pile of refuse by the truck to pick up his gun as he passed, planning to forget the other. No gun. A setup? He looked between the construction piping supporting the platform, toward the night traffic. They would be out there, in front of and behind him. How many people? Had they spotted his movement to pick up the gun? Of course. He turned. There was a thunk in one of the wooden beams alongside his head. Bullet. Silencer. He slipped into the half-demolished building. He felt good. After weeks of minimal moves, of planning, now there was some action. Crouched, his hand trailed as he moved, quietly searching for the stairs. He hoped they were intact. His hand was pricked by the jagged splinters of some broken wood. He moved up the stairs. They had missed the first run and lost the advantage. On the second floor now, he came to the point where the building ended and the next one began. The wall between the houses turned inward at right angles, going toward the back. Go on or turn? He turned. His vision now commanded the whole interior, the part that had been demolished. Noise of traffic, cars running, horns honking while he was trying to listen for small noises, the kind that were masked to the ordinary person. He concentrated. It was like picking out one particular conversation in the middle of a room full of people talking. He heard, finally, the sound different in quality from the jagged susurration of the unending traffic. A creak. There. He saw him, emerging from the blackness, looking around, outlined in the city's faint sky-glow. The man moved cautiously, a big silenced pistol in his hand, not looking up. Keats, half-crouched, moved, practiced the way he would throw, only with his body swing. Once, twice. He would use a brick, not a knife. To get full force, poised so precariously, he would have to turn after he had thrown and fall full length along the wall. If he missed, it would be over. Keats threw, and got him. A noise, masked by the unending city sounds, slammed into the man's head. He fell, thrown sideways and full length. Oh, wait. Something was wrong. The man started his fall a fraction second before the brick reached him. Who else was out there? Chapter 43. Ziggy returned to the house after a few hours. The first thing he said was, "All right, Richard. It's happening as you predicted. The news from Cincinnati and Washington is that he's going to Cincinnati, and they're preparing for him in Detroit, at least the police are. The Detroit telephone man doesn't know anything about it yet, but that's not unusual. The order to lay wire doesn't come in to the last possible minute. It's time to call him up." Tarzan was going to drive to a phone booth from which Richard would place his roundabout call to the president. When they got into the car, he turned to Richard and said,
"All right, buddy. You ready?"
"Yes."
"And what if they try to pick us up? What do we do?"
"Fight. Try and escape."
"And if they got guns?"
"Give up." Tarzan pulled a pistol from under his jacket.
"Here. You know how it works?"
It was a .45 automatic.
"See, you cock it this way. Slides the bullet into the chamber. Now it's ready to shoot. Don't forget to take off the safety. Then you point that thing. Hold it steady, aim. You squeeze the trigger. Do it again's all there is to it. When it's empty, you put in another clip. Here, 2 more.
"Is this necessary, Tarzan?"
We're not playing games here. There's killers or worse out there. That's what you've been saying, right?"
"But I mean, what if they are feds?"
"Shit, Richie, they're killers, and they're not disposed to listen to the likes of us, am I right?"
"Yes, I suppose so." Tarzan started the car.
"If someone tries to follow us this time of night, it'll be easy to spot them. You ready?"
They began to drive. Tarzan turned the car radio on to hillbilly music. Tarzan turned on a scanner in the seat between them.
"Move the thing through the frequencies, Richie,"
and he read off some numbers.
"Local police and FBI. We'll be able to tell if we got company."
They drove through the deserted streets. Tarzan made frequent turns.
"We're clean."
They were soon in Newark.
"Richie, are the Russians after us?"
"I don't really know. Russians, the feds, they're the same, aren't they?"
"That's what Ziggy says. But Ziggy isn't always right, Richie. I mean, he's brilliant. I know a lot because of him. But he did have a bad time back there in Europe, didn't he? It might have warped his judgment, at least in that area."
They drove silently for a few more minutes.
"Listen, Richie, I've been meaning to ask you. You and that woman, Carol. She's a sexy lady, a doctor and all, right?"
"What's that have to do with anything?"
"But it just shows you, don't it? A whore or a society lady or some lady lawyer or lady doctor, when it comes down to fucking, they're all alike, has been my experience. She just ups and gives her career up for you. I mean, you must be really good."
"What are you getting at, Tarzan?"
"Is it good with her in bed, man? That's what I'm getting at."
"That's none of your business."
"I mean, maybe it's better, more experimental with older, educated ladies. They get frustrated, hard to satisfy."
"Drop it, Tarzan."
"Just curious."
"I said it's none of your business."
"You're fucking her in the same room, and it becomes my business. It's hard to sleep. It makes a man horny.
I have to listen to— We're not making any noise."
"You're funny, Richie. Lots of guys, they would want to share the experience. I mean, do you like to go down on each other? We're all in this together. We're buddies, right? We're laying our lives on the line for you, am I right? What's it feel like to put your face between those tits?"
"What are you saying this for, Tarzan?"
"How's it feel to have your cock in her mouth? Share a little of that with the rest of us is what I mean, Richie. I mean, think of what it's like on that poor, perpetual, horny fool Marvin. Don't a day go by without he has to have his sex? And it's been a few days now."
Tarzan heard a loud click and knew what it was. He didn't have to look. Richard said, "I cocked the gun. The round is in the chamber. The safety is off, and I'm pointing it right at your head. Am I doing it the right way, Tarzan?"
"Well, you don't have to get so huffy and righteous about it, Richie. It's only man-to-man talk. That's all it is. Put that thing down. I don't know if the trigger is sprung hard or soft. I mean, one bump might blow my head off. You got bigger things to do, don't you?"
Richard put the safety on and stuck the gun in his belt. They finally found the phone booth along Route 9W, along the Palisades, half hidden behind a gas station that was shut down for the night. Tarzan parked the car behind the station and acted as a lookout. Richard got out and went to the phone booth and closed the door behind him. The light went on and he disconnected the bulb. He sat down. The gun cut into his stomach, so he took it out and put it on a little shelf beneath the phone. He dialed. To Washington, to Kansas, to San Francisco, back to Washington. Ultimately, 202-659-6787. 202 Olympus was ringing. The president's private phone. Where was it? In his bedroom? He hoped the phone wouldn't be busy, and he hoped the number hadn't been changed. What would they do then? A delay before the final signaling ring. The dialing and redialing mechanisms working, the switches, the relays, the repeaters picking up and amplifying the fading signal, the call going through great tangled mazes of wire and cable. Little traffic this time of night. Switching stations signaling to switching center, activating those switches which had been planted in phones to bypass them. One number activating yet another, a maze of delusions and false leads, recipients who were not aware that their phones had been enlisted for other purposes. One ring. 2 rings. The tension almost drove the memory of what he was to do out of Richard's mind. Would the president be sleepy, grumpy? Or did he sleep always half alert, ready to respond in a crisis? The phone was picked up. "Hello?" the voice said. How ordinary. "Hello?" The President of the United States. Just hello? The voice was a little fuzzy. The sound of the voice triggered something in him, and a wave of violent hatred swept over him. He was trembling with rage. Laura. His free hand jerked and closed around the gun on the ledge before he realized what he was doing. Where did that come from? "Mr. President," Richard said, "I'm going to tell you something of great importance. Don't hang up. Hear me out. I have news that is important to the fate of the country and yourself." "Who is this?" Richard ignored the question and mentioned as quickly as possible some conversations he had overheard Kennedy having. One of the conversations had been with his brother. "Hey, wait a minute," the President said. "Who is this? How did you hear that?" Richard didn't stop to answer. The second conversation was with Robert McNamara. It had to do with the power of the Department of Defense, the opposition, intransigence, resistance to McNamara's budget-conscious, cost-efficiency policy, the need to end cost overruns, cutting down the power of the military and the resultant fury of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Airstrike scenario. Mr. McNamara is going to be worried about retaliation if we use nuclear weapons. General Taylor, or General LeMay, is going to laugh at Mr. McNamara's fear that we might have nuclear weapons used against us in retaliation. This conversation should take place sometime after the 19th of October, unless— "Unless what?" "Sir, you'll find that out in a day or two. And one more thing. There are 2 or 3 strikes against Cuba being mounted every day out of Miami." The President said, "Who are you? How did you get this phone number? Where are you calling from? What do you want?" "I have to see you in person." He was shocked at the brusqueness of his reply to the President. "Who are you?" He had done it. The anger, the nervousness was receding. He was beginning to feel sure of himself. There was no going back now. His free hand jerked up, and he waved the gun above his head. He wondered if Tarzan was looking at him. "My name is Richard Aquilino." A nobody, and the President of the United States. Did he hear the scratch of a pen or a pencil on a notepad? Aquilino. I used to live in New York City. By accident, I happened to listen to a number of your conversations and the conversations of others as they talked about you and about what was going to happen this month. I heard those conversations in July, August. I was caught listening in. Some people thought I was a spy. Nothing I could say would convince them I wasn't. I have been chased, beaten, drugged, thrown into an insane asylum. I escaped. My family, my mother, my father, my sisters, their husbands, their children, has been kidnapped. You're in danger, too. Who's after you? Your people. Oh, the FBI, the CIA? What makes you think it's my people? Richard didn't respond. I think they are trying to get me in order to stop me from telling you what I heard. You're being led into a war with Cuba and Russia, an atomic war. There will come a point where you can't back out. If you try to avoid war— Richard paused. That's where the danger to me comes in? Yes, I'll explain that later. I don't have much time left. In about a week, or maybe 2, you are going to be presented with what looks like strong evidence of a Russian troop buildup in Cuba, including aerial photographs of missile launching sites there. This will force you to act. Otherwise, you won't get that congressional majority in the elections. If you try to track me down, Mr. President, you will have to alert the people who are trying to stop me, those who want to maneuver you. And anyway, it will take too long. If your people can even do it. To find this phone, never mind me. I'm calling from everywhere and nowhere. This phone call comes from San Francisco, but that's not where I am. Tomorrow's call will come from somewhere else. I have to meet with you alone to tell you what I heard. I don't trust anyone else. Please, wait for my call.
Who are these people? Please, keep talking.
Richard hung up. He sat there for a second, staring at the phone. His heart was beating strongly, shaking his whole body. His hands were trembling. He stood up and went out of the booth. The air smelled moist, green, fresh. He felt strong and alive.
"Put that thing away,"
Tarzan said. Richard put the gun back in his belt.
"How'd it go?" Tarzan asked. "We in business?"
"We're in business, Tarzan. He certainly listened. He accepted some of it, I think. I told him not to set his people after us."
"That's what I was afraid of, Richie. We're really in the shit now. Let's get away from here."
The president hung up the phone and turned away. She was lying on the bed, naked. She was on her side, her head propped on her hand, facing toward him. One leg was thrust out, long, slim, relaxed. The other was bent, knee drawn up, calf pressed against the back of her thigh. It was a graceful, enticing pose, and yet there was something mocking about it. The posture displayed her vagina, the blackness of the hair there, flanked by the muscles of the inner thighs, and the folds of the labia shone through the hair, pink, glistening, attracting him. He was thinking of what he had heard and what it meant, and yet at the same time his penis was becoming tumescent.
"You were right, Laura. This is wild. Richard Aquilino. Is that who you meant?"
"That's him."
"What's this all about? Who is he?"
Her voice was low, soft, caressing. "I'll tell you as much as I know. Do you want to hear it now, or later, Jack?"
I have to call someone first."
His brother, she thought, or maybe someone else in the inner circle, a close friend. She turned. Her back was to him. He stared at her buttocks. No fat at all. Perfect. Each cheek round. Perfect.
"But first," he said.
"But first we fuck," she thought. Well, it isn't going to take him long. How's your back? Why don't you just lie down and let me? Chapter 44. Keats had been waiting for an hour now. No one moved. The body was still there, dead or unconscious. He could wait until the demolition workers came back on the job at daylight. If nothing had gone wrong, Richard would now be moving toward Cincinnati, Detroit, starting his guided journey with everyone in pursuit. But it would be hard to set up a private meeting with the president. There would not only be all of the president's security forces to contend with, but also the team sent by Skaratov, Holcomb, and Brownstein, who had obviously figured out that Richard's message was not the one they wanted delivered. As for himself, who was after him? It didn't matter whether Vasily was working for Kelly or Skaratov. Just stay alive. The theaters would be emptying soon. No one would shoot in a crowd, not unless they got very close. He began to inch toward the shadows in the rear of the building. Were there back stairs? Were the fire escapes intact? They would know by now that the man they sent in after him was dead. He crept toward the back until he came to the part of the building still standing above the second story. Torn floors, beams hanging down. How solid. Could he climb them? He turned and saw the body still lying there. He began climbing upward. The rim of the torn wall between the buildings was on a slant, not vertical, slow climbing, but not too dangerous. He hoped the wrecker's ball hadn't loosened any chunks of the wall. Good. He was on the third floor. Part of the apartment toward the back was still there. He tested the floor by tugging on it. Still solid. He pulled himself up and was in what remained of an apartment. The window frames were gone. He moved to the opening and looked down. He could see the backs of buildings opposite across a space where there had once been backyards. He watched for some motion when the waiting got on the watcher's nerves. In this case, the hunted had a small advantage. To keep the initiative, they would have to move around. 5 minutes passed. 10. 15. He was losing his attention, too. He now began to work on himself, a kind of trance. Ignore itches, the burning of the scraped hands, the need to kill. Negate yourself. Be only eyes and nerves, recording the blackness. There. A quick little move. An infinitesimal flicker. The stalker was back as far as he could get against the opposite side, so he could scan 4 or 5 half-gutted buildings. Perhaps the movement was generated by an itching nose, a twitching eye, or the need to shift the weight of the gun. And there, a responsive move off to the side. Someone else was stalking the combatants. A 3-sided war. Keats reached down and pulled his pants leg up to take the knife out of the leg holster. He stuck it in a little clip on his belt. What was down there in the shadows and the remnants of backyard fences, the rubble thrown down by the demolition crew? Which one was his protector? He backed away from the window. He bent, found a grip on the flooring, swung himself down, and hung there. How high? About 9 feet to the floor below. He dropped with extended legs, making almost no sound. He was not far from the dead man. Should he get the gun? No, they might have marked where he was, waiting for that move. He moved toward the back window again, feeling for the knife. Chapter 45. The next day, the 4th of October, proved Richard right again. All the signs he said would be there were there. Ziggy prepared again for the next night's telephone routing and set it up for the next 3 days. He also got in touch with his Washington contact. "Mo, did you get anything?" "Hey, it's wild stuff, man. High level. Just about everything the president does or says. Must be the Russians. Wouldn't put anything past them. I taped some. Man, if the people only knew." "Play me some." "I got a lot of tapes here. Where should I start?" Ziggy thought a second. "Listen, you keep a log of when you made them. Have you got anything for about 4 o'clock yesterday morning?" "Let me see. Oh, yeah, listen to this. This'll drive you wild. About midnight he gets abroad and spends his time in bed with her. Boy, wouldn't you like to be like that? Have them delivered to you like you order up hamburgers. And she keeps on telling him what a great lay he is. Oh, yes, get this, Ziggy. They were smoking grass. Marijuana. Reefer madness in the White House. Listen." The tape ran for about 15 minutes. Then there was an interruption. A phone call. It was Richard. Confirmation. Ziggy listened to the whole conversation. Good. Good. After Richard finished, an outgoing call was made. Bobby Kennedy was summoned to a meeting first thing in the morning. Something important had come up. Then Ziggy heard the woman, Laura, give JFK a rundown on Richard Aquilino, whom she had known as a girl. Mr. Kelly looked into those maddened, exhilarated eyes and knew that you cannot reason with death, and Keats was now death's emissary. He prepared to die. He tried to soothe his rebel body. His ever-neat clothes were disarrayed. Terror excited him. Keats held a bloody knife. Kelly smiled. He closed his eyes. He intoned a Taoist prayer to prepare himself in his mind. He wanted to suffer the coming pain and die with dignity, like an adept who was beyond the body's needs. The grip on his collar tightened, more cruel, more cruel. Keats wasn't going to let him die the way he wanted to. "Open your eyes. Look into my eyes. You're always interested in the way people die, the way they feel at the exact moment. Look at me, or I'll rip your cock out slowly." Mr. Kelly opened his eyes. "You lied to me. You tried to kill me. You set me up. I'm going to slice you up piece by piece." The bloody knife moved closer. "You're going to destroy everything? For what? For mere revenge? And what will you do afterwards?" "You'll be alone. I die, but Parvis lives. Parvis won't rest until it gets you. You will be at the mercy of all, Mr. Holcomb and his insane patriotic friends. Worse, you will leave yourself outside the gates of paradise forever. And I am the gatekeeper. I don't give a shit. I'll manage. You'll be dead. Don't give me more of your mystic bullshit. Blood-crusted, the knife came closer. Whose blood was that? Who had he killed? Vasily? The knife edge was close now to his neck. Kelly sensed the cooling-off life energy emanating from the knife. The knife had soaked up the life of the killed, and it radiated a wave, a scream, like a gravitational or an electrical field. Soon his own blood would mingle with the blood of whoever Keats had killed. A whole life destroyed by a whim. Ego. What knowledge, what power. Think of something else. Think of the past. Think of what might have been. Think of Laura. That bitch. She had betrayed him. She had made the invincible Keats fall in love with her. She was getting back at him. She had learned nothing at all. Love. The love of males for females, females for males. It destroyed all possibility of ascending to the higher realms. Mr. Kelly's chi would escape unsaved, uncaptured, ejaculated, a spurt of blood, piss, sperm, power, waste. The knife's edge touched him, and his body throbbed. He almost came, or pissed, he couldn't tell the difference. Balanced along his skin, the knife turned sideways. Keats wiped the blade on the skin of Mr. Kelly's neck. And yet their eyes never stopped looking into one another's. Suddenly Keats took the knife away and dropped it on the rug. His hand let go of Mr. Kelly's neck. He reached out and took Kelly in his arms and said, "I can't do it. I don't care. I can't do it. I love you, Edward. I don't care if you kill me. I need you. It's worth it." "It's my fault," Kelly said. "I was jealous. I only meant to frighten you, have you roughed up, drive you back to me. They weren't going to kill you." A joke? A practical joke? There were 3 dead men. They kissed. Later, Keats told Kelly the story. How he had been trapped. How the first man had been killed. How he had exfiltrated slowly out toward the back of the building, the whole thing taking half an hour, a few yards, a half hour. There he waited, sensing, tasting, smelling the air, trying to see in the dark, moving incrementally toward the man and his opponent, lying in wait for him and the other. They were on Mr. Kelly's bed now. The sheets were covered with plaster dust mingled with their sweat. Keats lay on his back, his head on Mr. Kelly's forearm. Propped above him, Mr. Kelly looked down lovingly on Keats's face as he told his story. Mr. Kelly felt the death now. Keats emanated the killing from his body. Mr. Kelly received 2 souls. When Keats had got to within 5 feet of one man, he waited. He sensed and tasted the man's energy flows and ebbs, and waited for a low point. When the traffic noise increased, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10, slowly moving his body into a crouch, becoming a ball, his legs doubled under him, frog-tight, he exploded at the right moment and launched through the air, hands sweeping in a tight arc, catapulting the knife into the body, and his own body hurtling after, while his other hand reached for the gun hand. The watcher never even had a chance to move. He was perfect. When he was finished, swearing revenge, he had come for Mr. Kelly. 2 men were mine, Mr. Kelly said. Who was the other? You tell me. Vasily's? Kelly was annoyed. I told you that Vasily was reliable. Edward, you have to rethink your whole arrangement. The trouble with doubles is that they may be just that. No loyalty supersedes any other loyalty. My impression is that Skuratov has prevailed on Vasily to rethink his loyalties. There's nothing like a little electricity on the dental nerves or testicles to make a man thoughtful. Or was the outside stalker another player? If so, from where? Richard's parents and their network, protecting Keats because to guard Keats was to protect Richard? Perhaps he should make some contact with Samael Aquilino and work out some modus vivendi. In the short term, their goals were the same. I'll have to think about that, Mr. Kelly said. Kelly decided. Keats was lying. The selfish impatience of the young. But that didn't matter any more. The trouble was that Kelly was in love with him. He would put up with lies. He would risk everything. He would never again question Keats too closely. The world's politics were going to change because he had fallen in love with a willful child. He was going to gamble. In time, his love, or Keats's love, might fade. That would be the time to kill Keats, or adopt him. He needed Keats. Mr. Kelly was changing the game for his love, but even that was going to keep the world's forces in balance. Indeed, all was the way. It was a beautiful move on Keats's part to give up his power of the knife just at the point of triumph. Something inside of Keats had assessed the situation with incredible rapidity, and his instinct had led him to come up with the right move. He was going to risk everything and put himself in the hands of the enemy. He was pretending he was overcome with love, and that love conquered all. All this means that Aquilino's use is also negated. Basiti will know Aquilino's moves. Keats argued, but Holcomb had now changed back again. Kelly bent his head and kissed Keats lightly on the lips. You are nature's adept. But what nature and an accident of genetics have done are not enough. Not enough. My dear, you're still a child. You have not given up your ego, human pride. In order to gain something higher, you will have to give up that little failing. You think you know everything, but you have much to learn before you will be fit to be where I am. I was like you were once. There aren't many like us in the world, maybe a few thousand. What are we? The world's regulators, demons. Together we are the demi-ergas, who are recreating the world. What is it we regulate? The ebbs and flows of power and energy. We try to control that flow, and slowly, incrementally, with ever-increasing velocity, we gather it together for ourselves. We seem to work at the service of temporal power. We work, those of us who are truly initiates, to some greater end. The trappings of power are nothing in themselves. The regulation of power is a beginning, but it isn't the substance of power. We work to control those who have the power, mere animals. But we have our limits. A man like J.F.K. mistakes regulation for substance. He, like many businessmen and politicians, doesn't understand that they are the mere guardians, the vicars of power. When they become counterproductive, J.F.K. spends from moment to moment, thinking he has an infinite amount of this nation's energy at his disposal. You have been that way. But because he's blinded by his own reflected brilliance, he doesn't see that he's embedded in a system, and he is impotent, subject to forces, surrounded, imprisoned. Thinking himself a man, he is a woman, petulant, changeable, dangerous. How wise he would be to understand what he is, what his limitations are. Eisenhower was like that. He knew his limits. He was perfect. And you are like J.F.K. You think you know everything, and you make the mistake of placing yourself in the center of the universe, whose nature you don't understand. Everything around you seemed to reveal its secrets. But then suddenly the flows of power changed, and everything around you told you lies, and you didn't know it. And when you realized it, you tried to force the flow back into its old channels, all directed at yourself. The game changed, darling. You didn't know that. We planned to stop this dangerous conflagration before it began. We couldn't. Now the momentum is carrying events farther than I like. It's going to be the same event, but the meaning will come out differently. But the people whom I regulate, and the people whose servant and master I am at the same time, wanted the game to change. I have to bow to their will in order to keep hold of our control and our triumph later on. If there is a later on. That's the risk we have to take. And you thought you could control what you didn't even understand by controlling me. You played too many games. The presidency must be weakened to a ceremonial office, and in particular this president must be controlled. The mission is scratched, wiped out, and you must undo what you have set in motion. Undo that beautiful structure. I could have others do that, but if you're to learn, I know that you won't regret the lives, dear. They don't mean much to you. But you will regret the aesthetic game structure which you love more than anyone's life. Richard Aquilino is launched. He's on his way. Recall him, stop him, or kill him. Be as simple and as efficient as possible. Don't think up another masterstroke. I know you engineered his escape, and you did that beautifully. I didn't engineer his escape at all. Who did? He had to have help, didn't he? Probably Vasily. I wonder who's running him now, Keats said. Mr. Kelly laughed. Poor Vasily. Lost to us. He'll rot in their prisons for a long while. No matter. Do the job. No frills. You know where Aquilino is going to surface. Do the job. The wise move in their tiny incremental steps and court invisibility. The turn of a hand, the nod of the head, a computation of a point or two of interest reveals the world. I think we may have lost this round. We have to salvage what we can. The short-term gains have overridden the long-range gains. Now we must do the opposite. Even let there be a limited nuclear exchange. Low yield. When they see what happens as a result, they'll be scared out of their wits. They will turn from that destructive path, because we'll launch the biggest propaganda campaign ever. We'll discredit both the Russians and the Americans. Keats listened, his face composed, his eyes half shut, as if in a hypnotic dream. Was Kelly setting him up? Or was Kelly really inviting him into the inner circles? Were there inner circles, or a higher mystique? Let go, he told himself. Take the chance. Do nothing and follow orders. Give up the smaller game for the larger one. He shuddered, and his body relaxed completely. And he almost felt the edges of his body dissolve. He began to drift off. He was tired. He hadn't realized how much the hunt and the escape had taken out of him. He had acted too soon. He had almost lost his life. Keats didn't regret the people he would have to give up. Richard, Carol, Richard's friends, Vasily. And he didn't regret Holcomb, that fool Ficino. He didn't even regret the possibility of JFK. But he wanted one thing out of it. Laura. He had to prime Richard to deliver to Kennedy a message Kelly didn't want delivered. Then he would come to Kelly, and... It was very early in the morning, and they were walking in the Virginia woods not far from Robert Kennedy's house. Secret Service men all around them were discreetly out of sight. "How real do you think this thing is?" John F. Kennedy asked his brother. "Jesus," Robert Kennedy said. "I don't know what to say. I get the feeling sometimes that we're surrounded by a fucking bunch of wolves. I mean, who do we trust? The military? The CIA? Or the bankers and businessmen, legitimate and otherwise? We can't let it paralyze us. Look, we have to get the few people we trust together and sort out what's happening. Who is this joker Aquilino? He calls you out of nowhere and tells you things I've said to you, things you've said to people in strictest privacy. Obviously, we have no security. Who else is listening in, Jack?" "All right. You round up Ted Sorensen, some of the others. When I get back from St. Paul, we'll hold a war council. Should I see this kid alone, the way he wants?" "I'd like to run a check on him, but I don't even know how you can do that securely. Listen, we don't have much time. We have to open up a secure back channel to Mr. K, fast and direct. You have a little talk with Georgi. What's his name? Bolshakov. He wants me to be ambassador to Russia." "Bolshakov is Khrushchev's mouth. Find out what's really on Khrushchev's mind, what he's going to say in public versus what he's going to say via his ambassador, and then what he really means. What kind of pressures are on him? I don't think they want war, but Mr. K has his own problems. We have to contain this thing, But at the same time, we have to look to the voters, as if we want this, what is it they call it in Russia, the final struggle. Because if the Russians push us too far in Cuba, we're going to have to give up all those programs. Forget civil rights, forget welfare reform. Listen, I want our own plan of action drawn up step by step with all the protocols worked out. What they give up and what we give up. And, oh, yes, I want someone to sit on those pistol-packing Cuban fanatics down in Miami. No more actions. Sit on them, Bobby, and if there has to be blood, so be it. That's the way it's going to have to be. Jesus. What is that kid going to tell me next? Ziggy decided to abandon his truck and divide up their group. Carol and Richard would start in their pursuit of the president, while Ziggy and Marvin would man a floating command post in New York, changing the dialing configurations from day to day, changing the routes the messages to the president would take. They would gather more and more information from the network around the country, feeding it to Richard. Ziggy arranged a sequence of telephone call number changes with Richard. They would shift each day according to an already worked-out pattern. When the contact was arranged, they would come together again. Ziggy, Tarzan, and Marvin drove back to New York. By now, Ziggy had confirmation from Samael that they were not being tailed. Manhattan. What better place to hide? When they were absolutely sure they weren't being followed, Ziggy and Marvin were dropped off. They were on their way to a half-rented office building where Ziggy had set up a terminal. He sent Marvin out for food and then contacted Spector, original name Spector, in Washington, an old friend. Spector, as Spector, supported himself by being a manager of a small radio station. You know, Spector, if we were invaded by the agents of another world and the government knew, they would never tell us, would they? Ziggy, you know it. Not until they saved their own asses. But supposing we found it out, it would be our duty to inform the American public, wouldn't it? Everyone has the right to know. No more secrets. No, nothing like that. But we have to test our capability and ingenuity, don't we? Shortwave? What channel? What power? I mean, who would hear it aside from a few nuts like ourselves? Spector asked. Well, it's a problem of money and equipment, isn't it? We can't afford a 500,000-kilowatt station, can we? No, I mean, we want to inform the whole world. Piggyback onto the system as it is. Let all America know at the same time. Network radio or TV? Right. How might we do that? Ziggy asked. He knew the answer. What have you got in mind, Ziggy? Tell America to wake up? Or tell our government to go fuck itself, live and coast to coast? Something like that. Radio's got problems. The networks are broken up. Television has other problems. I mean, will you use visual stuff? We can't afford that. Maybe our audio along with their video. Unless there's some kind of national hookup because of an emergency, you know, president addresses the nation, there's the time zone factor. You have live shows like the Saturday football game or like the Ed Sullivan Show, only that covers half the country. The other half in the West gets a rebroadcast. The show is relayed by coaxial cable. Telephone company? Right. Now, with something like the Ed Sullivan Show, if you cut in with your audio, you'll hit the East. But when they get the kinescope out there, they'll know something is fucked up, and so they'll just redo the show. Redo the show? Sure. If there's a fuck-up on the recording, they have to do it all over again. Then it goes out again on the coaxial cable for the West, relayed out there and probably broadcast live. At least I think that's what happens. We could check it out. Ziggy said, Say it's Ed Sullivan. You mean to say he keeps all those entertainers hanging around in case they have to do it all over again? I think I know what you're getting at. I love it. Come on, Ziggy, give. What are you thinking of doing? Let's just say that I always hated Ed Sullivan. Richard and Carol drove west through the night, along the Pennsylvania Turnpike toward Pittsburgh. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and the highway was almost deserted. Richard was driving fast, above the speed limit. He turned to look at Carol, asleep beside him with her head on his shoulder, her left hand lying relaxed between his legs. The radio played softly. They had lost the New York stations. Nothing out here but hillbilly music. What was she dreaming? Was she scared? How different her life had become, dozing there with a map on her lap. She was doing this for him. He took one hand off the wheel and put it on her thigh. Maybe they should stop again. Could he ever get enough of her? When the occasional headlights ahead of him came up, they had a hypnotizing effect. He felt that the world was watching him with eyes and wires that crisscrossed all over the country. They were heading for Johnstown, Pennsylvania, the next step along their underground railroad, a small town whose only claim to fame was a great flood disaster. Friends were there, people like themselves, a couple with 2 children. Would those lives Richard touched be killed? And when it was all over, would he and Carol get married? He glanced at his watch. Almost 2 o'clock. Time to start looking for a phone booth, a gas station, a diner. Chapter 46. That day, October 5th, John F. Kennedy made stops and speeches in Covington, Kentucky, and Cincinnati, and then flew on to Detroit. He was campaigning hard for a Democratic Congress. Surrounding him, to provide security, was the visible line of the Secret Service, the cold-faced men who faced outward toward the cheering crowds, looking for the 1 or 2 or 3 people who might mean danger. There was a second visible line of defense provided by the local police, and a third provided by the FBI. Unknown to the President and the President's protectors, however, were 2 invisible entourages, a 4th and 5th encirclement. The 4th was the combination of Germans, Russians, and Americans, put together by Braunstein, Skorotoff, and Holcomb, looking for Richard and possibly Keats. The 5th line, commanded by Vasily Oprichnik, had been set up by Keats to protect Richard and help him reach the President alive. Vasily used KGB men. But something had gone wrong. Vasily had gotten word from Skorotoff that he was to terminate Richard when he appeared and withdraw his forces. The mission was being scratched. What was he going to do? If he disbanded the people in his charge, then Skorotoff would get him. It was classic. Unless he could create a diversion, even a shootout. Get himself captured? Defect. He could ignore the orders for 1, maybe 2 days while he made his decision. They pulled off the road at a gas station. She woke up, stretched and yawned. "Where are we?" "Gas station," Richard said, and leaned down to kiss her. His hand had slipped between her thighs. "Don't do that, Richard, not here." "Ever make love in a car before?" "Not until tonight. I don't know if I like it. I kept feeling that someone would come to the window and look in." "Didn't you do stuff like that when you were younger?" She shook her head and looked at him sadly. "My head was always in a book. I was shy." "So was I." "I waited for someone to take the lead. They never came until— Well, you know all that." He leaned over to kiss her again. "We should pull off the road somewhere after I make these next phone calls, and then we should make up for all those lost teenage dreams. Better late than never." "Why is it better in a car?" "You're really innocent in your way, aren't you? Even after listening to all your patients spill their secrets." "You're making me regress, Richard, into the adolescence I never had." They got the gas tank filled and drove a few yards to the line of phone booths. Richard parked and turned off the lights. "Look, Carol, what are you going to do if something happens to me?" "What can happen?" "If anything happens, I'm going to give you 3 telephone numbers to Ziggy. Don't write them down." And he spoke the phone numbers twice. She repeated them. "Now comes the hard part." He sat up and kissed her again, his hands cupping her breasts, then held her away from him and looked at her. "I don't know how to say this." He reached into his jacket and pulled out a small automatic, a Beretta. She stared at him wide-eyed. He began to explain how it worked. He worked the slide. The bullet slid into the chamber. He showed her the safety. "Richard, you really expect me to use that?" "I hope not. But you should know about it. Supposing you have to get away." "Richard, I can't." "You saw what they did to me?" "I can't do it." "Is it better to die?" "At least take it. Just hold it." "Richard—" "Carol, think that the person in front of you is Sidney. He's part of it all, isn't he? If they told him to torture me, he would have done it." She was horrified, but she took it. The gun was warm from Richard's body. Richard put his hand on her face. I've been thinking while you were sleeping. We could just drop out of this, forget the whole thing.
What do you mean? America's a big place. It goes on forever. There are thousands of towns, big cities. We could get lost. There are millions of people living out there, sleeping in bed together right now, living normal lives. Why can't we be like them? Because we know too much? There are your parents, wherever they are. And then there's the possibility of war, a horrible kind of war. Sometimes I think it's crazy, Carol. You and me, Ziggy, Tarzan, Marvin, some nuts scattered around the country. We're supposed to stop a war. And then there's the president. Yes, and then there's the president. I can't believe it. I know more than he does? I'm going to save him? Me?
Richard got out of the car. He went into the phone booth and began dialing. The first contact was with Ziggy for the day's report. The news bothered him. Military tension was secretly building. Was the president lying to him and going ahead? Was the president being lied to? Alert status of the Air Force movements of troops to Florida, combat exercises by Marines, stepping up of CIA activity in Florida, plans for raids on Cuba. And something new and strange. Internal squabbles in the intelligence community down there, even killings. Ships of the Navy supposedly on routine exercises near Key West, Mayport, drifting out to sea. Richard realized what bothered him. Ziggy had too much news, things that would never be reported in the papers. Was his network that big, that sophisticated? "We should plan," Ziggy was saying. "Where? St. Paul? Buffalo? Baltimore?" "No, I'd rather see how it goes, what arrangements the president can make." "All right, Richard. When you decide to make your move, tell me. You should know something, though. Somebody both in Detroit and in Cincinnati is on the lookout for you. We monitored channels." "Government channels?" "So-called, but that doesn't mean a thing. Whoever it is near the president. You have to figure out whether he's playing it straight or setting you up." Richard hung up and began to dial again. Detroit. This time the phone was picked up instantly. Again, along with the awe, he felt the wave of inexplicable hatred seep over him. He couldn't talk for a few seconds. "Hello? Hello? It's me. I was waiting. I thought you might show up here today. Then I realized I don't even know what you look like. Well, I tried. I got close. But there were people lying in wait for me." "How do you know that?" I monitor the security channels." "My people?" "Who are your people?" Richard wondered. "I don't know. The fact is, we have to meet Mr. President, alone." "It isn't that easy, Richard. A president isn't as free as people think. My security forces have a mandate to protect me, and it overrides what I might want. I can't go wandering off alone." "You're here in Detroit." "Mr. President, it's not that I don't trust you. I don't trust the people around you. I'll get to you. Just look for me." "Where?" "St. Paul, Indianapolis, Buffalo. Look for me." "Why don't we do this in Washington? At least there I can arrange to have someone meet you and escort you in. Why don't you talk to my brother, or anyone else you think you can trust?" "I don't know who to suggest. Listen, did the people you monitored sound like the FBI, the CIA?" "You tell me, sir." "Why don't you tell me some more of what you think is going to happen?" "Let me think about that for a moment." "How will I know you? What do you look like? I have some trigger-happy men around me. I've got to tell them something, who to let through." "I'm 6 feet tall, black hair, dark brown eyes, you might say almost black. I weigh about 190 pounds. I guess that's it." "Richard, you have to give me a little more than that. How am I supposed to distinguish you from 100 other guys?" Richard paused. Was he good-looking? Ugly? "I don't know what to give you." "Richard, this isn't the time to be modest. I have to be able to recognize you. For God's sake, man, you look in the mirror when you shave, don't you? You go to the movies, watch television. Can't you think of someone you look like, who you've seen in the movies?" "Have you ever seen this actor, John Derrick? Or maybe it was like Tony Curtis. Or was it Farley Granger?" He smiled at himself at a time like this. "I've met him, in fact." "I look something like that." "How are you going to get to me?" That's my worry, sir.
Listen, be reasonable. Let's arrange a meeting in an area I know. I'll send someone I trust implicitly to bring you in. I'll send my brother. Personally. It can't be me. I can't just disappear for a half-hour.
Richard said, No, I'll connect with you. Wait for me.
Don't hang up yet. What else is supposed to happen?
Should Richard give him anything? On the 14th, you will be given hard evidence that the Russians have put missile sites in Cuba.
What kind of evidence?
U-2 photographs. They'll also be leaked to maneuver you into calling together a group of advisers, among them some of the people I overheard talking. They're the ones who have been planning to push for an invasion of Cuba, a first strike.
Richard, are you saying that these photographs are faked?
It had never occurred to Richard to ask himself this question. Since the plotters were attempting nothing less than to maneuver the country onto a war footing, Richard had assumed the photographs had to be real.
Richard, are you there? Are they real or fake?
He made a decision. Real. Real. They can be confirmed by more U-2 flights.
You're sure?
I'm sure. He hoped he was right.
What else? Who did you hear talking about this?
I'll give you one name. I don't know many of the others. Never heard of them before. Dean. That was one name.
Dean Rusk?
Dean, that's all I know.
Give me another name.
I can tell you one other thing, Mr. President. There are hit teams being sent to Cuba. When everything begins to heat up, they go into action. And among them, there are Mafia button men.
Jesus, Richard. Jesus and Mary, Mother of God. I have 100,000 spooks, and they have to depend on some torpedo?
I'll see you in a day or so. Look for me in St. Paul. Richard hung up. One thing was certain. He was not going anywhere near St. Paul. Chapter 47. Vasily figured he could disobey his orders for only 1 or 2 days, no more. His only hope was to provoke an incident that would allow him to escape, then re-emerge later to sell his knowledge. He knew enough of the Parvis game to make it worthwhile to some government. He knew enough of its agents in place all around the world, had a sense of its overall operations and strategy. Who would buy? Not his own people. Why buy when they can sweat it out of you? And anyway, he had betrayed his country. They were paranoid back home. To go to the Americans, though, was risky at best. Who was Parvis and who was not? America was a sieve, not a country at all. The English? That, too, was risky. Too much like the Americans. The French? The French were serious. Their nationalism would be just made to order. Where? When? He would have to make his move in St. Paul or nowhere. He would just have to improvise a lot of shooting. When Kennedy got to St. Paul, a curious incident happened. 4 students entered the Leamington Hotel, where the president was meeting with Hubert Humphrey, local politicians, businessmen, and fundraisers. A crowd was standing around outside the Leamington, waiting for a glimpse of Kennedy, perhaps for a chance to shake his hand, when some of the younger people, not the 4 student prize winners who weren't due for an hour, began to talk. Why not just go in and ask to meet the president, or even go right up to the floor where they were staying? But what floor? An older man, in his 30s, said, "I couldn't help overhearing you. Why don't you just go in? He's on the 14th floor. "Oh," one of the students said, "we can't do that." "Why not?" "I mean, he's not an ogre. He likes young people. He's just a man." "Means a lot to you?" "Oh, boy, sure. But the FBI'd stop us." "You mean the Secret Service?" "Listen, why don't you just go in and pretend you didn't know you weren't allowed in? See how far that would get you." "I have an idea. Why don't you pretend you're foreign exchange students? French, German. I mean, you'd look perfectly good that way. You didn't understand that you're not supposed to do things like that. Don't ask for the president. Just go up to the 14th floor and ask for the senator." "Senator Humphrey?" "Sure. He's the kind of man who's ready to meet his constituency." "Well," one of them said, a tall boy with curly brown hair, "I don't know." 4 of them had gathered around the man. "Just sail in like you own the place. Worst that can happen is that they turn you back, right?" Tell you what. I'm a plainclothesman, St. Paul Police. There's a password you could use when you get up there. And he told them. They decided to pretend that they were German exchange students because 2 of them had German grandparents. They could just speak English with a German accent. When they got to the lobby, they went to the elevators. They were stopped and asked where they were going. They said that they were the high school students, German exchange students, who had been invited up to see Senator Humphrey. They had won a high school essay contest on American democracy. "Hell of a note," the Secret Service man muttered to himself, "when foreign students waltz off with the prizes." He took them in the elevator to the 14th floor. The security was, as always, heavy on the 14th floor. Suited men, some with machine pistols. Keeping up the pretense, acting politely, never hesitating, they walked down the hall past the Secret Service men. They stopped only once to ask, using the German accent, saying that they had been invited by Senator Humphrey. What room was he in? They were told the room number. They were ushered into the room where the senator and the local Democratic politicos were talking to the president. The air was heavy with smoke. They came forward. The president glanced at them, did a double-take, and jumped up. He came toward the tall, dark one with the dark eyes, sticking out his hand. "Richard, you did it! How did you get past all my people?" Hearing this, 3 Secret Service men jumped up with drawn guns and started to surround the president. "Jesus, put those fucking things away," Kennedy said. "Some security. I could have been dead 10 times over." The tall, dark student said, "Sir, I was supposed to say that to you." "Say what?" "Richard." Now the president looked puzzled. "Okay, you're home safe. You can drop it." Someone said, "Mr. President, we're running late." "We're going to run later." He pulled the tall, dark one forward. "Come on, let's go into the other room, Richard." "But, sir," the young man said, "my name isn't Richard. I was just told to say that word." "What word?" "Richard. That was supposed to get us in to see you and Senator Humphrey." Senator Humphrey, beaming, detached himself from the others and came to them. "What splendid initiative! We here in Minnesota are nothing if not enterprising, Mr. President." "Who told you that?" Kennedy asked. "I don't know. We were standing around downstairs, a bunch of us kids. Gee, it's really a great honor to meet you." Go on. What else?" "And we were talking, sir, about how we might get to meet you, shake your hand, and, well, you know, that kind of thing. And some of the others were saying, 'I dare you.'" "How did you get to use that name, Richard?" "Well, this guy, I guess he must have heard us talking. He was standing there in the crowd, and he says—" "What did he look like?" The 4 of them looked at one another. One of the other students said, "It's hard to remember. A guy with sort of brown hair." "Brown? Real dark brown?" "Yes," one of the students said. "No," the student with black hair said. "I don't remember," the 3rd said. "Ordinary kind of guy. He said he was a detective, plain clothes, and he knew the password." "How tall was he?" "I would say he was about 5'8", maybe 9, shorter than me, sir." "What did he say? Do you remember exactly?" "He said, well, I don't remember exactly. There was a lot of noise, a lot of people talking, but he said that it was easier to see the president than you think. All it takes is a little courage. And then—" "Did he say anything like, 'Richard sent me,' or for you to say that I come from Richard?" "No, I don't think so." "He might have—" "I think that you're all splendid boys," Hubert Humphrey said. "Fine young Americans with a lot of spunk. But, boys, you are taking up the time of the busiest man in the world. Say hello, shake hands, and then we'll have to—" "He said to use the name Richard." "It was, what do you call it, sir, a password." "That's just what it is, boys, a password." Jesus, he thought. They walked in just like that. Richard had used a cutout. Did that mean that Richard was near and was testing him? How many others were working with Richard? Or was it someone else? If they could walk in that easily, who else could do it? And his security, they just sat there with their fingers up their butts. Suddenly, and maybe for the first time in his life, he felt very vulnerable. "Could you recognize this man if you saw him again?" "Oh, yes, sir, sure." Kennedy turned aside to one of his security men. He was whispering fiercely. "You taking all this in?" "Yes, sir." "When this is finished, some heads are going to roll, you know that? Your people fouled up. You take 2 or 3 of your people, go down with these kids. Find that man or it's going to be your ass. No strong-arm stuff." He turned to the others. "Boys, I'm honored to meet young people like yourselves. You are the hope of America. Please go with this man and see if you can pick out the man who spoke to you." A small Secret Service team emerged from the Leamington Hotel, loosely grouped around the 4 students. From his vantage point, a little back in the crowd awaiting the emergence of the president, Vasily saw them coming. Now was the time. He pulled the small walkie-talkie out of his jacket pocket, put it to his mouth, pressed the on button, and said, "There he is, the tall, dark kid in the sweater and jacket. Move in. Drift over there. Don't run. Get him. Take out the others. No gunplay." Vasily's people began to surge forward, shouldering their way through the crowd. The Braunstein-Skratov-Holcomb people, seeing the movement, began to edge through the crowd too. The small group paused in the entranceway of the hotel. The young students came forward to scan the crowd. Vasily turned toward his bodyguard. He hadn't heard his message. The crowd noise was too strong. Vasily pulled out his pistol and shot the young man. He then unscrewed the silencer. He wanted noise. He was counting on panic. The people at the Leamington's entrance were scanning the crowd for him when he fired a second time. The bullet missed and ricocheted off the entrance wall. People were screaming as both teams surged forward. The Secret Service men were overwhelmed. Before he turned to leave, Vasily saw that someone had grabbed the tall, dark student and was dragging him away. More screams. Someone yelled, "They got the president!" It would take at least 10 minutes, probably longer, to find out that the person they had taken was not Richard. A fight had broken out between the 2 team members. Now Vasily had time to disappear. Chapter 48. Sunday, October 7th, in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, depressed them both. Maybe it was because it was Sunday. Maybe it was the waiting until night when Richard would contact the president again, this time in Washington. They were staying with a family named Griggs, a radio ham, a man obsessed with the toys of his hobby. Every extra cent Ed Griggs made went into his equipment. He had a huge antenna over his house, and his transmitter was powerful, in fact illegal. More watts than the FCC regulations allowed. Came the weekends, Ed Griggs was dead to his family. He was in contact with a constellation of ethereal friends all over the world. Ed Griggs had 2 Navy citations for helping in a disaster, spending 24 hours at his set, relaying news to rescuers. The government would have taken away the citations if they only knew how many times he had interfered with government transmissions, or what he managed to listen into. The cover story Richard had worked out with Ziggy was that they were engaged in writing and acting out a sci-fi drama. Creatures from another world were in hot pursuit of them, flight from the invaders who had taken over the world, secretly, and how the hams rescue the world. Carol and Richard had stumbled on the aliens' presence. The invaders looked like ordinary people, but they wanted to take over Richard and Carol's bodies. Well, there was a sort of truth to it, wasn't there? Everyone knew it was a joke, a kind of scenario, a preparation for writing a serial for fantasy and science fiction. There was a possibility of movie money. The thing was not even to mention it to anyone. A game. Make it like real life. After all, the invaders were telepathic too, weren't they? Mary Griggs was just as much a nut as her husband was. She didn't play with equipment. She was a witchcraft nut. She cast spells. She was a health food fanatic. She was convinced that she was a word-ear. Nevertheless, on Sundays they went to church in the morning. After church, their 2 children went to play with their friends. Sunday afternoons, Ed Griggs disappeared into his control room, that's what he called it, and sent his tentacles out. Mary would go off with a few friends of hers and do whatever it was that witches did. Richard and Carol felt constrained. They couldn't bring themselves to make love. The house was too small, and they were afraid they would be overheard. In the morning they were too tired from their all-night trip. They got up late and found the family tiptoeing around the house. There was a peculiar stillness in the air, the stillness of Sundays in rural areas, the stillness of small populations. Living in a large city had gotten into their bones. Seeing Ed and Mary raised questions for Carol. It became an unspoken, barely formulated question in their minds, growing, gnawing, undercutting their relationship. In the long run, what did they have in common besides sex and danger? How easily they had accepted Richard and Carol, no probing questions, Ziggy had recruited Ed without beginning to tell him the way he fit in. Security measures. Ed had no need to know. It bothered Richard. Later that night, Ed was to contact another member of the network by radio in St. Louis. From there, Richard would be patched into the telephone network. The afternoon weighed heavily. The sky was overcast. There was a chill in the air.
"Sometimes snow comes early out here," Mary said. "It didn't used to be that way. All this atomic testing has definitely upset the balance of the Earth, changed the weather. Our spells don't work as good as they used to. And now they're talking about going to the moon. Know what that's going to do? Affect our bodies. Our bodies," she said to Carol, "respond to the moon. Our life cycles are moon cycles."
Was she really that superstitious? Carol wondered. "You can't stop progress," Ed said.
"No, it isn't. Same principle as your radio. We're receivers. The moon and the planets send off vibrations. It's a man thing to want to destroy us, destroy our cycles. We make magic," Mary said. "We'll keep them off the moon."
What kind of world had Carol stumbled into? Connections she didn't understand yet had been severed. She missed something. The intensity that had been generated in Richard's room, the room he had been imprisoned in. Paradise. The world kept out. She didn't know it, but their love had begun to erode. Late that afternoon they rode out to the woods outside Johnstown. Rain or not, snow or not, they couldn't stand being cooped up. Would this be their life? For how long? They went to a picnic ground the Griggses told them about. They would take a walk in the woods. When they got there, it looked gray, forbidding, chilly. The leaves were falling from the trees. The air smelled acrid, chemical. Factory smoke? Hand in hand, chilled, they wandered through the woods. They both felt watched, although neither one of them said anything to one another. They walked silently for an hour. Here in the woods, following a path through the trees, what they had been through slowly began to seem like a dream. They avoided looking at one another. They began to talk. They probed at one another, learning more about their lives. What would they have been doing if they were leading ordinary lives like Ed and Mary's? What would they have been doing if they hadn't been thrown together? Carol frequently came into the laboratory on Sundays to catch up on the records of her experiments. Frequently, Sidney Ficino would come in too. A lonely time, she admitted. A lonely hunt for the ultimate stuff of the mind. Lonely. Exciting. They decided that they would make contact with Ziggy about 10 o'clock that night. Before that, there was nothing to do but sit around and listen to small-town gossip with Mary. Ed was in his control room. Richard went with Ed after a while. Ed was proud of his rig, and Richard was afraid he would hurt Ed's feelings if he didn't join him.
"I got more stuff in here than a spy ship. Upgraded all the time."
In the evening, Mary turned on the television. There were some shows she never missed. But when the Ed Sullivan Show came on, something peculiar happened. A strange kind of interference. It wasn't much, but it made Carol sit up, startled. The interruption of voices.
"The reception's not good here,"
Mary said, and tried to fiddle with the dial. Someone said,
"Listen, America."
What was it? A conversation. Richard's and John F. Kennedy's voices talking to one another. But it wasn't clear unless you knew what they were talking about and what it meant. None of it registered on Mary. 3 minutes of it, drowning out one of the acts, and then a resumption of the usual audio. When Richard came out of Ed Grigg's control room for a beer, she took Richard aside and told him what had happened. His face lit up. He was excited. When Richard was ready to radio to Ziggy, Ed agreed to leave his room, but clearly he didn't like anyone fiddling with his equipment.
"I won't touch a thing,"
Richard promised him.
"You're at Ed Griggs's?"
Ziggy asked when Richard came up on the radio.
"Yes." "Hi, Ed. How are you?"
"Ed's gone into the other room."
"Good. I can't tell you how relieved I am that you made it there, Richard. I thought something might have happened to you. Maybe we better find another way of doing it. Come back."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean it's ridiculous to think you can reach the President in person."
"Why? What happened, Ziggy?"
"I'm not sure. Something in St. Paul.
I thought you got to St. Paul and made your move. I was worried. I thought you might have gotten hurt. What made you think that? One of our people there was listening to the traffic, police, FBI, Secret Service, White House communications. There was gunplay in the street in front of the Leamington Hotel where he was staying. 6 casualties, yet not a word in the papers or on the air. What happened, Ziggy? I'm not sure. Everything was going fine. We hear Lancer this, Lancer that. Lancer will come out at such and such hours. When all of a sudden the airwaves are just full of panicky feds and police. Someone took a shot at someone. A lot of milling around. Some people arrested. They had guns. But nothing in the news. Richard, they're laying in wait for you. Who is they? Richard, are you crazy? You're forgetting the hospital. You're forgetting what you went through. Don't you see what this means? No. They know you're trying to reach him. Why do you have to talk to the man face to face? What can you do in person that you can't do by phone? You can even talk to his brother. There are ways of setting up truly secure lines. Richard didn't tell Ziggy that he was beginning not to trust anyone. He didn't even know if it was the president he had talked to. All right, Ziggy said finally. Richard, we can do it from here, if you're dead set on it. He's going to come to New York. He'll be staying at the Carlisle Hotel. It's our ground. You have to tell me what else is happening. What's the news, Ziggy, the news? What are the moves? If you don't tell me, I'll just leave right now. There was a long pause. All right. Before I begin, when you make the contact, you have to ask him what happened in St. Paul. But don't tell him he's being bugged. Why not? Because he'll stop talking to you. Sure, Ziggy, sure. But by now Richard was certain that he wasn't going to make that contact from this place. He would leave as soon as Ziggy gave him the news. Chapter 49. At 3 o'clock in the morning of October 7th, Robert F. Kennedy picked up Georgy Bolshakov and drove him out to Virginia. Bolshakov was acting as Nikita Khrushchev's personal emissary to John Kennedy. They would talk in the limousine. After their talk, Bolshakov would be dropped off, picked up by another car, and brought back to Washington. Earlier, after Richard's call, Robert had another conference with his brother. If I could only talk to Khrushchev directly, without the whole fucking world listening in, JFK had said. He had been nervous, irritable, impatient. Robert recognized the signs. He had a woman waiting. This is crazy. I have to be my own intelligence agency and State Department. Is this kid crazy? I don't know. He won't tell me much over the phone, but he said enough to make it sound all too damn real. You have to get Bolshakov to tell his boss to set the ground rules. We can't control it, and we can't head it off. The momentum is too strong. Neither I nor Khrushchev can reverse it without a lot of people wanting to impeach me. Worse, if you accept what the kid says. As for Mr. K, he'll wind up against the Kremlin wall. The irony is that politically I need a confrontation like this, and so do the Republicans. If I don't accept the bait, I think there's a fallback plan which ends in my... He shrugged. What are the options going to be when we have to assemble the advisers? I'm depending on you to get your course of action clearly spelled out for Bolshakov to transmit back to Khrushchev. I don't know how well they know the limits of our system, but doing nothing will be unacceptable. We can use warnings, diplomatic pressure, bargaining, maybe close the missile bases in Turkey and Italy, but don't mention that at first. In exchange for their removing the bases in Cuba. There are bases in Cuba, aren't there? Robert Kennedy paused and thought. We're going to be sending over confirming flights. Those launching pads had better be there, or we're going to be caught with egg on our face. Then what do I tell Bolshakov? Set up those bases so we can demand that you remove them? They'll be there. So, the President said, if the missiles are there, I'll have to at least set up a blockade. Quarantine. Okay, quarantine. And the next option they'll suggest will be an airstrike. An American Pearl Harbor is what that's going to look like, Robert Kennedy said. Can we get Kroc or Reston to float the Pearl Harbor analogy in the Times? I can use that in our arguments. Americans don't do that kind of thing. Maybe you'll have to. Because the only other option, short of general war with Russia, is an invasion, for which almost everyone is in place if we believe what the kid tells me. You'd think they'd inform their president before they go to war. Which leaves us what? We level with Khrushchev, then make up a tight set of bargaining protocol which will make us both look good. I wish I had a hotline, situation room to situation room, me to him. Your friend Bolshakov is the hotline for now. God, all the equipment we have, and we have to use smoke signals and tom-toms. Be candid, but nothing in writing, voice only. Meanwhile, we have to open something else, too, for insurance. Another backup channel. Who? Someone forward-looking in the business community. Who? Cyrus Eaton? No, he's practically a commie to the kind of people we're dealing with. Armand Hammer? Same problem. Not McCloy. Anybody but McCloy. Nelson Rockefeller? Forget it. He wants 200 million bomb shelters. David? Same trouble. Knox of Westinghouse? A possibility. Harriman has gone to the well too many times. Andre Meyer? Another possibility. Kelly? Well, at least he's Irish. If McCloy or Dean find out, they'll cut our nuts off. Just start on the low road with Bolshakov. John Kennedy was on his feet and headed out of the room. They left Johnstown on Monday, October 8th. It was a question of where Richard would make his move to intersect with the president. But he had made up his mind. He no longer trusted the situation. He would do it himself, on his own terms. Random motion, wild card. On his own. Harrisburg, York, Reading, because it was near Philadelphia, north to Scranton so they could easily drive to Buffalo or to New York. He and Carol were seeing America, or at least a part of America. It slept beneath the threat, unaware, even uninterested. "It's our honeymoon," he told her as they drove eastward again, through Pennsylvania. This time they kept off the turnpike. Small towns, past hills, through the eroded mountains, hills, really, the Tuscarora Mountains, up and down the hills and ridges, through the fertile valleys, a dreaming land concerned with small things, past farms and factory towns, through the dying foliage, the bare trees jutting up on the hillsides, partitioning the fringe of sky in an intricate lacework. He was beginning to fall in love with it. Now and then they passed dumps piled high with abandoned cars. They stopped in small, dreary hotels in the small towns, hardly used. Motels. A loneliness on the land. No signs here of the intricate maneuverings in the small spaces that were called by some the great world. The country Richard and Carol drive through remained unaware. Of all the events, only the uneasiness of what would happen with Cuba penetrated here. That much seeped through, and always in the context of the great Russian menace. They began to lose touch. What they were doing began to become dreamlike. There were those who would call the land they drove through America's backbone. Carol didn't like it. Civilization had not reached here. Nothing to do. Boredom setting in. They were losing their love. It began to evaporate, drain off into the air. At first, to compensate, they tried to live as intensely as they had in the hospital, grasping at one another, trying to fuse bodies, become one, escalating their love-making until it seemed that the flesh could take no more. It wasn't coming easy. It became harder and harder to reach the climaxes. Was it only a few days ago, perhaps a week, that they had lived on the heights of passion? Now they experimented. The old and simple ways didn't work. The experimentation began to seem contrived, and beneath, a fear was setting in. After each time they lay there, gasping, drained, unsatisfied, with the afternoon and the night ahead of them. Could it really be possible that someone was after them? Could it really be that Richard had intelligence so important that the fate of a country hinged on it? Here in a decaying town with its half-empty streets? Here, in this hotel room, with its cheap furniture and its smell of mildew, peeling walls, in a hotel that had never been fashionable, partially inhabited, having lost its business to those Howard Johnson type of motels on the major highways, originally built for easy access for cars and defense, that bypassed the small towns? The people talked slower. Their interests were narrower. What did you talk about if you didn't know the native language, even though it was English, of the natives? Didn't know their interests, what gossip excited them? What could you do? Go to a roadhouse? See the monuments of the Civil War? Drive down to Gettysburg? To Carol, the people here were devoid not only of the things that interested her, they were another breed. They made her doubt the very universality of psychoanalysis. Did their brains even function in the same way as the brains of her experimental subjects? Peasant mentalities. On the 8th, Cuba protested the blockade and appealed to the court of world opinion. On the 9th, a slightly distorted version of what had happened in St. Paul, not mentioning violence at all, appeared in the papers. The 3 students who had managed to meet Kennedy were mentioned. Nothing about shooting. At night, Richard again telephoned Ziggy. "Where are you calling from? Why didn't you go to one of the places I set up?" "I'm just outside of Baltimore," Richard lied. "He'll be here on the 10th. I'm going to make my run." "Where? How? You need help? We can set up the monitoring, see if they're expecting you." "No, listen. We picked up something. Someone phoned in a bomb threat. The security is being beefed up." "They're trying to keep me from him." "Richard, there are nuts in the country. Come back. We can get to him from here, New York. The Carlisle. That's where he'll be staying." "Are you going to talk to him tonight?" "Yes." "What are you going to tell him?" "Find out his reaction to what we did on the Ed Sullivan Show. Warn him that there are other things we can do, much worse." "What, Ziggy?" "Cut off part of his whole defense communication system and send through confusing messages. Cut in on national radio and television. Let America know. Let the whole world know." How could they do that? Richard wondered. Ziggy... There was so much he wasn't being told. The ability to organize a network of crazies, communications nuts, was one thing, but to play games in the higher and more secure channels? The special equipment required, not stuff you picked up at the surplus stores. Hard-to-steal stuff. The telephone, ham radio, all right, but what else? There were thousands of radio channels. Richard had a good idea of what was required. Not that it was impossible. Could a few hundred people, even if they were disciplined and parceled out the spectrum, really do so much? Amateurs, no matter how brilliant? No, all that took power, too much equipment. And yet the birth of an idea was taking place in his mind. But it would take years of experimentation. Something smelled bad. Ziggy. He came into the hotel. He was silent. He had to think it out, draw his strength again. He was sure. The center of his certainty. He had put it together. He knew what was going to happen. He knew it. She was lying on the bed, fully clothed. She was looking up at the ceiling. He sat down on an easy chair. The minutes of silence passed. He could sense the resentment. It poured out of her now, a palpable wave. He watched her. Suddenly he realized he suspected her. Her, too. Carol. To stifle that feeling, he got up, walked over, bent down over her to kiss her breasts. "Don't, Richard, please. I don't feel like it." They waited in silence. She was tense. She had finished talking to Keats about 15 minutes ago. She had reported where they were, but she didn't know where they were going next. Richard was acting erratically, deciding where to move at random. "That's a sign of training, Carol," Keats had told her. "I keep feeling as if I were betraying him,"
You're not. You're helping to save him.
I wish this were over, Carol said.
Soon, I think soon. Things are coming to a head, Keats said. He's working on a timetable, late October. Carol, you have to find out more. Look, if he's difficult, you have to apply some pressure.
What kind of pressure?
Use your imagination. She knew what Keats meant. It upset her.
Listen, I'm not—
You're not a whore, if that's what you mean. You love him, right? Husbands and wives argue, don't they? Don't they apply pressure on one another in a variety of ways? You're practically married, Carol. And this upset her even more. Keep in touch. We'll be waiting and watching over you. There's a lot riding on you, Carol. A lot. The destiny of a whole country, Keats had told her.
Everything seems unreal, Richard.
Except that we're here in bed together.
Even that's becoming a dream. The memory of what I had, what I was doing, that's becoming realer.
What are you saying? That being in an insane asylum was realer?
It wasn't an insane asylum, Richard, she said angrily. Sometimes I think that when you get on that phone— I don't really know who you're even talking to.
Ziggy? The president?
I don't even know if you're talking to anyone.
I could be talking to a recording?
No.
I'm talking into a dead phone, pretending that I'm talking to the president.
No, I don't mean that. I don't know what I mean.
Carol, what are you trying to say?
I don't know. It's just that— well, it's being here in the middle of nowhere. These people, they're ordinary Americans. They're all right. Places like this, quiet, nice. There are trees. You can breathe. Maybe we could settle down in a place like this. Have neighbors, you know? Leave that crazy world. Are you mad? She screamed. Here. I hate it here. Don't confuse what you've seen on television with reality. And they got into an argument, the first they had ever had. The thought of living in a small town upset her. Richard stopped himself.
We're tense, Carol.
I don't understand how people live like this, in the middle of nowhere.
That's real scientific, lady. You won't even let yourself study them and understand them.
I don't know what I mean.
You can't return, Carol. You forgot what your boss, Ficino, did. Carol, I told you what happened to me before I ended up there. Remember that. How did I get to that place?
Someone brought me. I think what you were supposed to do was to get things out of me, what I had heard. I've been thinking about it. You were supposed to question me, interrogate me, without knowing what you were doing. You were set up. But you did something that no one counted on. You fell in love with me. That upset things. But it was still possible for you to do things, get me to talk. Richard, how did they know? How did Sidney know I fell in love with you if I didn't know it myself?
Maybe it didn't take much of an eye.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's not. When you helped me to escape, you put yourself on my side. They might get me, throw me in prison for the rest of my life, try to kill me. But, Carol, you don't think they're going to let you go, return to your job because you say, all right, I made a mistake, I'm sorry. They don't think that way. They have to figure that I told you things you shouldn't hear. Our fates are tied together now. Our only hope is to reach someone powerful enough to get you back your job, get me back my family, powerful enough to be convinced that we're not spies or agents. And I don't think Ziggy made things easier when he played those games with the Ed Sullivan Show. Carol, I heard all those things. That's not fake. What they did to me is not fake. You saw the bruises. You found traces of drugs. I heard those people talking. I heard them. We have to hold on to that. I couldn't have made those conversations up. What did I know about foreign policy? I never even heard those names before. Through Laura, and that's another thing. Laura. What is she but a high-class whore with connections? She's nothing. It's her connections and where her connections led. Wait a minute. Are you saying that Laura?
Then it's all my crazy revenge on her? I don't know what to believe. Richard, what if I went back and tried to find out from who? Your old boyfriend? That little fat man? Oh, Richard. You know what they'd do to you? Strap you into a chair and begin to question you. And they wouldn't be nice about it. I mean, it isn't psychoanalysis. There would be torture, Carol. Torture. And you know the first thing they go for, don't you? Sex. Right for the tits and cunt. Richard! Well, don't be shocked. I didn't make the world. Maybe if I knew a little more of what you have to tell him, the president.
The suspicion rose. Don't tell her. Don't tell anyone but the man himself. Look, I'll tell you what. Let's take a nap. Tonight what we'll do is go to the phone together. When I telephone the president, you just listen in. You'll hear for yourself. I'll even tell you how the connections are made. You'll hear his voice. Tell you what else. I'll even let you ask him a question. Will that satisfy you?
This just has to end soon, Richard. I don't know how much longer I can take this.
Richard lay down beside her, and after a while they dozed off. There was going to be no sex that evening. Chapter 50. It was an ordinary middle-class house in Kew Gardens, with a small plot surrounding it and trees in the streets. The 8 people who came there seemed ordinary enough. The 4 older men seemed to be retired workers, maybe the kind who would run a dry goods or hardware store. Everything about the woman said housewife, probably a grandmother. Of the 3 younger men, one of them looked like a construction worker. The other wore a sleazy, shiny suit and the jovial air of a salesman, everyone's friend. The 3rd young man, a shame, was on crutches. A friend brought him in and then left. The younger men were waiting outside in separate rooms. They would come in one by one to make their presentation to this committee of 5. The first was Georgy Bolshakov. When he finished, there was a moment of silence. One of them whistled.
A peculiar request to ask of us.
Us? You want us to act as go-between for Khrushchev and Kennedy? You know our position on those butchers. You want to use our channels to transmit and receive messages? That's not acceptable. Our channels are living people. You know we'll have to know their contents. You understand that, don't you?
I understand that.
A question. How do you even know of our existence?
Samael Aquilino was the one who asked the question.
My father was one of you.
He shouldn't have told you. You don't believe in his principles?
I believe. I just chose another way to work, from within.
But why us? You know we are opposed to both sides, and above all to Parvis, which is worse than both sides put together.
You have the most effective network for what I want to happen. Those of us who have chosen to work from within.
And that is?
The continuation of the thaw. Liquidation of the bloody past. Opening our society up. Business. The bourgeois, democratic stage of history.
That's nepotism. Parvis is bloody nonsense.
What's Parvis?
It's whose Parvis? Helfand, a dead theoretician who had a disastrous effect on the revolution. A middleman, a handler, a fixer, a broker hiding behind a theory.
You've begun the job of opening things up. Contraband, smuggling, American goods, food, clothes, records, drugs, art, some writing smuggled out. You've been running guns to the Georgians and backing the Ukrainian national movement. It has to accelerate. The situation is this. I have direct contact with Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev. He truly wants some of the things we want. But you know the way things work. He's surrounded by many eyes and ears. When I transmit, I have to use KGB couriers, KGB equipment. You know how the message can be garbled or twisted. I must appear to be fulfilling a limited mission. Kennedy wants a direct contact.
This means that he doesn't trust the people around him either. I thought of using your network to convey the messages of the highest sensitivity so that neither Comrade Khrushchev or President Kennedy mistakes one another's intentions. If it has to be this war of deceptions, penetrations, liberation movements, shifting sides, why then you are perhaps the most fit to survive, triumph in the long run. That's what you've been doing for almost 30 years with both the West and the East after you. But to do that, you need to help me do what I want to do.
That's it? Another one of the older men asked.
Why don't you wait in the other room for us? The second man to appear before the committee was Vasily Oprichnik. He came in the custody of 2 armed guards, because he had come to them seeking asylum. "How did you find us?" one of the committee asked.
"I learned of your existence, way back in Russia. Vague rumors. I was interested. I asked some questions, checked out some files, all low-level, personal. I brought some people in for interrogation. Traders, profiteers, moneylenders, black marketeers. Among them there were some who did business with the outside, with your networks extending into Europe and Asia."
"Which directorates of the KGB did you work in?"
"That's a little tricky to explain. In reality, the section I belong to doesn't appear on anyone's table of organization. It's a separate little duchy run by a man named Skaratov, an old Chekist. Ring a bell?" Vasily smiled. "The section's purpose was to combat secret organizations and societies all over the world, those whose functions might be aimed directly and immediately, or in the long run, at the Soviet Union."
"Such as?"
"Oh, God, there are dozens. Masons, Jesuits, Rotarians, certain Mormons, Birchers, religious Jews, evangelists such as the Triad Societies, the old Macedonian underground organizations which have flourished for hundreds of years, the Mafia, the Unione Corse, people like yourselves, Nazis, the militant Buddhists, the Muslim Brotherhood, and especially Parvis. But also, I was recruited by Parvis. After training in the Soviet Union, one of their American villages, I was assigned to the United States."
"So, we were one of the targets."
"You were one of Parvis's targets. But I'm not here to penetrate your organization. I'm not schooled in Kabbalah, nor do I speak Aramaic."
The committee members looked at one another.
"Sure, I figured it out for myself. In investigating my prime target, and in doing other jobs, bits fell together and finally began to form a pattern. You know how it goes. I began to see dimly, I'll admit, and using a lot of guesswork, the shape of your organization and its operational pattern. And while you didn't seem to be a high priority item for Skaratov, Parvis was, for some reason, very interested."
"So you want asylum from who? The KGB?"
"Yes. From Skaratov, but also from Parvis, organization I penetrated and ended up joining wholeheartedly."
"Oh, this mystery."
"Please bear with me."
"And why are you running away?"
"To keep alive. Nothing more."
"You're not coming to us on ideological grounds?"
"I'll level with you. I've seen too much. I don't think I ever had any ideology. It was a job. Anyway, commitment and belief is hard to keep, working for the KGB, or the CIA for that matter, or any organization of this nature. The CIA, the KGB, they need one another to perpetuate their empires. That's all there is to it. It's just that I'm on the run, and I want to live to be a moderate old age, preferably here in this country. Get married, have children." "You slow down. I have the usual skills, but they're useless as you get older. I also have administrative skills, but I was never in a position to do the requisite bureaucratic infighting. Unlike in this country, you don't end up teaching at a college or working as a journalist when you retire. What should I become?
A courier with a small apartment and a large family in Kiev or Moscow? But now there are people looking to dispose of me. Well, you know how it is. You can't go to them and say at some point, I've had it enough, I'm ready to retire. They kill you. That's retirement?
In short, you're looking for the highest bidder.
I don't have very rich tastes.
What can you give us?
Oprichnik laughed. I can give you Skaratov. I can give you a Hungarian technician who inadvertently blew your operation and led me to you. I can tell you what's going to happen in the next few days. Cuba, missiles, the whole thing. I can give you someone named Richard Aquilino, the man who heard too much, to whom we listened into, and upon whom much hinges. I can give you the ultimate plum, Parvis. No one moved a muscle. I'm beginning to hit pay dirt. I can sense it. You're beginning to read me. Parvis. Mr. Parvis himself, Alexander Helfand, and part of his network, called in this case the Parvis Game. Also some of his associates in high places, a lawyer, for instance, called Edward Kelly. Very highly connected around the world. Yes, indeedy. And the man named Keats, who ran the operation to run Richard Aquilino. And a woman named Laura Garoyevich.
A Russian?
No, an American.
Parvis is alive?
Oh, he sure is. Very much so. He's very old, but he's built out of iron, that man. He's alive, all right. I mean, he's not immortal, but he's still kicking and planning and organizing. And there are plenty of others to carry on the work he began. Oh, in the 1890s.
Let us think this over, Samael Aquilino said. Why don't you wait for us upstairs? It will take some time.
The third man to report was Ziggy.
You heard all that?
Yes.
How does it correlate with what you know?
It fits.
And what is the message Richard is bringing to the President?
It must be something like what's going to happen in the near future. This plan of Parvis's, their group, under great danger. Something directed against the President. It also tells us why the President wants Bolshakov to do things in this way. But Richard won't tell me what it is he has to say to the President in person, and why he wants to do it that way.
You can't recall him?
I've tried. He's dropped out. Tarzan is following him, but he avoids the safe places we tell him to go. He's become his own man. He doesn't trust anyone. He might take a chance and try and surface anywhere the President might be in his campaign itinerary. We don't have much time. As I figure it, the cutoff point is on October 14th.
Why the 14th?
Because by that time, certain evidence, aerial photographs of missile emplacements in Cuba, will be delivered to the President. I don't know how they did it, but the first photos weren't taken by a U-2. They were gotten some other way and inserted into the proper channels appearing to come from their surveillance. Then the CIA confirmed them. Already our informants tell us that they have started to print typescript for the military maps, which means they're preparing for an invasion or an airstrike.
What about the woman?
Carol Rothschild? The doctor? I don't know. They were running a complicated mind-altering project at the hospital, part of a deeper and more extensive national project, highly secret. She was part of it. We always thought their escape was too easy, even with the help you gave us. In all of this, Richard is the wild card.
All right, Ziggy. Why don't you wait, too? We have to talk this over.
The committee was silent for 10-15 minutes. They sipped tea, gulped coffee, made fresh tea, and another pot of coffee. Some pastries and coffee were delivered to those waiting in the other rooms. The air had become thick with smoke, and yet they all knew what was on one another's minds. They had worked together too long.
You know, this is work for younger people,
one of the men said, his hair utterly white.
I'm not happy with the idea of doing their work for them,
the second man said. He was bald. His nose was broken. He had false teeth, the originals knocked out leading a strike so many years ago in Poland. But his body was still strong. The third man looked like an ascetic. He was, in public life, a language expert. He spoke 20 of them quite well. He was a chain-smoker, lighting one cigarette from another. The woman, Lily Aquilino, stirred. She lifted her cup and banged it down.
"Come on! Time's passing. Make decisions." "By the time we get a complete story, it will already be 2 new stories past the original one," the man with the white hair said. "I lost a father and grandfather in the struggle." This statement was a reference to the Aquilino's son. "But your sons know nothing about your work, and have become doctors," Lily said. "Actually dentists. It's one of my great disappointments in life." They all laughed. "It's my daughter who's the doctor, but even she is only a Ph.D. in comparative literature. You wouldn't believe how many times the CIA has approached her." "It never occurred to you to have her infiltrate them for us?" Lily said. "You're trying to spare us," Samael said. "I am punished for my pride, for trying to play 2 games at once with myself, my wife, my son. Being afraid to train my son to follow in the family business." He smiled. "I trained him indirectly to be one of us, but with peculiar results. We all know the story of the golem, the clay brought to life by words. And what are intelligence agents but golems, activated by partial truths, semblances of truths, and falsehoods that people take for truths? Emet, truth. But what is truth? The people, the ordinary people, they are as clay. Life and words have been breathed into them. The wise ones duplicate the work of God, creation, and activate certain clays and bring them to life with this truth. There are many versions of the legend. In one, the word Emet is written on the forehead of the clay shaped as a man. It then comes to life, or as we say in our business, she is activated. But if we question what is truth, then many kinds of truth, many kinds of Emet, can awaken many kinds of golems to life. My son, our son. This golem, I made him that. In another and more sophisticated version of the legend, perhaps what we can call the coding or cryptographic version, combining the sacred letters or numerical equivalents with the secret names of God, is imparted in a ritual and in a sacred dance. The golem comes to life. According to the legend, if the ritual is not done correctly, then the spell doesn't work. But on the other hand, if there is, as the teaching has it, the possibility of a plurality of worlds containing a plurality of truths, put together by different combinations of the sacred letters, then the clay we would wake can be woven by many rituals into many worlds. American, Russian, French, multinational corporate worlds, partly American, British, French, etc., and against their own countries of origin. Who knows what world my son lives in now? But he does live, armed with a truth. But it may not be the truth we believe in, yet it will have an effect in the world, as if it were the only truth. Yes, the intelligence agent is indeed the golem. Our wisdom, passed on in many forms into many teachings, combined with Gnostic, Emetic, and secret Christian teachings, it found its way into the Gospel according to St. John. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was made flesh. There is also another verse from that Gospel. And the truth shall set ye free. This is the motto of the CIA, not lightly chosen. Free from what? Free from death, nothingness, the great anarchic scramble of pre-existent letters or numbers, freed through knowledge, truth, emet. But St. John promises the apocalypse, just as my son foresaw it. The apocalypse brings the ultimate ignorance, and so the CIA are the bringers of the ultimate ignorance, and so the CIA are the bringers of death. and that's the price for their life. The KGB displays the emblem of a sword cutting a snake, the dragon. St. George and the dragon, the serpent. The snake is life. It is the male principle, the bringer of life, light, knowledge, revolution. So, the KGB is also for ignorance and death. Now, it was by the bringing of knowledge, by the recombination of the words. It was Marx who brought truth and began to breathe life into the clay, the proletariat. And this, too, follows the legend. If I believed in sin, Samael said, I would say I sinned. I made a great mistake. By not talking directly, by whispering the teachings into my son's ears according to our ancient practice, by telling him of his role indirectly, he was recruited. I indeed said the letters and the numbers, and played the combinations as required, but I reversed everything, and they came up scrambled. He woke to life, armed by Emet, not on his forehead, but behind his forehead. But others were also putting other truths into his mind. It is said that the golem is the servant of his creator, and I suppose in modern parlance the creator is the case officer. The golem has developed dangerous powers. My son is a patriot. A patriot! He grows stronger from day to day, and in order to keep him from overpowering the members of the household, he must be returned to dust and ignorance by removing or erasing the aleph from his forehead, leaving met, death, deactivation. You want to spare me, us, Lily and I. Lily and I aren't sure what it is that Richard has to impart. I suggest that we agree to help Bolshakov, in case whatever matter Richard wants to deliver, some plot against the president, can throw the balance off, nullify everything we agree to do. We can't take a chance. Let's take a vote on it. Lily and I, we have to abstain, of course. They nodded. The three of them would vote. Chapter 51. Late the night of October 10th in Baltimore, frustrated by his inability to find a way of setting up a foolproof meeting, Richard decided that he would have to agree to a meeting with Kennedy on less than ideal terms. He would have to put himself into the hands of others. He would arrange a meeting and get Ziggy to monitor the channels to see if he was being set up. The president was going to be in New York on the 11th, making campaign films for television. Then he was going to swing west and north. After another talk, Kennedy thought he might cut part of his itinerary short and fly back to New York on the afternoon of the 14th, and they would meet at the Carlisle. All you have to do is call me up there late in the afternoon and tell my operator, or whoever answers the phone, that it's Richard. I'll leave word for you to be put through to me right away. Then we'll arrange the meeting any way you want it, within certain limits. Richard agreed. The 14th. Bolshakov had begun to transmit to Khrushchev. He sent messages from Kennedy through the Russian embassy, but at the same time he used the channel opened for him by the old Comintern Kabbalistic and commercial network. Bolshakov was never told how it was done. He had no need to know. All he had to do was to get to a different telephone, preferably a street phone booth, dial a certain number, different every time, and begin talking. His message was translated into the ancient Kabbalistic Aramaic. Then it was sent out by shortwave radio, different sections sent using a variety of frequencies, a primitive sort of scrambler. The transmission was low-powered, sent skipping across the Atlantic, relayed from cargo ship to cargo ship, into the Mediterranean, finally picked up in ports in Sicily, Turkey, Russia, Odessa. In port, the message was written down, still in Aramaic, and carried to Moscow. If one knew in advance exactly what frequencies were going to be used, and in what sequence, one could have monitored the entire message. But what would the monitoring agent then have? A communication in Aramaic, of highly mystical import,
which only a student both of Aramaic and Kabbalah might unravel. Even then, what would he have? A song to God, part of an incantation, an interpretation of the end of the world when all history, emanating out of a blinding light, reversed itself and went back into its pre-creational darkness. The sign of a God, one God among many possible gods, who created one of many possible worlds, mentioned in one possible Old Testament out of many Old Testaments, each suited for different possible worlds, the many secret and the many public worlds, created and destroyed out of the primal scramble of letters-numbers which pre-exist everything, and out of which the material worlds are assembled, grow, live, decline, break up, and return again to the everlasting anarchy of scrambled letters-numbers. In order to understand it, the scholar would have had to think of it as an intelligence, or diplomatic code, or cryptogram. The message, duplicated, flowed toward Moscow through a variety of smuggling routes, from Palermo, Sofia, Odessa, Istanbul, to Soviet Georgia, until it was finally hand-delivered to Moscow by black marketeers who flew every day, bringing in fresh vegetables, bribing all the way. 11 men assembled in an apartment in Moscow. The 11th man read the message out loud at a prescribed pace. The others began to do a Hasidic dance. Included in the message was a certain number which announced what dance was to be danced. They also sang. To the outsider it was a song and dance of holy ecstasy to God, but in fact the men were a human decoding machine. The rhythm and pattern of the dance broke the message into blocks of letters. The pattern of singing drowned out certain decoy portions of the encryptation. When the dance was complete, the new message stood out in clear Aramaic. Now it had to be translated into Russian. The final message was dead-dropped near the Kremlin, where it was picked up by the contact between Bolshakov and Khrushchev. Thus the bargaining positions between Kennedy and Khrushchev flowed between Moscow and Washington. It was clumsy but effective, almost foolproof. And it was faster than one would have thought. The transmission from beginning to end never took more than 24 hours. And it was as Bolshakov suspected. There was a difference between the messages he transmitted through these two channels. Someone was subtly altering the messages that were going through the Soviet embassy. He felt better. They were saving the world from madmen. The next thing Richard did was to telephone Ziggy and tell him what he had done. Richard wanted backup, Ziggy's network, to monitor the security frequencies, police, FBI, Secret Service, to determine if he was being led into a trap. "At last," Ziggy told Marvin after hanging up. "Some action. Help me downstairs. I have a phone call to make." Marvin helped Ziggy down to the street, and they found a phone booth. Ziggy called up Samael. "He's coming to New York to meet the president on the 14th. The Carlisle Hotel." "What now?"
"What Kennedy should know has been debated at length. We know the content of Bolshakov's messages so far between Kennedy and Khrushchev. We think there's a chance the crisis will be a complete fraud. Theater. Kennedy will emerge looking very strong, heroic, and determined in front of the world. There'll be horse trading. They both want maximum political advantages in their own countries. In effect, Khrushchev is helping Kennedy get elected by playing the villain. The price is the removal of American missiles from Turkey and Italy. India definitely passes over to the Soviet sphere of influence. There will be no invasion or attack on Cuba. A complete sellout, a recarving of the world. This is an unexampled opportunity, a direct voice in the president's decision-making. Since we don't know what it is that Richard is going to say to him, whatever he does say might tip the balance in a direction we don't want it to take. Either war or a peace engineered by Parvis."
"I can't just tell Richard what to say."
"And do you propose to wait until he comes to political wisdom? There's no more time. You have to tell him, Ziggy, the next time he establishes contact. But you must keep our name out of it."
"How is Lily taking it?"
"She's not happy, but she's a good soldier. Of course, we're going to do everything possible to save him, but she understands the risk."
"And if he doesn't listen to me?"
"He doesn't listen to you."
Ziggy could almost see Samael shrugging his shoulders. A death sentence. And how are you taking it? He wondered. Richard and Carol drove at night and made it into New York City just before dawn. "Doesn't making a decision make you feel better?" Carol said. "We're finally going to meet him." "I'm going to meet him. It's too dangerous for you." "Richard, don't you trust me?" "I trust you, but—" "Richard." "All right, you can come along." "And then we can try to live some kind of normal life." They were approaching the great glow that was New York, already fading in the sky as dawn came. It was October 11th. They registered in a small hotel in the 30s, one used mostly by prostitutes. It made Carol feel ill at ease, even though she was relieved to be back in the city. The first thing Richard did was to place a phone call to Ziggy. It was almost as if Ziggy was sitting by the phone waiting for him. "Have you established contact yet?" "Yes." "How is it going to work?" "We haven't decided yet, Ziggy. I'm going to get in touch with him on the 14th. "All right, Richard. Now, listen carefully to me. I've been thinking about your meeting. Do you really think that some of his top advisors, famous, reputable, important men, the great decision-makers, are going to double-cross him and push him toward a war?" "That's what I heard." "Richard, think of your position. It's unique in history. You will have a few hours of the President's undivided attention. You are going to be the most important man in history for a few hours. We have to use that meeting." "We?" "You, me, Tarzan, Marvin." "Tarzan? Marvin?" "This is what you have to do." "Ziggy." "Hear me out, Richard. You have to tell the President that Georgy Bolshakov and Khrushchev are double-crossing him. The fact that this secret diplomacy is being practiced, using Bolshakov as a conduit, will be leaked to the world media." "Who is this Georgy Bolshakov?" "Just listen to me. What will happen is this. The crisis will begin in about a week. Kennedy thinks, from what you've been telling him, that what will happen is that the United States, that is to say he himself, will show great determination to withstand nuclear blackmail by the Russians. But at the last moment, the Russians will threaten to leak the secret negotiations and use that threat to wring more concessions from the Americans. They'll go public and accuse Kennedy of double-crossing them. That Kennedy even held secret negotiations and possibly made a deal with the Russians, bypassing Congress and his most important advisors, will look very much like treason. The Republicans will sweep the elections. Nixon will win the governorship of California and be in a position to become president in 1964. That is, if Kennedy isn't impeached, or worse. But, all right. The next question you will get will be, how do you know this? Your answer is that you have overheard all of this being planned on the phone. Bolshakov was in place a long time ago, cultivating Bobby Kennedy. Yes, you will say, it was all chaotic. You heard all of this in bits and pieces, and you don't know what it means. Let him put it together and figure it out. All you have to do is to drop the names, especially Bolshakov's. Ziggy, what the fuck are you talking about? I never heard that name. None of this is true. How do you know the meaning of what you heard? And anyway, the truth has nothing to do with it, Richard. It's the question of how it comes out. It's what we want. Ziggy, who is this we? I told you. It's the three of us, and it's you, and it's also the people in our network around the country. You mean those space fanatics? Ham radio operators? Telephone nuts? They know about international politics? The only one who knows such things is you, Ziggy. Richard, you're very young. You never even had a proper education. What the fuck do you know about international affairs? Ziggy yelled. Richard was still for a while. Ziggy, are you working for the Russians? How dare you say such a thing? The people who crippled me? I hate them. You have to trust me. You have to... No. You do it my way. Give me the backup. Tell me if you can hear them planning anything on the government frequencies. I can't tell a story like that. It's not true. And he hung up. While Richard was out, Carol Rothschild telephoned Keats. She could visualize him, tall, blond, concerned, handsome. No, beautiful. She had watched his slightly full lips moving and could see them again as she shut her eyes in order to make the call more vivid to her. "We're in New York." "At last." "The meeting is on the 14th. It's at the Carlyle." "You've done a great job, and you've saved his life. I might add that you've saved the lives of his parents." "What's he going to tell the president?" Keats asked. "I haven't been able to find out." "You haven't listened to my question in the right way. The question is rhetorical. What Richard thinks he knows is all nonsense. It's all garbled in his head. After all, how can you listen into literally hundreds of people talking, to all intents and purposes, a language you don't understand, and make sense of it? He doesn't have the training. We've been working, putting the pieces together, translating raw intelligence into a coherent picture. You need a framework for that, and he never had that. He's only an ignorant kid, and that makes him dangerous. We have to help him. Listen, Carol, and listen carefully. What he has to tell the president is that, yes, he is being maneuvered into a confrontation with the Russians over Cuba. That is indeed what he heard. The president does not make the decisions by himself. It's just that these people are themselves being manipulated. And who is handling them? The Russians. How? They have put in place a large ring of spies, agents of influence, we call them. They're not, properly speaking, spies, whose task is to influence policy. These people are planted in defense, intelligence, and key corporations, banks, aerospace, defense, and the State Department. You would be shocked at how much in American stocks and bonds the Russians hold through dummies, especially penetrated, listen to this now, Carol, are a variety of right-wing organizations, the super patriots, such as the Birch Society. The American intelligence services and the FBI always look toward the left for spies, so the Russians have taken control of those right-wing organizations. It's a brilliant stroke. Now their purpose is to foment a crisis that may lead to a small war. There's always that danger, isn't there? Now, if the president rises to the bait, all right, that's what they want to happen. If the president backs down, then they have every motive for pushing the extremists to stage a coup. A right-wing coup that will be controlled by Russian agents. The name of the operation, and this too is important, Carol, is called Parvis. Remember that name. I know the name of the leader, but I'll tell you this, if you can persuade Richard that this is what his information amounts to, and this is the message that he must deliver. Why? The target is Khrushchev himself. The Russian financial managers have invested so much of their money in American growth stocks, defense and aerospace. Khrushchev is out. Détente is over. The stocks go up. If Richard agrees— Can I put it that way? I'll tell you more. I'll guide you. She was confused. How am I supposed to do that? The voice in her ear was purring. You've heard enough details. Richard told you an awful lot while he was in his psychotic phase. Do you think he knows what he said, and in what order? Do you think he understands who links up with whom? You were listening in to us. We had to, Carol, to save him. I told you that. He's an innocent who's in far over his head, as you are too. We had to prevent him from falling under the wrong influences. And what's more, Carol, do you think you're in a position to assess what Richard was talking about? I'm just putting things in perspective for you. Carol, we're almost finished. It's been a nightmare, but once the message is, so to speak, delivered, then you can not only go back to your work, but you'll find that my organization is very grateful. Many doors will be opened to you. You'll have the most astonishing facilities put at your disposal, assistance, equipment, yourself as the head of a lab. And you and Richard will be able to live a complete life, free of worry and danger. It will be nice to have a long talk. Maybe over a dinner? Get acquainted? On October 12th, Kennedy visited Newark to make campaign speeches. There was a bomb threat, and an air gun was taken away from a child by the police. The police, the FBI, and the Secret Service were especially cautious about the Cuban refugee organizations. The Ecumenical Council opened up in Rome. Trouble continued in Mississippi and all through the South. The British shipowners remained adamant about their right to trade with whomever they wanted to, including Cuba, and Sweden balked at what they called a de facto blockade. The New York Times editorialized. James Reston wrote a thoughtful little piece on Cuba and Pearl Harbor. An attack on Cuba would appear to the world like a reverse reprise of the Japanese sneak attack mounted by the Americans. Keats scheduled an emergency appointment with Mr. Kelly in his office.
"Dear boy,"
Mr. Kelly began. "Edward," Keats said, sitting down in what he presumed was the client's chair across the desk for Mr. Kelly.
"I'm afraid I have bad news."
Kelly looked at Keats for a while.
"I think I know what you're going to say."
Keats was silent.
"Very well. You're going to tell me that Richard Aquilino cannot be located, that he is going to reach President Kennedy, but with a message that will upset rather than further our plans. Is that it?"
"More or less.
I have the feeling that Aquilino is inclined at the present moment to blame Parvis for all his sufferings and the country's troubles. He's likely to name names, repeat certain delicate conversations, and embroil a lot of Parvis people. Worst of all, I suspect Kennedy will shut his mind to the blandishments of all sides and strike off on his own. This might lead to results we don't really want." "Such as bombing and invading Cuba."
"Such as bombing and invading Cuba."
"And you don't know where Aquilino is?" Kelly asked.
"Regretfully not. He's ingenious.
All I have is word from a contact in the Secret Service that he will connect. In fact, he already has." "All right, John. You control Aquilino. What's the bottom line? What do you want?"
"A leading policy-making position in Parvis, a hand in the decision-making, a high position in the CIA as a cover, a position close to the presidency, and Holcomb out of the way. Maybe deputy director in charge of clandestine operations, certainly the handling of funds. I have a few operations of my own in mind. I want to be close to you, Edward, when you meet important leaders."
"What I told you before has no meaning to you?"
"Edward, stop the mystic bullshit. It's time to stop playing mind games. I'm not going to spend time going through your initiations, getting wisdom slowly. I don't intend to be aged when I reach the pinnacle. I want the crash course." Keats leaned forward in his chair. "There's something else I want. Laura."
"Are you sure Laura wants you? And what would you do? Settle down domestically? How silly."
"Come on, Edward. Do you think I'm the domestic type? I have other plans for the both of us. But first, in order to assure Parvis's well-being, I want to come along when you have your meeting with President Kennedy. I want to hear everything that's said. I want you to praise me as the man who unraveled this whole thing from beginning to end and saved my country."
"And Aquilino?"
"At the point where I'm satisfied that what we want is going to happen, that's going to be the moment when Aquilino gets terminated." And Carol Rothschild, he thought. Kelly sat staring at him. "Come on, Edward," Keats said, getting up. "Don't look so sour." Chapter 52. On October 13th, a Saturday, the President campaigned in western Pennsylvania, where Richard and Carol had just come from. He made whistle stops in McKeesport, Monessen, and Pittsburgh, then was on to Indianapolis. He returned to Washington and prepared to go to Buffalo the next day. That night he was told by his brother that the aerial photographs of missile emplacements in Cuba had surfaced, just as Richard had predicted. They would be made public in a day or so. John Kennedy had to act fast before there was a leak. They needed more confirming photographs. More U-2 activity was requested.
"Invoke whatever you have to, Bobby. Plug all the leaks. Lean on all the media. Lay it on heavy. Issue guidelines about the dissemination of news considered vital to national defense. The DOD is to release nothing. Unofficial sources have to be blocked too. No tales about plans for the employment of strategic or tactical forces. No second-guessing. Estimates of U.S. capability for destroying targets. Details of U.S. forces. Details of command and control systems. I want a curtain of silence. They'll scream. Let them, as long as they do it after it's over. Then what? Well, you might as well begin assembling the National Security Council and that executive committee. We want to be able to go to Congress with a bipartisan fait accompli. I'm going to meet with that kid. I'll cut my trip short to Buffalo, come to New York, and meet him at the Carlisle. Too many people. We'll work something out. The pretense offered to the media for the sudden departure from Buffalo was that certain problems had risen over the Congo-Katanga issue again. The President had to consult with Adlai Stevenson. Kennedy also arranged to meet with Mr. Kelly and brief him on his mission to Mr. Khrushchev. With Richard's missing pieces, and the initiatives he had set in motion through Bolshakov, and with Mr. Kelly and his principles as insurance, the President would be able to handle whatever contingency arose. He was reasonably sure now that he would be able to get some mileage out of the crisis. On the flight back to New York, Laura was sitting next to him on the plane. She told him, "I'm getting tired of this moving around." "We'll have a few hours in New York. Why don't you come back to Washington with me?" "I don't want to. I like New York. Everyone's boring in Washington." "We'd have more time together." "And what do I do? Sit around and wait in some little house for you?" "I would get you an appointment on my staff." "And we have sex with the Secret Service looking on? No thanks." "You're becoming an obsession with me." "Pull an Edward VIII for me." He laughed. "You see, darling, it's not true love." "But in the meantime, it's going to have to do. You know I can have you detained." "Without due process?" "I can have you terminated." "That's life." Chapter 53. A long shriek came floating up faintly from somewhere below. It went on for a minute before breaking into a cackling laugh. Richard and Carol looked at one another. Where did it come from? "What kind of place is this?" Richard asked. They were on the 8th floor of the Madison Avenue Psychiatric Hospital, across the street from the Carlisle Hotel, waiting for the President. He had seen Laura on the street again, walking into the Carlisle. Crazy premonition generated out of torment and drugs when they were chasing him? If Laura was with the President, then it was war. His inner prevision had been right. He said nothing to Carol. He no longer trusted her. Who was the girl who had been killed in his loft? A stranger? Carol was in a state of excitement. They were actually going to meet the President. It was all true. What a strange place to meet. She had imagined a palatial suite at the Carlisle, a movie dream. Her feelings about Richard were changing again. She felt warmer now. She felt she had helped in this enormous undertaking. "It's a place for the rich to dry out," she said, "from drinking, drugs. It's very discreet. Psychiatrically speaking, it has a bad reputation. They're very practically oriented, use a lot of drugs, vitamins. It's been rumored that they use shock therapy, too, and I've even heard of lobotomies. I've never been there." It made Richard nervous. He had had enough of psychiatric hospitals. They were waiting in a suite, 3 rooms. The apartment was ordinary, but the furnishings were obviously expensive. Tables, sideboards, bookcases, leather-inlaid coffee tables, the wood giving off a rich red-brown sheen. The curtains, made of heavy brocaded green stuff, were drawn across the windows. There was statuary and paintings. Real paintings. "Not this apartment. It's a safe house," Richard said. "The whole building above the 5th floor is made up of safe houses, rented out, kept furnished and stocked with food and liquor, kept empty for people to hole up in, spies, executives with a need for privacy,
Someone wants to get laid secretly? A boy, a girl, or more? Richard! You don't think important people have those tastes? The rich know how to live, don't they, Carol? Not like all those people out there. What people? Where? In the streets. Where we came from in Pennsylvania. The ordinary slobs. They don't know about conspiracies. They live their lives, worry about bills, think about their problems. Maybe now and then they worry about total annihilation. The faint cackle shriek continued with piercing regularity. A call for help from another planet. DTs. I'd hate to see what he's seeing, Richard said. Maybe I'm seeing worse, he thought. I did. Where the fuck is he? He's late. Richard. Earlier that afternoon, Richard made the final arrangements to meet the president. He decided after 2 days of indecision and torment. He would take a chance and do it on Kennedy's terms. He telephoned the Carlisle on the morning of the 14th, asked for the president, was asked who he was. Richard gave his name, and was put through to an aide. The aide told Richard not to come to the Carlisle directly, but to go across the street to a place called the Madison Avenue Psychiatric Hospital on the corner of Madison and 76th Street. Just walk in the front door. We'll be watching for you, covering you. We've been told what you look like. Richard was to arrive at 8 o'clock, go to the 8th floor, and wait. The president would come to see him as close to 8 as he could. Don't be afraid, it's a safe house, the aide told him. You'll be alone? No, there's going to be a woman with me. Who's that? Her name is Dr. Carol Rothschild. She's a doctor. She's been sort of taking care of me. What's the matter? Hey, listen. All right, just remember, 8. Don't be late. It was all over. In some ways, although he felt as though he had complete control of himself for the first time, Richard had been going through another kind of hell for the past 2 days. This hell was indecision. Too much conflicting knowledge. It began with Ziggy's instructions. Mention Bolshakov. Say it's a communist trap. He had denied, when he was in the hospital, that he was an agent or being run. Now he didn't know. The hell was compounded by Carol. Mention Parvis. Say it's a presidential trap. When he got back to the hotel after talking to Ziggy, Carol began to act as if she had missed him dreadfully. She was affectionate. She hadn't been that way for days now. He was about to tell her what Ziggy said, but she began to get him excited. They had almost torn one another's clothes off and made love. Drenched with sweat, spent, relaxed, lying on the bed, Carol began to talk. She had been thinking. True, she had been abstracted, distant, even cold for the last few days. Partly she put it down to being out of her environment. Partly there were other reasons. Fear, guns, danger, being on the run. But the major reason was that her mind had been working on the puzzle Richard had presented. She began to rehearse for Richard the many things they had talked about, and asked, what was it that Richard had really heard? She remembered everything he had said when he had been at his most disturbed. Some things he was sure he had never said. The whole pattern was beginning to make sense to her, she said, and scrambled Richard's pattern. I went over the notes, again and again. It was a jigsaw puzzle, but then that's the way dreams or the mind of the psychotic work, and you have been through very bad times, drugged. I tried one way of putting together what you talked about, and then another, and still another, but each time I came up with a picture, dear, something was wrong. Then this evening, while you were out, I saw it. And then Carol proceeded to give Richard a coherent version, Keats's version, of what she thought he had heard. Parvis, agents of influence in important strategic positions, aides manipulating their bosses, penetration of America's right wing, collaboration. Parvis? Had he ever heard that name? No, he was sure. He had never heard that name mentioned. She was glowing now, relaxed from the efforts of sex, warm, triumphant, having overcome the puzzles that tormented Richard, imparting love and a solution. Parvis. Parvis. She mentioned the name over and over again, as if trying to drive it into his head. And then she made love to him again. Had he heard the name? Maybe. Something was wrong. Ziggy and Carol were both lying to him. But instead of getting tense, Richard's body began to relax completely. He was calling on something inside of him. He felt each block of muscles yield, a relaxation deeper than the tiredness that comes after sex. Beneath it all there was a kind of alertness. He was detached and watching. Time slowed up so that each word, each event, left a space and time between the fragments. Time to send feelers into his memory, time to sift through vast amounts of material. Ziggy, Carol, they were both lying to him. That's why it had been so easy to escape from the hospital. It had been a setup. "Richard, are you listening to me?"
He said.
"You're not falling asleep."
"No, I'm not."
"Does what I said make sense?" He was drifting into a trance. How had the notion of reaching President Kennedy even gotten into his mind in the first place? His senses were now acute, sensing better, beyond ordinary eyes and ears. She was lying to him now. She hadn't before. Someone had gotten to her. All the theys were trying to use him to deliver messages to Kennedy. A war of conflicting messages. How many sets of they were there? He heard Carol talking, snuggling, stroking his body, persuading. There had been a change in her. Her caresses were now instrumental, persuasive, and she was being excited by his yielding. Tap into yourself. Beyond the short-term memory, the babble of voices and conversations, he was getting deeper into himself, to the long-term memory, and beyond that, to the memories stored up in his body by his fathers. A tangle of neurons, a collection of enzymes, labyrinthine corridors that lead to the true princess, the inner intelligence. His ancestors had the magical ability to smell out lies and evil. Evil lay like the spoor of another man on Carol's body. He tasted it. The blond man in the black armor. No, the blond man hadn't fucked Carol, not in the ordinary way. His seductive voice had penetrated her body. He felt a touch on his penis. He opened his eyes and saw Carol, but as if from a great distance. She had bent down and was kissing his penis. Don't yield, he thought. Stay in this blissful calm and remember. Her lips murmured love, and they kissed with love, but they transmitted poison, lies. Everyone was interpreting the conversations for him. Everyone was trying to turn him into an instrumentality, a telephone, a conduit, trying to push his buttons, using him, controlling him. With the information he now had, he could spin 1,000 variations, of which only one was the true one. He woke in a while. Carol was asleep. He got quietly out of bed and looked down at her sleeping there. Her naked body did not move him now. He wrote a note saying he was going out for a walk. It was almost dawn of the 13th of October, Saturday. Tomorrow he would be meeting with Kennedy at last. Now he knew what he had to say. And he was out in the grimy morning streets. The sky was gray, almost no one in the streets. He began to walk. At first he strolled randomly. Maybe he should just walk away from the whole thing. Forget it. Leave them all. No, he couldn't do that. So much depended on him. He thought of the countryside in Pennsylvania and the people. He thought of the trip he had taken cross-country, cities and plains, the desert areas, the west coast. He thought of the network of innocents Ziggy had assembled. Ziggy had made spies out of all of them without their knowledge. And Carol? Was she his control, or was she an innocent too? He was walking now, still casually and without purpose, northward, walking up 4th Avenue till it turned into Park Avenue south. He approached Grand Central Station.
He looked at the buildings, watching the few people in the streets. Would he see them again after tomorrow? He passed under the overpass and ramp that led up to and around Grand Central Station and underneath the Vanderbilt building. And then he was out on Park Avenue. New buildings going up and older buildings being torn down. Park Avenue and Wall Street, symbols of extraordinary wealth. And beneath his feet, now and then, he could hear the rumble of trains coming in and going out of Grand Central Station. Tunnels. Tunnels under tunnels. A vast complex. Gloom and train headlights, snaking here and there, backing and filling, coupling and uncoupling. You could wander around down there for years. He walked up to the 50s and passed. Here were the stately apartment houses and some mansions. He realized now what he was doing. He was going on a scouting mission. The castle is the Carlisle Hotel. The maiden, the princess, Kennedy. Ignorant, tricked. Knights, armor. Arthur the cuckolded. Camelot. The fucked king. Was Kennedy still there, or had he departed on his campaign swing again? It was a symbol of their chase, always missing one another. The trains rumbled under his feet, bouncing across the switches, the metal joints on the street corners shaking. Still too early for the people in these great apartment houses to come out on the streets. The rich slept late. Should he take a chance and appear before the president at a time when he doesn't expect? Become invisible. Go into the Carlisle without anyone seeing him. How had those old-time magicians his father used to tell him about become invisible? He could never think beyond the real, the material. Obviously, those magicians had found tunnels into the interiors of the castles, appeared to go through walls. You could fake it with radar. You could fake where you seemed to be, but you couldn't fake yourself. Or could you? There must have been secret passageways for escapes. There had to be a way out and in case of a siege. Trapdoors, tunnels. Tunnels everywhere in New York. Here and there he saw black and yellow signs with the letter S. Bomb shelters. Shelter from an atom bomb? That was a laugh. What do you look like? He asked himself. He stopped and looked into a plate-glass doorway to an apartment building. Windbreaker, pants, shirt, quite ordinary, tall, black hair. You look like a messenger boy, he told himself. He saw a face peering at him, the doorman behind the glass staring at him suspiciously. Fuck you, he thought, and raised his middle finger out of his clenched fist. You could never just walk into the Carlisle looking like that, he told himself. He was now in the 60s. Fool, he thought. He kept looking at his image in spite of the doorman. He brushed his hair back and straightened his clothes and kept walking. Carroll, Parvis, and a network of spies and agents. If he presented that version to the president, what would it mean? Peace? Why did whoever was controlling Carroll want that message passed on? Ziggy, Bolshakov, the Russian betrayal, the news of Kennedy's secret diplomacy leaked to the media. If he presented that message, did it mean war? Why did whoever was controlling Ziggy want that message passed on? Or was Ziggy his own control? And what was the truth? The truth, the truth. Did it matter? Get out of here. Just leave. Leave them all. It was not Carroll or Ziggy's truth. He was arriving at the truth, and he hoped it was right. He crossed 72nd Street, Broad Street. It was almost like crossing a border into the land of danger. The atmosphere changed, but Richard couldn't have said how. Watchful eyes all around him. Plainclothes cops. Feds, no doubt. Secret Service. He looked up. Did someone withdraw from the ramparts of a building? Sniper? Be careful of how you walk now. Appear ordinary. Ordinary? He was. Get to 76th Street and turn left toward Madison Avenue. And here there were more visible manifestations of security.
the guards in and out of uniform ringing the sacred body. Camelot in a modern hotel. Wooden police barriers, cars, loungers, strollers, uniformed police. People standing around waiting for the sacred body to appear. Perhaps autographs. If you're stopped, what is it you're supposed to be doing? He asked himself. He saw the sharper-dressed young men with icy eyes. You're on your way to the park. That's what you're doing, he told himself. That's the story. Apartment houses with their ubiquitous S signs, the rumble of trains underneath. He turned left and began to walk toward Central Park. He would bypass the hotel and see what it was he could see. He was halfway down the block between Park and Madison when he realized something. He had the pistol stuck beneath his windbreaker. What if someone stops you? He kept walking without a break and hoped they couldn't sense a change in his attitude. Stupid! Sweating? Keep walking. Control emotions. He made 4 passes before he saw something he had been seeing all morning. A way into the Carlisle Castle, or, for that matter, a way out. He walked west, past Madison to 5th, and then turned north and walked east to 77th and Park, turned south to 75th, and walked back to Madison Avenue and bypassed the Carlisle on Madison. He saw Laura, but controlled himself. He hoped she didn't see him. He didn't dare try another bypass. The tunnels, the shelters, that's what he saw. The complex of bomb shelters and normal tunnels that burrowed beneath the city and interconnected. There must be a tunnel that leads into the Carlisle from the New York Central tracks. After all, where and how were you going to evacuate people to in the event of a bombing? He went back east, got the Lexington Avenue train, went down to 42nd Street, walked through the Grand Central Complex, and began to find his way onto the tracks leading north. "I think he just passed by," the man reported to Keats. "Fits the description." "You just keep your people in readiness. He's slated to contact the president tomorrow, but he might just make a pass." He turned to Holcomb. "It's happening. He's coming up from ground." "We'll be ready." "And Skaratov?" "He and his people are around." "How are we going to know when the meet will take place?" "The good doctor. She'll let us know." "Is she going along?" "She's ours." "It's not going to be easy to get Skaratov and his people that close. The place will be swarming with security." "There might be shooting. You should warn her, Keats." Keats shrugged. It was late afternoon. Richard was coming back to the hotel where he and Carol were staying. He stepped into a phone booth and called Ziggy. "All right," he told Ziggy. "I've been thinking it over. You're right." "Richard, I can't tell you how happy I am that you see it this way." "I don't understand it, but then what do I know? Maybe I heard it all wrong. I thought it was his own people who were plotting against him. Bolshakov? How did you get that name?" "Richard, we've put together one of the finest listening posts the world ever saw. And they're all people like ourselves. People on the outside. Outlaws, renegades. I'm telling you that there isn't a move they can make without our hearing it. We're listening in by every device thought of. I mean, we know what's happening all over. Whether Kennedy likes it or not, there are Americans who want Cuba back. And there's the Russians. They need a test of strength and will, but they have to load the dice in their favor. We picked up, get this, you'll love it, a transmission from the Russian embassy. It was this guy Bolshakov receiving his instructions. Play Kennedy along. Every contact he makes with Khrushchev plants a nail in his political coffin. But the beautiful thing is that we didn't pick up the transmission directly, but through a tap the FBI is running on the Russians. We heard it all." "In Russian, Ziggy?" "In Russian. I talk Russian." "Not in code?" "No. That's the sign that the fix is in. They're transmitting in clear." "In clear. You know what that means?" "No." "You transmit in clear for 3 reasons. The first is when you're panicked and have to move fast. you don't have the time to encode. The second is because you're careless or sloppy, or think you can get away with it once in a while. The third is because you want someone to hear you. Richard, why don't you come over and I'll explain it to you?
No, Ziggy. I know enough now. I think it's better. I'm feeling paranoid. I don't trust anything or anyone. When I listened in, they found me, right?
Yes.
Supposing they're on to you.
That's impossible.
Listen, when you broadcast those tapes and overrode the Ed Sullivan Show, you think you didn't get them to hunting? I don't want to take any chances. Not when I'm about to do it. I'll connect right after I've had my interview with Kennedy. Richard hung up. The President was at a party on October 14th. It was on the floor above the presidential suite in the Carlisle. It was getting raucous. The rooms in which the party was being held were perpetually rented by a holding company that owned a number of major Hollywood studios. People were getting tipsy, laughing. There were politicians, bureaucrats, advisers, diplomats, stars and starlets. If things continued this way, it would end in a drunken rout. The only sober people around were the Secret Service agents. Someone was playing a piano. Men and women were drifting off to bedrooms. But there was one bedroom they couldn't go into without permission. There were 2 guards in front of it, and the President was seated inside. Mr. Kelly was shown in. He was accompanied by 2 people, a man named Keats and a man named Churchman, who was Mr. Kelly's political adviser, his Secretary of State, so to speak. Churchman was a banker. Kennedy wondered if he had time to go out and spend a little time with Laura. She was outside having a good time. She was becoming an obsession with him. She had been with him in Baltimore, New York, Buffalo, Pittsburgh. Was he falling in love with her? No, he couldn't leave. Mr. Kelly was here. Couldn't keep a man like Kelly waiting. He was an emissary of what was practically a sovereign state, whose parts were all over the world, and whose capital shifted with its capital. Kelly shook the President's hand. "It's an honor, John," he said. "No, Mr. President." It irked Kennedy. "Edward," he almost said Mr. Kelly, but he remembered he was the President, not Kelly. "This is a trusted and highly valued associate of mine, John Keats, and this is Emil Churchman, my security advisor." The President nodded. "Why don't you sit down?" Kelly sat across the coffee table from the President, about 4 feet away. The others sat to the side, one on the bed. A secretary was taking notes. "You sent for me?" Mr. Kelly asked. "No one sends for Mr. Kelly, do they? You request Mr. Kelly to appear." "Mr. President, Jack, I'm always honored to serve my country and the presidency. What can I do for you?" Kennedy noted the way Kelly put it. The presidency, not the president. He glanced at the others. Kelly interpreted the look. "These are close and trusted associates of mine. Their discretion is a byword in the international community. Nothing that is said here will ever be repeated outside of the precincts of this room." Kennedy laughed. "Edward, once again the country needs the services of someone extremely well-connected like yourself. You know the Premier of the Soviet Union?" "We're not, as they say, kissing cousins, but he's a perspicacious and progressive man." "It's a delicate mission, so delicate that many close to me don't even know of it." "Jack, I'd appreciate it if this were off the record. You understand. I've never courted the limelight. I'd rather not crop up as a subject of someone's memoirs in years to come." At Kennedy's nod, the secretary got up and left. "Your modesty. Come on, Jack. Cut the shit and let's get down to cases. You want me to go to Moscow and see Khrushchev. You and the Premier want to know what's going to happen when the shit hits the fan. You want to handle this crisis so you get your Congress elected and come out looking good. That's it, isn't it?" They looked at one another. "You're well informed." "That's why I'm hired."
I and some of the people I represent are not sure we want your re-election to happen in 2 years. What's in it for us? I mean, the economy is stagnating. The securities market is in a slump. Investment money is just not flowing. Tariffs are too high. As for taxes, too much government, John. Too much nationalism. The barriers and borders have to open up.
A burst of laughter came floating through the door.
Well, that's going to play hell with my social programs. But if you don't help me, who are you going to get yourself? Dick Nixon? Jesus Christ.
Everyone sells Nixon short. He understands the way things work. He's flexible. He's come up the hard way.
Fuck him, that creep. I would also want him to lose in California.
You shouldn't let personal considerations get in the way of statesmanship. He'd love to be sitting where you're sitting right now, riding out his 7th crisis.
He'd bomb the shit out of Cuba and incinerate the world.
Don't underrate him. He'd come out with a Russian contract for Pepsi, concessions for Chase, and sell them that turkey, the TFX bomber, too.
He has no style. Your mission—
Before we get to the mission, I want your agreement in principle on several items. Détente. Business. We win the war through business. An end to the strategic materials ban to the East. Loans to the Soviet Union, from us and from the Europeans for development and joint ventures. No invasion of Cuba. Similar détente in the Far East. In turn, the Cubans will stop proselytizing for revolution throughout Latin America. Accelerated decolonialization in Africa with gradual autonomy for all localities. A gradual phasing out of the embargo, allowances for foreign investments in American industry, even permitting controlling interests. A movement toward a world standard currency and a loosening of currency flow.
And if I find that unacceptable?
Jack, there's lots of money to be made. For you, for your family.
There's my country.
Jack, we're not in front of the public now. Perhaps a decent interval, another president. And then, why, just then it might be Bobby's turn. Camelot, Jack. Camelot. Camelot and King Arthur stood for order, peace to a country riven by factions and robber bands.
All right. I'm inclined—
Now, a second matter. You'll soon be going across the street to meet someone at the Madison Avenue Psychiatric Hospital.
You know about that, too?
People will talk. We're all concerned about you. We don't think that a president should descend to talking to agents far down the line. It's undignified. Richard Aquilino, that's the name, isn't it? Before you go rushing off, I think you should listen to something Keats here has to say about that. He's quite a man, and he has quite a story to tell. We owe it all to him and his alertness.
How long's this going to take?
Kennedy asked. As for whoever it is, she'll wait. And Aquilino, a little delay might save you a very long wait indeed. In the grave. In his reconnaissance of the previous day, Richard discovered that a tunnel did run from the tracks of the New York Central to the Carlisle. There were many other tunnels branching off, many escape routes. When the meeting place had been changed to the Madison Avenue Psychiatric Hospital, Richard found there were 3 ways to get there: through the front door, through a tunnel that connected the Madison Psychiatric with the Carlisle and the tunnel to the railroad tracks. There were 3 staircases leading up and 1 bank of elevators. One of the staircases led from the sub-basement to the tunnels. They were getting fidgety. The president was a half-hour late. They heard noise in the hallway. Richard got up to look. He opened the door. He saw a man standing at one end of the hallway. The man turned in his direction and put his hand into his jacket pocket. Richard raised his eyebrows. The man nodded. Richard returned the nod and came back into the room, closing the door behind him. "I think he's on his way. One of his Secret Service types is out in the hallway." "Then we're finally safe,"
Carol said. But Richard wasn't so sure. Keats, a tall, slender, blond man, leaned forward and started to talk. The man whom you've been in contact with, Richard Aquilino, and whom you are on your way to meet, is ingenious, elusive, a technological genius when it comes to telephones. He is also insane and homicidal. His one dominating obsession is to kill you. He's what you might call a guided missile. You might be more familiar with the concept of the Manchurian candidate. Aquilino's been conditioned, or brainwashed, instructed to go off at certain signs and stimuli. You, sir, are such a stimulus, the final stimulus in a long chain. Kennedy whistled. Why? Who did it? Jack, I want you to understand that we're not giving you this knowledge merely out of the goodness of our hearts, Mr. Kelly said. Keats has done a brilliant job at considerable risk to himself. What he's going to tell you is very much linked to what you want me to do for you. For the country, Edward. Jack, Keats is still young and impressionable. I don't want you poisoning his mind with such talk. Keats said, It goes back a way. It's a mind control program run by the CIA. It has several code names. MK Ultra is one of them. After the Second World War, when the Cold War was heating up, the thought occurred to certain people that agents could be conditioned to perform certain kinds of missions. If they were discovered, it would be useful if they had no idea who sent them, or what their purpose was, so they couldn't confess, even under torture, couldn't be doubled without going mad. Perfect deniability. The need became pressing after the Korean conflict, when it seemed that the Russians and the Chinese could do such things. Funding was secured, experimentation started. A massive program was set up. The U.S. Army runs such a program, and so does the Veterans Administration. It's all based on notions developed by Pavlov. Techniques using drugs, electroshock, reinforcement, subliminal suggestion, sensory deprivation, and so forth were developed. There was limited success. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it gets out of hand. Some subjects have proven superbly suggestible. Aquilino is such a person. Laughter came flooding in from the other room. There was a sound of breaking glass. They're having a lot of fun out there, Kennedy said, almost wistfully. A number of people went permanently insane. Others became sort of generalized time bombs waiting to go off, like the dud bomb that goes off 20 years later. Still others have been reduced to idiots and thrown out into the streets. There have been many buried mistakes. The science is in its infancy. On the surface, Aquilino was an ordinary kid, came from a lower-class background. By some quirk of fate, he had a series of wild talents. He was a communications genius. He thought it would be interesting to listen in to the rich and powerful, see what they had to say to one another. Sex, money, that kind of thing. He held a job with a telephone company and figured out a way to do it. He rigged up devices, connected them to the switching mechanisms, fiddled with the cables, routed calls through his own apartment setup, gained access to unlisted numbers, and began to listen. Well, sir, you can imagine what he had to hear. Business, politics, intelligence, whores and whorehouses, sadism and masochism, homosexual arrangements, payoffs, bribes, state secrets. The great talking to the great, movie stars, both male and female. Raw intelligence. He worked his way up the chain to higher and higher circles, till he finally found the way to listen into you. Aquilino is naive, brilliant with technology, but an idiot in the serious matters of life. It was gibberish to him. The major thing that interested him was the personal gossip. People would, of course, pay a lot for that kind of information, too. It would make the whole Profumo affair look pale. The sex revved him up, and maybe a touch of jealousy came into it. He had no thought of taking the stuff and selling it. In the process, he was spotted. The CIA, under a cover, tapped into him and heard who and what he was listening to. It was assumed he had to be a spy. They looked for his control. There was no control. No drops, no microfilm, no radio. They couldn't believe that. It had to be something very deep. The man who ran the operation was my immediate superior, Mr. Holcomb. Holcomb thought they could bring him in and turn him without his knowing he had been turned, but not against his masters, who were assumed to be Russians, but against you. Holcomb. I've heard that name. One of the company legends. Close friend of, and very like, William King Harvey.
That asshole.
Holcomb works under cover of the Coffin Foundation, which is one of the conduits that funnels money for mind alteration and control projects. In particular, Holcomb worked with people he rounded up and suspected of being spies, deconditioning them in order to double them. Holcomb entered the Carlisle Hotel. There were 2 men with him. Some action at last. He was going to round the whole thing up and roll back Skuratov's operation. They walked unchallenged through the lobby and turned off toward the staircases. There was a door that looked like it led into a utility closet. It led downstairs to the basement. The men went downstairs. At about the same time, Skuratov was coming through the tunnel from the New York Central tracks to the Madison Avenue Psychiatric Hospital. He had 4 men. Keeping careful watch, they climbed the stairs to the lobby. It was Saturday. There was only a receptionist and a security guard on duty. One of the men turned to watch the entrance. The others pulled out silenced guns. The receptionist's face turned white. The security guard said, "What the hell is going on here? Is this a hold-up?" Skuratov said, "The keys to the front door. You are closing up business. Please." The guard was foolish enough to reach for his gun and was shot down. The guard's body was thrown backward against the wall. He was already dead. The receptionist was trembling so hard she couldn't find the right key. Skuratov took the ring of keys from her hand and tossed it to the man at the front door. "Find the right key and lock the doors. Get the body out of the way and stay." He turned to the receptionist. "This is regrettable. There is no cause for alarm if you'll keep your head. How do we get to the 8th floor?" "But there's no one up there now." "Then what are you worried about?" "Please." "Take the furthest elevator on the left. It goes to all the floors above the 5th. "The elevator on your left or mine?"
Mine. I mean yours."
"Why don't you come with us and show us? Don't be afraid. You're not going to be hurt."
Richard was becoming impatient.
"Where is he?"
There was more noise in the hallway, the sound of a vacuum cleaner. Richard got up to look. "Let me," Carol said. She opened the door. Now there were 2 men standing on either end of the hallway. Moving in the center was an old, bent-over woman, pushing a vacuum cleaner. There was a housemaid's truck full of brooms, mops, pans, vacuum cleaner parts, sheets, pillowcases. She was working her way to the door of their suite. The men all looked at Carol when she opened the door. They seemed tense. The old woman continued to clean the hallway, oblivious of the people. One of the men called to her, "Lady, go and work on another floor." The old woman turned slowly and looked, not seeming to understand what he was saying. Another one of the men waved Carol back into the room. She came back, saying, "There are more of them out there." "Security. He must be on his way." "They seem very jumpy," Carol said. "I suppose it's their job to be jumpy. Remember the bomb threats in Baltimore and Newark? What happened in St. Paul?" Keats continued. Holcomb brought Aquilino in, and the shrinks began to work him over. They got everything they wanted out of the kid, everything he had heard. Then they began a crash program. They threw everything under the sun at him: drugs, strobe lights, mild electroshock, subliminal instructions, sensory deprivation. Certain ideas were planted in his head, and an itinerary, such as he had a special message to deliver to you and you alone, based on the stuff he had heard on the phone, including some things he hadn't heard at all. For instance, Operation Mongoose. The surface message was that you were in great danger and were on your way to becoming the victim of an enormous deception. For what purpose? To ensure that you would be resolute on Cuba and follow through all the way. Certain people want Cuba back. They think you're responsible for the Bay of Pigs failing. They think you're soft on communism, and you are going to avoid, at all costs, war. You are selling the country down the river. The events Richard would hear on the radio or see in the papers were kinds of linked triggers, confirmation of the news he had to give you. What gave additional urgency to the whole thing were his parents. Holcomb had them snatched. Keats shrugged. But Aquilino didn't know that. He thought that you took them. That resentment was to be activated by the sight of you. If he thinks I can be in on every fucking little operation, he's unsophisticated. He personalized it. It was you and him, just the two of you. Can they do things like that? The mind is a fragile thing, sir. If you can make it plausible, and it locks into already prevalent attitudes. Jesus, what else are they running out of Langley? The CIA wants me killed? Let's just say that there are people among them who feel you're not doing the job. I'm going to wipe those bastards out, or get my own people in charge of that circus if it's the last thing I do. For that, you'd need a counterintelligence operation inside of a counterintelligence operation. They allowed the kid to escape. He contacted you. He was going to save the country by warning you. He would be invited to come and see you. If the signs were that you were going to back down on Cuba, then he would trigger, or be triggered, when he got to within a certain optimum distance from you. Why did Holcomb want to do this to me? He wanted to affect and change your policy. Who's running him? Well, sir, that's harder to ascertain. He's tied up to a network of super patriots on the one hand, but on the other hand he was taken by the Russians in Berlin. They had him for a few months, and probably did the same kind of thing to him that was done to Aquilino. Certain Russians also want confrontation. But Holcomb could never have done what he did without backup, right inside the company itself. People helped get him placed in a key situation, working at the coffin. You're saying that the CIA and the KGB are in collusion? No, Jack, Mr. Kelly said. It's just that certain people in our government and certain people in their government see eye to eye on the way world politics should run, and so they collaborate. It's the opposition that keeps them in business. Keats said, Aquilino contacted you. He recounted certain of your own very private conversations. That a total outsider was telling you these things represented, aside from the shock, a sign of the highest verification. I almost shit in my pants. You set the meeting up yourself, finally, right across the street. He was going to tell you about the plot. He was going to tell you how you were going to be maneuvered by the deliberations of a body that does not yet exist, but which must shortly be called into existence because of the crisis. The Executive Committee of the National Security Agency, or whatever name you choose to give it, which will debate on how best to respond to the presence of missiles in Cuba. Once the news of the missile emplacements is out, your options become limited. Holcomb had the shrinks feed some of the terms of the debate to Aquilino. Then it's all faked. Only part of it is faked. Aquilino did hear some of those people talking about how they could wake you up to the present danger. The odds are that when the committee is convened, people will say the same sorts of things they have been saying for years. Bomb Cuba, invade Cuba. You got the news that committed you yesterday or today, didn't you, sir? Aerial photographs of missile emplacements? U-2 stuff? Yesterday. Everyone and his mother seems to know about that. Senator Keating, well, what everyone doesn't know, sir, is that those photographs were not taken by the U-2 at all, but by the Russians. Those certain Russians. On the basis of those photographs, our U-2 will find confirming evidence. Keats now changed his tone and his emphasis. But a president has the option of accepting or refusing the peace or combat gambits. Let's say that the president accepts the position hammered out by his advisers. War. But the Cubans could retaliate. Some of those missiles are in place. One strike at a major city,
"If it has to be anywhere, I'd vote for Miami,"
Kennedy said, would be enough to plunge the world into a very short, intense, and final war. But let's say that a president refuses and wants to negotiate, diplomatically, in front of world opinion, and squeeze the whole situation for points. There's that possibility. But people would have in mind the unfortunate events of the Bay of Pigs.
"Don't remind me."
There are those who already consider you to be an agent of the Russians, or the devil, or both. We believe that the people who run Holcomb don't want to give you the chance to negotiate and squeeze out of the confrontation. Your death is their insurance. The new president, Lyndon Johnson, might be the perfect person to respond, say, if he were running the deliberations of the National Security Agency. A surprise attack would have public approval.
"Holcomb's a fucking traitor."
I don't know about that, sir. It's a touchy point, a gray area. He thinks he's a patriot.
"Such patriots are better off dead."
The laughter flooded in again. The pitch was higher now.
"What the fuck are those fools laughing about?"
If one has been made into, conditioned to become, a tool, is he responsible for his actions? If I were a lawyer, that's the line I would take. I don't think that such matters should ever come to the public's attention.
"Why didn't you go to your superiors and tell them all of this?"
That's obvious, isn't it? Mr. Kelly said.
"Jesus, there's no point in seeing the kid, is there?"
There are others to consider. Holcomb, the people he used. After the kid goes into action, he'll probably be killed, as well as the psychiatrists who worked him over. There are maybe 20 people involved. Perfect deniability. Jack, why don't you let my people handle this? Keats stood up and smiled.
"I want you to know that your president appreciates what you've done. I'm going to need someone down there in Langley. Your idea about a counterintelligence section inside of our counterintelligence, that's a good one."
Thank you, sir. And then Keats remembered how Abramovitz had been treated. As he was leaving, he heard Mr. Kelly saying, "And now, Jack, I think we can get down to a little horse trading. I think of what we're trying to do here as a sort of treaty between 3 sovereign powers. I want to represent your interests to the best of my ability to Mr. Khrushchev, and I'm sure he wants me to represent his interests that way too, and both your interests to my principles. We're all looking forward to a peaceful world so we can get on with the business of getting America moving."
"You're an arrogant bastard, Kelly.
But at least you're Irish." No, Keats thought. He's Chinese. He walked out through the party. People plucked at him and offered him drinks. The party was getting messy. He saw Laura. Their eyes met. It was enough. It had been done. All that remained was the killing, and that was a small enough thing. A man came into the room where Richard and Carol were waiting. A big man, perhaps 220 pounds, wearing a rumpled black suit. Quite different-looking than the FBI or Secret Service types. He was heavy-set and thuggish-looking. Holcomb. The man walked to the side of the door and stood looking at them. "Is he coming soon?" Richard asked. The man didn't answer, but looked at them impassively. Probably a bodyguard, Richard thought. "What's keeping him?" Richard asked. The man didn't answer. The face was completely blank. Another man came in. This one was also big, but taller and leaner, about 6'4". He had white hair, and he wore a brown suit. He nodded at the other man. "Skaratov." Holcomb looked from Aquilino to Skaratov to see if there was the slightest sign of recognition. There was none. The two men looked at one another. Something passed between the two of them. An imperceptible nod toward Richard and Carol. Suddenly Richard realized that the president wasn't going to come. Something had happened. Had the president betrayed him? He had trapped himself in the castle. Nothing smelled right. Richard saw them looking at one another. They were poised, but for what? Richard began to fiddle with himself, as if restless, loosening his jacket so he could get to his gun. Carol didn't see what was happening. There was a noise outside the door. One of the men, the one wearing the black suit, said, "What the fuck is going on?" But he kept his eyes on the man in the brown suit. Richard was standing. The president was more and more interested in what Kelly had to say. He listened intently. There was a loud noise in the other room. "What the fuck is going on?" And he got up to look, striding past Mr. Kelly. The party was reaching orgiastic heights. He opened the door, and there was a blast of noise. "Just keep it down," he yelled. Someone threw glass. It exploded. A woman shrieked. The Secret Service man moved out to restore order. One of the men, Skratov, nodded toward the door. Holcomb shrugged his shoulders and shook his head slightly. He sidled toward the door and opened it. Someone who was standing just outside or leaning on the door crumpled to the floor. Carol gasped and started to rise. Holcomb jumped back into the room. Richard had his gun out. The man in the black suit had his gun in his hand. Outside there were the whisper and puff sounds of silenced guns. Carol stood there, unable to move. Richard was moving to get in front of her. They all stood there for a second, frozen. Someone else came into the room. They all glanced at the person. It was the old cleaning woman, straightened up now. She was carrying a silenced submachine gun, a wisp of smoke curling from the muzzle. Richard yelled, "Mama, what are you doing here?" The sound unfroze them all. Holcomb pointed his gun in the old woman's direction. She was looking at the other man, Skratov, staring at the white hair and his bony, almost skeletal face. She dropped to her knee, pointing her gun in his direction as he shot. Lily Aquilino shot the man with the white hair. He was lifted backward by the weight of half the clip firing off. The soundlessness was eerie. Holcomb was raising his gun to shoot Richard's mother when Richard shot him. This sound was deafening. The .32 bullet blew the man's head apart. It exploded against the wall in a shower of blood and bone. Richard saw that his mother was wounded. He shrieked, "Mom!" His mother! His mother! What was she doing here? Where was his father? He jumped over to her. She was struggling to get to her feet.
"It's nothing, Richard, nothing. That bastard, that insect. He's hunted us for 30 years.
Who is he? Are you all right?
KGB. Don't talk. We have to get out of here. I can stand. I can walk. Get your girlfriend, Richard. Come on, I can walk. It's nothing. Mom, it's time to stop talking and dreaming."
"Move!" Richard went over to Carol. She was almost in a state of catatonia. "Darling, darling, come on. We have to get out of here. Come on." Her mouth moved. She couldn't say a thing. She closed her eyes. She wanted to wipe what she had seen out of her memory. She wanted to go to sleep, right there on her feet. If she slept, she would be protected. Her face was slapped. "Carol, come on! We have to get out of here!" "You killed that man, the president's guard," she whispered. "He was going to kill my mother. Let's get out of here." Lily was erect now.
"Be calm. Move and think. Let's go. Richard, make her leave or forget her. There will be others."
7 men, led by Keats, went down into the basement of the Carlyle. They went through the tunnel under 76th Street and started to come up the staircase into the Madison Avenue Psychiatric Hospital. They were all carrying machine pistols. As they came up the stairs, the first man was shot and tumbled backward. Keats and his people poured fire past the wounded man up toward the entranceway and kept coming. The man who was guarding the lobby was riddled. As they came into the lobby, another man fired at them, and another one of Keats's people went down before the man, one of Skaratov's, was blasted aside. "Upstairs, split, elevator and staircase. Move, move, keep alert. There should be 7 or 8 of them. Move." The hallway outside the suite was a shambles. Bodies lay strewn in the hallway. The carpeting was soaking up blood. Lily led. They walked to the stairwell. She was moving slowly. "Mom! Are you all right?"
"I'm fine. It's age, not the wound. I got him. It took me 30 years. Come, down the stairs."
She had put a new clip into her gun. They began to walk down. Richard had to drag Carol. She was almost paralyzed. "Sweetheart," he kept whispering, "I love you. You have to move. Move or die. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Remember, I love you. Are you all right, Mom? That's your mother? But I don't know, Carol. We have to get out of here. We can talk about it later. But I didn't do anything. He was going to protect me. Who was going to protect you? A man. His name is Keats. Oh, shit. Love, it doesn't matter. You'll get killed if you stop. Please, stay alive for my sake. I was trying to help you, Richard, but I betrayed you. I know. I love you. I understand. They went down the stairs. The light was dim in the hallway. He saw his mother hold up her hand. They stopped. They could hear feet on the staircase, running up toward them. His mother knelt on the landing. 2 men appeared. She shot them before they could even get their guns up. Richard turned. Time slowed. There, standing on the landing above and behind him, illuminated by the landing's backlighting, stood a man with no features, appearing as if his head were encased in a halo, gleaming like an angel's. Richard shot once, twice, 3 times. The sound was deafening in that small space. The man disappeared. Carol screamed, "It's him! Him! He tried to kill me!" "This is not a dream, Richard. Come, we have to get out of here," his mother said. They moved down the stairs swiftly. Carol was moving under her own volition. They came into the lobby cautiously. There were bodies on the floor. A man who was looking toward the elevator turned. Richard threw himself forward, hitting him with everything he could. The gun, his hands were all over the man, hitting him in the face, the groin, the stomach, pounding, letting all the rage out now. The man was down, and Richard kicked him in the ribs, the face, the head. "Enough, Richard!" They went downstairs again, and into the basement. He found the entrance to the tunnel and entered it. They ran eastward toward the New York Central tracks. If they could get into the tunnel complex, they would be safe. Behind them, they heard the sounds of running feet. The men stood up. They shook hands. "It's going to take time, Jack. We don't expect miracles. But at least you know what you're in for when you assemble the committee. I'll accept the mission. When I get back, your people can sit down and talk to Emu and work out the details. Emu, that's what technicians are for. Sometimes I think they really run the world. You know, Jack," Mr. Kelly put his arm around the president's shoulders, "they always talk about the Roman Empire's decline. The Praetorian Guard was making and unmaking kings and emperors. Sometimes I wonder if we haven't created our own Praetorian Guard. But in spite of all that violence, its so-called decline took hundreds of years. Who was minding the store all that time? Who was getting the roads built and the aqueducts and the buildings while the high drama of killings was going on? Who was doing the paperwork and the administration? People like Emu. And people like you old fuck, Kennedy thought. They went out of the bedroom. The party was in the last stages of decomposition. Mr. Kelly leaned over to the president and whispered, "See, that's the kind of thing that was happening during the Roman Empire. Orgies, lost blood. But people like Emil Churchman never get to go to parties like these." "Who are you kidding?" Kennedy asked. After Mr. Kelly left, Kennedy called over one of his Secret Service men. "Harry, I want you to get about 15 men and get over across the street to the Madison Avenue Psychiatric. There's a kid I want you to pick up. Now, you may run into trouble, so be careful. This is what you have to do. The kid's name is Aquilino, Richard Aquilino. He looks a little like John Derrick. Now," and he continued whispering instructions. He thought, "Fuck you, Kelly. I'm not going to let you put me over a barrel." Chapter 54. "Are you all right? If we can get into the big tunnel, we can get away. I found ways out." I'm fine. But listen, if for any reason I can't go on, you have to promise me that you won't stay." "Mom!" "Richard, what good will 3 of us dead do anyhow?" "I can't leave you." They had come to the entrance through to the railroad tracks. Richard opened the door. The footsteps were louder. Someone yelled behind them. The sound of a shot reverberated through the narrow tunnel. Richard turned. "Don't stop. Keep moving," his mother told Carol and Richard. "Turn right," Richard told his mother and Carol. His mother was panting. He saw her face in the dim lights of the train tunnel. They were spaced far apart. At this point, the tunnel was about 4 tracks wide, bolstered up by steel pillars. They crossed the tracks to the uptown lane. At least that way there were pillars between them and whoever was coming for them.
"Don't run," Lily told Carol and Richard. "It makes too much noise and it panics you. You have to be calm. Promise me. If something happens to me, you'll leave."
"You're hurt," Carol said.
"Yes, but not seriously. I have been hurt before."
Before. There were so many questions Richard had to ask her. A whole life. His father, his sisters, his brother-in-law. Who was she? Who were they? Who was Richard? "He betrayed me. The president betrayed me," he whispered. He could see her smile. It was a bitter smile.
"If I can't go on, you have to get to your father."
"Where?
"How?" "Through Siegfried."
"Who?"
"Ziggy."
They had walked about a block, as Richard figured it. From behind they heard a voice yelling, "Spread out!" "They're coming. If we can get downtown a few blocks, then we can get out. I know every exit. I scouted it out. You're sure you're all right?"
"Keep moving. Let's talk."
The tunnel widened as another pair of tracks melted into the lanes. He knew that if they got down far enough, the tunnels proliferated into a maze, lots of places to hide.
"Richard, I'm proud of you. It's in your blood, you know."
"What, Mom?"
"Later. We keep moving. Is that the only weapon you have, that pistol?"
"Yes, but I have more clips. Carol has a gun and clips," but he was afraid she wouldn't use it. As Lily walked, she removed the spent clip from her submachine gun and put in another. She bent and carefully, quietly, laid the clip to the side of a track where it wouldn't be noticed easily. As she straightened up, she groaned. "Mom!"
"Richard, I'm an old lady. Old lady's grown a lot. Kvetch, as your father likes to say. I sound like this every morning."
"You're sure?"
"Richard, believe me. This is my last fight."
Her last fight? They heard firing behind them. The tunnel branched off. More tracks leading up here from Grand Central Station. Some of the tunnels branched downward. They followed the downward branch.
"Good," she said. "They're killing one another."
"Who? For Christ's sake, who is killing who?" She stopped and took a deep breath. He could see her face contorted. Pain.
"Oh, my God. Where do I begin? We can't stop to talk, Richard. When we get away—"
"Who was that man you shot? 30 years?
"His name is Skuratov. He has been trying to kill us for 30 years. KGB.
"Then they were all KGB? Russians?"
No. When we get out—" "Listen, more shooting." "Good. I don't know where to begin. This is no time for explanations. It's too complicated."
They had tumbled into the tunnel and had been met by gunfire from across the tracks. Keats's people moved through the entrance to the tunnel, firing as they went, fanning out right and left. Keats came last. He didn't hesitate, but dived through and onto the tracks, turning in flight, landing on his shoulder, rolled, stood, and crawled downtown, rose into a crouch, ran, bent over, gradually straightening. The most logical direction. Toward Grand Central Station. More tunnels, more exits. He got to his knees, into a squat, and began to run, weaving in and out of pillars, keeping low. He heard some shots whistling in his direction. Probably Skuratov's people. And some of Holcomb's. All shooting in the gloom, not even knowing what they were shooting at or what side they were fighting for. Just get to that little bastard Aquilino, Carol, and finish them off. Aquilino's mother. Where had she come from? The police received a phone call from someone who had been walking on Park Avenue. "Are you sure?" the police dispatcher said.
"I'm telling you, I heard shooting."
"And just where were you when you heard it?"
72nd and Park. I heard it coming up through the grill. You know there are grills on every corner."
"There's no need to get sarcastic. You're sure it was shots?"
"Listen, I'm a veteran of the U.S. Army. I know firing gunshots when I hear them. Someone is doing a lot of shooting down there. Maybe they're holding up a train."
"Oh, Jesus," the cop thought. "He thinks this is the Wild West." "All right, sir, we'll send a patrol car." More men were pouring out the entrance to the tunnel. Secret Service men. They fanned out. Which way? Come on, come on, come on! North and south. Remember who we're looking for. Jesus, what's that? He had backed into a body. Watch out, he said, too late, as a shot slammed into the wall beside him. Get help, he yelled. The second bullet hit him, and he went down. They began to radio for help. A roaring, coming up from the south, began to fill the tunnel. A strong headlight probed the darkness. The train was gathering speed. The engineer, who had made this run to Westchester thousands of times, was hardly looking, trained by this time to respond to red lights. Far ahead he saw some clouds of smoke drifting. A fire? He saw someone flit across the tracks. Jesus, be careful! A few weeks ago, one of the derelicts that used the tunnels for a flophouse had been killed. Behind him, a window of the train was shot out. There was no one sitting in the passenger seat. The train was mostly empty. A passenger went looking for the conductor to report it. The conductor said, "Fucking kids. I'll make a report." "Do you realize I might have been killed?" "I'm sorry. It might have been me, too." "You know, I never thought of that," the passenger said. The KGB resident was interrupted in the middle of one of his more pleasant experiences in New York. He reached for the phone and listened. The girl didn't stop her writhing and wriggling. "How should I know when he was running? El Supremo was alone to himself. That's the trouble with the legends." "Off," he said to the girl. "Off!" "All right," he said into the phone. "I'll be right down. In the meantime, get some people down there. There's an entrance there at 63rd Street. We'll assemble there and get moving." "What?" "About 10. You know who to get." The girl had rolled to the side and looked at him. "What's the matter, sweetheart? Don't you love me any more?" "My dear, now more than ever. I love you with a passion I cannot begin to put into words. I would like to spend the rest of my life here with you, but duty calls. Get dressed and leave. Quick." She knew better than to question him. There was more firing behind them, reverberating through the tunnel until it began to sound like vast armies firing at one another in the gloom. "Not too much further, Mom," Richard said. Carol was supporting her on the other side. "Wait. Let me catch my breath. You're hurt." "Yes, I'm hurt, but it's not the wound, it's age. Your father wouldn't approve. He doesn't like gunplay. For him, it's always the last resort." "Mom, what happened?" "It was the first time in my life that I went against the committee decision. But you are my son." "What committee? What are you talking about?" "Oh, there is so much to tell you. I couldn't let my own son be run like a common agent." "Mom, your father has the answers for you, if anything happens." His eyes filled with tears. He fought the feeling back. Later. Mourn later. "But whatever happens," his mother said, "don't blame your father. He's an honorable man, and he loves you too, in a different way. Where is he? He must be worried sick about me. He always worried. I would say to him, 'Sam, why do you worry? I'm strong as a horse, and I have a charmed life. Didn't we live through the Revolution, the Civil War, and the starvation? What could ever be as bad as that?' Sometimes I think he lives through his mind too much. That's no good for a materialist, you understand?" "No." The police were listening to the firing coming up through the grating. "That sounds like a war going on down there," one of the cops said. "Maybe that's where the Mafia is going to have its wars from now on. Listen, I'm not going down there. You think I'm crazy? Call in." They went back to their patrol car and radioed their precinct. Men were pouring into the railroad tunnels under Park Avenue, coming down through a number of entrances. But there was no line of battle they could join. The line was fragmented. It was impossible to find out who belonged to whom. Men shot at movements in the gloom, and the gloom got deeper and deeper as some faint tunnel lights were shot out. They were reduced to shooting at flashes of fire. Keats, running south, came to a series of forks. Where should he go? He stopped, standing close to a pillar so he would present the minimum possible target. Behind him the gunfire was mounting in intensity. "Don't think," he told himself. They could have gone in any direction, and he was only one man. The others were behind him. Feel it. Feel it. Intuition. He moved toward his left and downward. He heard someone running in his direction. He stepped out and fired. The gun made no sound. It was silenced. The man went down. The man cursed in Russian. Other feet were running. Keats stepped out onto the track roadway and yelled in Russian, "This way! This way!" The men came around the bend, a small army. "Where is he? Where is Skuratov?" someone said. Keats pointed uptown. "There! Our people are in trouble. Are you all right?" "A little wound," Keats said. "A scratch." The men were running past him, guns drawn. "Get out of here and get yourself taken care of," one of the men yelled at him as they went past. Police cars were assembling in the 70s. A police captain said, "I don't know what the fuck to do. We've been on the phone to the New York Central. The sons of bitches said, I don't have to remind you, Captain, that this is private property. What the fuck is going on there?" "Shit, it's nothing. It's just the New York Central and the Pennsylvania Railroad having a proxy war." "Thanks, I needed that." "Get hold of the commissioner, the mayor, whatever. I need advice." Keats hunted. They were ahead. He knew it. He moved swiftly, silently. Richard had to be silenced. The other loose ends would be taken care of. There, he saw them. Richard, the woman he had called Mom, and Carol. He crouched and moved forward, and began to flit over the difficult terrain, crossed by railroad ties and tracks, worse than natural terrain, weaving in and out of pillars. The shooting was reverberating down from uptown. By the time the Russians got there, the lines had stabilized, although it was hard to say who was fighting whom. The Russians spread across the tracks and took up positions behind pillars, behind abutments, in niches designed to protect trackmen when trains went by. They were firing north and south now. The sounds now drifted up through the gratings on Park Avenue. Traffic had been stopped and rerouted. The street was swarming with police. Dwellers on Park Avenue were looking out of their windows. Passers-by were asking what was happening. There was a consultation between the representative of the New York Central and the police. "What do you mean, we can't go down there?" "It's a matter of jurisdiction," a man from the mayor's office said. "Look, sir, really, this is a police matter." "Well, that is," the New York Central official said. His instructions were to stall for time until this matter could be resolved on higher levels. 3 men came barging into the huddle. "We're from the White House staff. This is a matter of the highest priority, you understand? The President himself takes an interest in this. We have to be careful, or this could lead to an international incident of the gravest proportions." "Shit," the policeman said. "There are people shooting at one another down there. It already is an incident of the gravest proportions. You mean graves, don't you, like for the dead?" The man from the White House staff looked at the police captain, exasperated. "This is no time for joking." "It isn't the time for dying, either," the police captain said. "Who are those jokers?" "I'm sorry, officer, you have no need to know." "Jesus Christ." He turned to the public relations official from the railroad. "Why don't you just run a few trains through there and crush them all?" Richard turned. "What's the matter?" his mother asked. "There's someone here. Let's move to the side." There. He saw something move, flitting from side to side. A gleam of gold caught in the light, flashing in and out of the darkness. Carol raised her pistol and fired. She had crossed a line. "I'll kill him! I'll kill him!" "Don't waste your bullets. Pistols are inaccurate." "Wait. No matter how scared you are, wait. Patience will save your life. Now he knows you know." Darting in and out of pillars, movement, coming closer and closer. "That bastard," Carol said. "Be detached. Don't think in personal terms, not now. Later you can feel. Alert. Patience." "Mom," Richard whispered. "Stay alive. Live. Live for me. Who is he?" "The blonde knight in the black armor. Your father's stories." "Who?" She stumbled back. She turned her machine pistol toward the north and fired off a clip, spraying the area. Bullets ricocheted off metal pillars and thunked into brick supports. "Mom, live. Remember me. Remember this is not a dream. Revenge me. Revenge me." "Mom." He looked for the flash of golden hair. Carol fired again at a wisp of golden smoke, a flat crack. "Leave. You'll be the death of me.
You're eating my heart out. Why don't you listen to your mother?
Mom! Again. He fired. A bullet whizzed by his ear.
I didn't bring you up to die. Live. Get out of here. Get married. Live. Get to your father.
I can't.
You can't compete with a trained killer. Run. Don't think of me now.
Richard fired again. How many bullets did he have left in his gun? He got up, took Carol's arm. They began to run, weaving back and forth, his eyes filling with tears again. Respective ambassadors of the Soviet Union and the United States were working things out. The battle raged for another hour. No one could get close to the combatants. There were curses exchanged in Russian and English. It seemed to have become a personal matter. People tried to reach them with loudspeakers. Nothing seemed to deter the fighters. It was now a matter of honor. They insulted one another and fired. Now they were entrenched, and no one was getting killed. But after a long while they were running out of ammunition. The shots became fewer and fewer. A calm began to descend on the underground battlefield. They began to detach themselves. It was agreed between the Russians and the Americans that the whole event was unfortunate. High spirits and patriotism had led to certain deplorable events. It would hardly help to assuage international tensions to permit this to come out. The incident never made the papers. Besides, there were other, more pressing events that would soon be surfacing. It would hardly do to have this skirmish muddy the issues that would be debated. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning when Keats appeared before Mr. Kelly. He was dirty. His hair was rumpled and matted with sweat. His face was smudged. Mr. Kelly raised his eyebrows. Keats smiled. "The loose ends are tied up now. It's finished. He's dead."
"Were you close to him when he died?"
"No. It was a long shot down a dank and dark tunnel. When I got to him, he was already dead."
"My warrior hero," Kelly said.
Keats looked at him to see if there was any irony to the remark. Kelly looked serious. "I need a shower."
"Do take one, my dear boy. Do take one. You've done a good job."
Richard and Carol had escaped. They emerged from the labyrinth of Grand Central Station at 4 in the morning. Should he go back and get his mother's body? What point was there? Carol asked. He was numb. She held his hand. They walked in silence for a while. She started to apologize for what she had done. Richard nodded and said, "Later. Later. You couldn't help yourself. How could you know what he was?" They passed a phone booth. Richard went in and called up the Carlisle Hotel. He was told that the president had returned to Washington. He dialed the Washington number, collect. The phone was picked up. It was Kennedy. "You fucking son of a bitch. You set me up. You tried to kill me. It's you. Richard, listen, I didn't do it. I didn't do it." "Fuck you," Richard said, and hung up.
"What good did that do?"
Carol asked. "Just shut up," Richard said. They walked again through the deserted streets. Where? Back to their hotel? Should he call up his father, Ziggy? No. No, his father had killed his mother. They came to another phone booth. Richard called up the president again. It was answered immediately. He didn't say a thing. Kennedy said, Richard, I know you're there. You have to believe me. I didn't try to have you killed. I was told that you wanted to kill me." Richard said nothing. "Richard, listen. You have something important to tell me. Why should I kill you? Use your common sense. Do you really think I have the power to have people killed without due process?" "Yes," Richard thought. "You were told I wanted to kill you? Who?" "A man named Keats." Richard sighed. "Call you back," he said. "Never stay on the phone for more than 3 minutes." "You hear that?" he said to Carol. "No, what?" "Keats told the president that I wanted to kill him." "That monster!" And that means if you were with me, you were part of the plan to kill him. They walked in silence through the streets. A few times, seeing police cars coming, they huddled in doorways, pretending to neck. They found another phone booth and called again. And without waiting for Kennedy to begin asking him questions, he began to tell the president what he had heard. Richard talked in 3-minute stretches, hung up, and they walked to another phone, dialed, and began again. Richard summoned up and summed up the fragments of fragmentary conversations. He talked about what should take place when Kennedy was forced to assemble his augmented National Security Agency, the powerful elders who would be likely to assemble, and he named those who had already decided for war months ago, and those who would be for diplomacy. It was as if he were assembling a movie, giving the essence and then the already rehearsed pieces of dialogue, the dates when people would say this or that, the crucial dates from the 15th or 16th on up until the crisis broke. And he knew what the Russians would say, and what the responses would be, and what courses of action were open to them. And this the President would already know, having used the Bolshakov conduit. Richard began to mimic the voices he heard. Dean Acheson's aristocratic tones, contemptuous of compromise, Dean Rusk's almost southern drawl and his indecisiveness, George Ball's reasoned approach, Maxwell Taylor's hawkishness. Richard assumed the dialogue roles as if he were splitting into a number of people at the same time. He outlined for the President how these men had come to this position, and now he invoked the name of Parvis, and told what it was, and mentioned that there were key aides in key positions. An enormous penetration had taken place. If the deliberations of XCOM didn't lead to a clear decision for taking Cuba, then an incident would have to force the issue, a contingency plan devised by the Hawks. Now Richard came to the decisive incident that would inevitably lead to war. In the event of failure of the war party to get its way, something might be arranged. "Go on, don't stop," the President said. "I'll be back," Richard said, hung up, and they moved to another phone. There had to be insurance. Two things would happen. There would be a blockade, of course, to interdict Russian ships bringing missiles and launching equipment to Cuba. The Russians would sail up to the blockade line. The world would hold its collective breath. At the same time, a task force of Cubans, CIA personnel, and Green Berets would be launched out of Florida and near Mobile. There were options. Richard wasn't sure which would be used. One of the ships bearing the missiles to Cuba might, in fact, not stop. It would be a container ship under foreign registry, but at the right moment its nameplate and true Russian name would appear, as if challenging the Americans. The ship was equipped in interesting ways. It was an electronic communications ship, much like the American NSA monitoring ships, which had several additional capabilities. It had the ability to blank out communications between all other ships in the general vicinity, and be electronically invisible while jamming the sensing devices of other ships, radar, sonar, and the like. The ocean is a wide place, in spite of the way people talk about the shrinking world. Even a huge ship could effectively disappear, unless spotted by a human eye. By the effective use of electronic emissions, it could appear to be elsewhere. It could do one of two things. It could disappear for a while and then reappear, having slipped through the blockade network on its way to Cuba. Then it might be attacked by the Air Force or the task force launched from Florida and Mobile. Or, what if it projected an image of itself to be picked up by other American ships in the vicinity? What if it actually, or electronically, appeared to ram an American ship, or launched or appeared to launch missiles at an American naval ship? That sounds like very sophisticated weaponry. That weaponry has been sold to the Russians by Americans, sir. Who? Richard shrugged. I don't know. Casus belli. If there is an actual exchange of fire, then one of the targets of choice is the Joseph P. Kennedy. Oh, that's neat. The Joseph P. Kennedy. And that incident is an open invitation for the invasion, which will already be underway. A massive bombing or an invasion. Hard to resist when it hits the media. The task force strike will take place even before you give the order, sir.
The Bay of Pigs again.
I guess so, Richard said.
So Bolshakov and Khrushchev are lying to us.
This would be the moment, Richard thought. It was up to him and him alone now. He had no idea of the truth, or if there was even a truth, but he had to make a decision. "Hold on," he said. "What do I do? You've been listening." Carroll looked at him and didn't say anything. Richard took a chance. "No, sir," he told the president. "No, sir. They're telling the truth to you. They don't want war. But both countries are being pushed that way."
"What about the missiles, Richard?"
"I suppose they are there."
"Suppose?
But I'll bet— I'm sure that they're not controlled by Cubans, but by Russians. Yes, that's it. They're for bargaining, not for shooting. Yes, that's it. I heard one of those people on your XCOM saying that."
"Oh."
Was it Dean Acheson who said it to Edward Kelly, or was it Edward Kelly who said it to an aide of Dean Acheson's? It didn't matter. "Dean Acheson's aide. I don't remember his name. And Edward Kelly talked about it," he said. Richard then took it further. If Kennedy accepted the news of the incident as genuine, he would have to declare war. If he questioned the incident, counseled moderation, ordered an investigation to see if apologies and reparations were in order, if Kennedy decided to see what could be politically milked out of the situation, then his back-channel contacts to Khrushchev would be leaked to the media. Then he would have to contend with the military, who were ready to take emergency control. Kennedy would end up being impeached, called a coward and traitor. This would signal to the Russians that they could get away with anything. It all took about 2 hours, and he was finished. He had put the story together. He had done more than that. He had achieved a kernel of wisdom, made his own decisions, taken it all on his own back. Kennedy said,
"Richard, why don't you come down to Washington where I can have you protected?"
"No, I don't trust any one of you. Just remember, the incident in the Atlantic."
"Richard, I can help you get your parents back for you."
"Fuck you," Richard yelled, and hung up for the last time. "Come on, Carroll. Let's make a life for ourselves." Kennedy was totally awake now. He rang for an aide.
"Get me Bobby. Get me Ted right now."
He hung up. That old bastard. He was off the hook now. Kelly. There were going to be some changes made in command, never mind what defense and the CIA said. It was going to come out his way. In his way, the kid had really saved the day. His day. Epilogue. After he talked to Kennedy, Richard and Carroll fled. They disappeared into a limbo where no one would follow. They left their hotel and fled west and south. They spent a night with Ed Griggs and were passed along to others in a chain, changing their names as they ran. They took on odd jobs, she as a secretary, he as a laborer. They acquired false identification. Now and then Richard emerged, wandering into libraries to read day-old papers. In the days following the 14th of October, there was nothing of the Executive Committee, XCOM. Certainly nothing he read in the newspapers indicated that he had told the President anything. Kennedy continued making his campaign speeches, doing the business of the day, right up until the 19th of October. On the 19th, he returned to Washington hurriedly, canceling his tour. He was said to have a bad cold. Lyndon Johnson came flying back from Hawaii, also claiming to have a bad cold. Though many of the newsmen suspected that something big was happening on the weekend of the 20th and 21st, none reported or even speculated about what that might be. The curtain of silence was effective. On the 22nd of October, Kennedy made his announcement, inaugurating what would become known as the Cuban Missile Crisis. The role of XCOM would come out later. On the evening of the 22nd, Kennedy went on the air to make his announcement, the discovery of missiles in Cuba. Richard and Carroll saw the telecast in a cheap hotel in Indianapolis.
Deep down he could feel fury. Kennedy had let himself be maneuvered in spite of what Richard told him. There was some interference. Voices cut in for a while. He recognized his own and Kennedy's voices. The quality of the tape was not good. He heard snatches of military orders. Ziggy. There was no sign on television or in the newspapers that anyone noticed at all. People didn't have the will to listen. Ziggy's plan was a bust. Richard stood there, looking at the set, mouthing Kennedy's words in advance. He knew what was going to be said. Hadn't he overheard it in advance, or almost all of it? The crisis began. The terrifying possibility of nuclear annihilation was in the air now. And even this didn't reach Richard. He was drained, a shell. Reserve units of all armed services were called up and put on alert. A great terror took hold of the country. From that day on, while the crisis lasted, relatives called up their dear ones and said goodbye to them. A great national trauma developed and sank into the American unconscious permanently. Despair and desperation. Why work? Why build for the future or save? Why have children? For what? The children suffered most of all, but that would come out in later studies, which were suppressed. No therapist seemed to recognize this event as a psychic trauma. A number of versions of the events have been written. The story is there to be read, all too well known to be recapitulated. But of Kennedy's secret diplomacy, the Bolshakov connection, little was written till it was exposed by the Alsops. And then there were allegations that the Kennedys were traitors. But there was nothing ever written of Richard, of Carol, of Keats, of Kelly, of Laura, of Parvis, or of the role of the network Richard's father ran. Nor were the peculiar disruptions that Ziggy's network tried ever written about. Richard monitored as well as he could what happened during the crisis. The days passed, the Russian ships came closer to the quarantine line. The 24th came, and the 25th. The Russian ships stopped in the middle of the ocean. The American Navy lay across their path. The world waited. Would the Russian ships try to break the line, or would they back off? The event Richard waited for and feared the most was the incident, the exchange of fire between a certain Russian container ship and an American destroyer named the Joseph P. Kennedy. It never happened. And in a way Richard almost wanted it to happen, to relieve the burden of his sorrows. Fuck it. Blow the world up. Had it been prevented? Or had an incident happened but no one reported it? If it wasn't reported, then it had no reality. Had he stopped the war? He, himself, alone? Somehow he had gotten through. Did he dare believe that? Carol said yes. She had to hold him together, get him out of his depression. If she couldn't do that, she would be all alone. They had a little money. With judicious husbanding, it might last them for a few months. At least the way they were living. They would have to get jobs. Richard made no effort to contact Ziggy, didn't even know if he was alive. What could he do? He was sure people were still after him. He had seen his mother destroyed. What did it mean? Why had his mother appeared with a submachine gun in her hands, trying once again to protect him, her son? What kind of lives had his mother and father led? How had they concealed that from him? He didn't even know if his father was still alive, and he didn't care. He felt that his father had done something to him, crippled him. "You should try and get in touch with him," Carol said. "No. My father was responsible for the death of my mother. I'm going to close the door on those mysteries of my life." To think about the past was to become curious, and curiosity led to death. Laura. Where was she? There was a corpse that looked like Laura, and a tunnel full of dead men, and there were dead men in some dusty office. Laura. She had tried to kill him too, and she had almost gotten it done. He had been used. Why? Why him? The blond man. Him. The man named Keats, if that was his real name. Slowly he recovered.
and slowly a slow-burning rage began to sustain him. He should want revenge. He had promised his mother. But for weeks, for years, it was too much trouble. Sidney Ficino had his moment of glory just before the crisis was officially announced. He was awakened on the 20th, Friday morning, 3 a.m. He was told that he must go to Washington immediately. He was to bring his work up on Nikita Khrushchev along with him. A limousine was sent for him. He felt important. He was on his way to the top. He was told to be at LaGuardia by 8 o'clock. He would be met and flown directly to Andrews Air Force Base and taken directly to the White House. Barnstable had come through. He was in Washington by 10 o'clock. He was at the White House by 10:30. He was kept waiting for 3 hours. He rehearsed in his mind just what words he would say when he met the President of the United States. After 3 hours he was taken into another room. He was ready with the momentous words that would change the course of history. He was met not by the President, but by a young man who said, "The President appreciates what you're doing for America, Dr. Ficino. You have the analysis of the subject with you?" "Right here," Ficino said. Why hadn't he thought of getting a new and expensive briefcase? "Could you please give it to me, and it will be passed right on to the President." "I'm not going to meet him?" "It may be difficult. You appreciate that he's the busiest man in the world. What I'd like from you is just one more thing. Could you, in a few words, give a kind of, an executive summary?" He laughed. "A summary for executives? My secretary will take it down, and I'll pass it along with your invaluable report." "I don't know what to say." "Well, will the subject, we should refer to him that way, draw, or will he blink? In a nutshell." "In a nutshell? I have a long, detailed analysis based on my method of remote assessment profiling, RAP, a new and totally accurate way of assessing people." "I appreciate it, but time is of the essence. Just a few words." "The President appreciates your painstaking work and will respond in due course. A letter of commendation is being prepared. You've done a superb job." "Your report, sir." Stunned, Ficino passed the report over and mumbled a few words to the effect that the subject would draw, as it were. The subject was a man of volatile temperament, unstable, ridden with pride, having a strong ego problem which had its genesis from having lived under the shadow of a certain other subject. "Stalin." "Shh," the young man said. Khrushchev was not to be trusted. That was the message he had been told to deliver by Keats, and he instantly regretted it. He should have told them something else. It was obvious. They weren't even going to read his analysis. Ficino was asked to wait. 3 minutes later, the President himself swept into the room, accompanied by some people. He came up to Ficino and said, "Dr. Finicchio, I've just read your report. It's brilliant, perceptive, superbly written, a masterpiece of long-distance psychological analysis. It's the one piece that's been missing from the puzzle. Let me shake your hand." "You read it? In 3 minutes?" He was jabbed in the ribs. Ficino's hand reached out as if it had a volition of its own. It was grasped. Flashbulbs went off. The photograph of the two of them immortalized Sidney Ficino. The President was saying, "I want you people to understand that we here in America, have the best psychologists in the world. That's because we don't use psychology the way others do, for purposes of state and to suppress dissent. It's a free society and free enterprise at its best. Dr. Finicchio is one of our most promising practitioners. His report is a model of incisiveness, insight, and intelligence. He's making valuable contributions to the state of mental health in America." There was a scattering of applause. The President left. The young man said, "We would appreciate it if you could stay here in Washington for a day or two." "But I have to get back to my work." "You might be needed for another little consultation. We'll make it worth your while. We'll put you up in a hotel, have someone take you out on the town." "I should get back." "That's impossible, sir. Your President needs you." On the evening of the 22nd, Ficino saw the reason why he had been detained. He was proud. He had played a key role. He had affected the course of world events. Unknown to Ficino, This opinion was shared by Dr. John Gittinger, who had developed a system called the Personality Assessment System, PAS, and who had also been summoned to the White House to present his evaluation of Khrushchev. Ficino was happy. They provided excellent quarters, good meals at good restaurants, and the girl was lovely, too. He left Washington happy. 2 months later, he met with a regrettable automobile accident. As the crisis continued, there was dissension and infighting in Miami. It heightened as the crisis became more and more of a cliffhanger. Paranoia became a disease in the Cuban émigré community. Once again, the Cubans believed they had been used and betrayed by the Americans, in particular Kennedy. So many things went wrong that infiltration by Castro's agents was suspected. Small preliminary invasions were launched. Every one of them ended in disaster. Bill Harvey, who was running the station, another man with his gun always ready, "If you knew what I knew, you'd carry a gun around all the time, too," became more and more vituperative. He drank more than ever and accused the Cubans of being everything his fertile mind could think of: spics, commies, cripples, crooks, faggots. He had just heard that his good friend and old drinking buddy Holcomb had suddenly died. Harvey took to carrying a second gun. The Kennedy Pinkos and liberals were sabotaging the operation again. Internal security became a mania. An internecine war broke out among the Cubans. Miami was littered with bodies. The war spread to the case officers, and there was transmitted upward, infecting the CIA, becoming a small civil war never recorded in the official histories. The disease was to be called mololitis virulentus by someone who retired from the CIA after the war in Vietnam. It would lead to accusations, years later, in which such retired agents as William Colby and James Jesus Angleton were directly or otherwise, bureaucratically and by leaks, accused of being Soviet moles. The same sort of thing was happening in the Soviet Union. Richard and Carol worked their way westward. They took on small jobs in order to keep alive and tried to figure out what they were going to do with their lives. They lived in fear. Slowly Richard's pain subsided, and the rage seemed to fade, mutating into a cold and permanent hatred. They needed explanations, but where were they going to get them from? Had it all been a game, a vast deception? Did it come from the President himself? Or was it a web spun by the blond man, Keats, the knight in the black armor? What was this Keats? An explanation was owed to them, but who did they dare collect it from? Richard began to have fantasies again of reaching the President. He saw himself going up to the man and seizing him by the jacket lapels and shaking him. Carol kept bringing him back to earth. Through the years, Richard would read everything he could get his hands on about the event. He was convinced that he had done it. He had saved his country, the world. He had averted the war. Carol didn't fight this fantasy. She saw he needed it. But Richard was recovering. Week by week, month by month, they made their way westward. Chicago, south to St. Louis, New Orleans, west to Houston, Dallas. The rage waxed, waned, became part of his flesh. What he failed to notice was that, as he got stronger, Carol began to deteriorate. Certain changes seemed to flow from the crisis. There was a renewed commitment to détente. The next year, John F. Kennedy made a speech at American University, in which he said that certain dogmatic assumptions about Cold War attitudes had to be reviewed. The stock market, which was slumping for months, began to recover from October 1962 and began its long climb again. New money instrumentalities began to find use. A vehicle which allowed money to flow out of the United States faster and faster, Eurodollars, rumored to have been invented by the Russians. Joint ventures were begun with the Soviet Union, but kept out of the papers. Russians, Americans, Germans, Swiss, Italians joined to build an automobile plant in the Soviet Union. Trade loosened and began to flow east and west to and through Russia. An oil pipeline was laid down. It ran from Iran through Russia, ending up in Berlin, where there was the wall to contain people but not trade. The hotline between Moscow and Washington was initiated the next year. Russia and America exchanged military missions and sent observers to one another's war games. An exchange program of scientific data and scientists was initiated. A few years later, after President Kennedy's death, a dedicated, almost enclosed system called the Federal Telecommunications System was initiated. Bell got the contract. But the transition to the new age didn't go smoothly. Maybe the old forces fought back. In November of 1963, John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas. Autumns are times of harvest, time when the vegetation dies, goes underground, burial of the god of fertility. King Arthur lies in Avalon, waiting to be revived. The sleeping prince awaited in Camelot. In October 1964, Khrushchev was deposed bloodlessly. There were certain Russians who called Khrushchev's deposition the Little October. The message was clear. The Big October was the Bolshevik Revolution. Therefore, the Little October meant a return to orthodoxy. Khrushchev was blamed for his adventurism in the crisis. Had they found out, in Moscow, how he was using Bolshakov? When asked about Kennedy's assassination, Mr. Kelly merely smiled and shrugged his shoulders. He quoted from the Tao Te Ching, appropriately, and mentioned the Praetorian Guard syndrome. The trail of the killers was muddied by 1,000 explanations. The accepted one, at least for a while, was that it was the work of a lone assassin, perhaps a madman. But how many who had been experimented on in the search for the perfect guided missile had been turned into just such madmen? 2 years. 3, 4. Richard recovered. He had lost Carol. One day she had gone to work in Los Angeles. She was working as a secretary, and never returned. He waited a few hours and fled. He left and went north to San Francisco. Had she gone back? He would never know. He had been sleeping in cheap lodging in the Mission District of San Francisco. He woke one morning, hungover. He stumbled out into the street and went to have breakfast. He began to feel better after eating. He thought about whether or not he should go to work, shaping up for a longshoreman's job. The day was beautiful, clear, spectacular, not a sign of the usual fog. He checked to see how much money he had. Not much, but enough. He decided he wouldn't work that day. He would take a walk. He walked from the Mission District to Market Street. He passed through the noonday crowds. He drifted through the business section. He caught glimpses of the bay. It looked clear and crisp. He walked up and down the hills. He came to the Mark Hopkins Hotel and paused in front of it and looked up. He had heard the view from there was spectacular. He would go there some day. He turned and walked away. By now it was late afternoon and the sun was beginning to set. He decided to go to the Golden Gate Park, walk through and go to the Pacific and watch the sunset. As he walked, he felt something and turned. Coming out of the Mark, he saw 2 people, a tall, blond man and a woman. Them. The knight in the black armor and his consort. Together. They were fashionably dressed. Their faces, he could see their faces clearly, were not so much cold, not even bored, but terrifyingly empty, as if they were not human. He turned and walked away. He continued walking toward the Golden Gate Park. He came to a small cliff overlooking the ocean. The sun was low in the sky. Then the vision of the 2 of them, the blond man, Keats, and Laura, came back to him. He was going to get them. He was going to get the people behind them. It was time to begin to get his revenge. Begin now or never do it. One man? He would do it? It was going to take time. He was finished drifting. People like that devoured everything around them. They destroyed whole countries, worlds. His country. He waited till it was night. The sky was clear. He looked up at the sky, looked at the stars, looked through them to something greater and deeper. Words came rushing into his head, ancient words told to him by his father, woven for him with old stories of the wanderings and adventures of his family. He had never understood those words. He seemed almost to understand them now. A strange intelligence flowed between him and what was beyond the stars. The words, the ancient words, passed down from father to son through the ages, flowed up, and for a second seemed to order the universe. Someone was watching after him. The stars danced and changed their positions. They reordered themselves according to his magical injunction. They fused their power down, down, coming faster than the speed of light. He felt the surge of energy. He was sure he was glowing, gathering strength. He would have to prepare himself. Ethereal power needed to be translated into earthly power, and he knew the way now. Earthly power would come to him through the computer and telecommunications and a network of people, giving him the ability to penetrate anywhere he wanted to. Enormous changes were going on in the world. The dream of ancients was being modernized. The old dream, visions and spells, programmed into computers and telecommunications. People like Keats were trying to direct the flow of the world's power, laundering money, transforming it, investing in immortality. Cannibals. The world's electronic mind. If the New World and the New World's electromagnetic technology made people like Keats and Laura powerful, it also made them vulnerable. Anyone could tap into that power if they knew how. He knew some of it. He would have to learn more. He had done great things with telephones. Ziggy and his people had done it with radio. He, himself, alone, he had affected the destiny of a nation. It would take years, and he had to start all over, but he would do it. He had been beaten, drugged, tormented. His mind invaded, and they had tried to kill him, but he had survived. He was going to play with the world's mind. He was going to force the blond man and those like him out into the open. He was cured. He turned and left, walking through the night, back into the city. Starting tomorrow. End of Richard A., a novel, by Sol Yurick, narrated by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, April 1983. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Arbor House, 235 East 45th Street, New York, New York, 10017.
End of book.